That's crazy. Crazy. What up? Yo.
Yeah, broke up.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's all kids walking down the street.
Yeah, I saw. But you know what's so crazy? Why they gonna mess with those kids? They don't ever mess with anybody else. I'm online, by the way.
There are like a lot of kids.
Yeah, but still, hold on. Let me unplug because I want to get this online. I want people three or four cars in the front yard of our front yard.
Right, right. Within eyes, like what I can see out the window.
Like if I go out front and poke my head out the front, I'm gonna look and see a car. Cars.
Or, right.
Like why are they all the way down here?
There's a party that got broke up.
You know I got a problem with people.
Okay, no, no, no.
Huh?
Because I'm not mine.
All right, let me. Nah, they need to leave those kids alone, man. They're so selective about what parties they want to break up. But if they're drinking, they gotta stop that though. That's crazy. But if they're just having a regular good old time, makes no sense. All right. Before we get started, let me make sure I'm all locked in. Let me make sure I'm all locked in. Cause I don't need no confusion. Cool. Not that though. That's crazy. Yep, we're good. Mm. Yeah, they're drinking over there. That family's done. D-O. Any good. All right, we in there. What is this? I can begin. It's all good. All right, you guys, we're gonna get in here. Shogun Total World 2. Playing it on Steam. Get it? Get it? Get it? That's what I'd advise you to do. Get it? Cool little strategy game. I'm gonna play till I conquer the world. Shouldn't take long. Come on now. Really? Gotta be patient, Daniels. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I do want. Let's go back. Because to be honest, do kind of want those mounted guns. Yeah, let's hold up for a minute. It's spinning. I don't want to press any buttons and mess it up, but I want to go back. I think I do want to go get that gun pad. Whoa. Yeah, close that program then. All right, so let's go. Let's go. Total war. Gotta learn how to spell. All right, let's go to the war. All right, I'm gonna cut my big cam for 2 seconds. Not that one. Cut this for 2 seconds down here. Where we at? All right. Let me go ahead and purchase this real quick because I do want it. I do. I ain't gonna lie. Shogun. And then down at the bottom, I do want this. I've already got the Iki. Dragon War. I don't think that's really gonna be that great. Saints and Heroes. What is Saints and Heroes? Saints and Heroes. These heavily katana have I guess $2. Dragon War Battles, Iki Clan DLC. Yeah, I already got that though. Alright, so $2? Sure. Sure. Alright, and then let's go back and get one more. There we go. And sure. That should be it. Which one's already on? Already own it. Where's it at? It's I might already own it. Do I really? Let's see. Hmm. So they're saying I already have it. All right, let me go to my library. I said it's in my library. Let's see. Wow, really? Okay. Well, my bad. My bad. Let me put it back up then. I apologize for that. Guess I did have it. All right, let's play. If I quit, if I quit, I'm going to bed. After I eat a lot. I've been getting fat on purpose. You guys ever heard of that? Getting fat on purpose. Uh, Taking this personally. Okay, so that's the Ultimo clan. So I need to go ahead and hold on. But wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Ultimo clan, Ikio clan, before it gets out of there. Saints and years, Sakuku. Alright, bet. I gotta decide who I'm gonna be.
Sega.
What it is. Decisions, decisions. I stopped I stopped drinking, like really drinking. And my lady had one tonight and I went to go. She left. It didn't look like she had it in her hand. I thought she left a bottle. Yeah. And I look over this now movement mode and I had no drink, but anyway. That's how it happens, isn't it? You stop doing something when you see it in your life. Alright, so for the sake of me keeping my sanity right now, I'm gonna turn this off for right now. And we're gonna pick a clan. So I thought I didn't know I had all the DLC. Apparently I do. Apparently I did. So that's gonna make me rethink who I picked this time. Because I'm gonna be honest. Um, I'm American. Okay, it's America. Uh, I was raised Christian. All my people Christians. But as I got older, I love my Muslim brothers too, and I love everybody, right? I love everybody equally. So like on the game, when I'm playing um Shogun, I'm thinking of the TV show, right? And on the TV show, low key, they got the Christians being a little sneaky to me on the TV show. But it's like on here, they got the guns. They got the guns. So it's like, what do you do? If they've got the guns to start off, do you go with the guns and the Christians that are pretty much hated by the other clans? But I want to look at this pack that they said that I already have, apparently, because I don't believe that. And if I do, is it only the Otama? Because hmm, I think it is. Let's do it. If it's not, how do they say? We're gonna learn today. Oh man, I need to hear this. And I turned off the sound at the wrong time. If I don't want to hear nothing else, I want to hear the intro. All right, let me fix the sound after this. Mission issued. We have welcomed the Namban, which is basically the Portuguese, their religion and their knowledge, and profited as a result. We must honor our agreements with them, was taken care of, not to offend our subjects and their beliefs. Building a chapel will not only help economic growth, mastery of the arts, but will spread the understanding of Christianity across the domain. Yeah, I'll do that after I build some guns and shoot. Ain't that what they say? Shoot. I'll do that after I build some guns and shoot. So, one thing I know I do have to do that I learned. I'm gonna go close that port. I'm gonna get us some sound. Get us a little sound. Alright. So, take him. Put him about right
喜ん
there.
で殿次は何を
Can I get two? Yeah. Cool. Construction. Actually, we'll go ahead and do that later. Go ahead and build one of those. I need you to make them. Need the army to come out. Actually, instead of going all the way, I want you to hold that bridge. He's gonna send the matchlocks from up there. I'm gonna make you. Christ. We'll join the army.
神のご加護祈りは
I need you to build farm. So I need
Fast moving, this small ship carries Yariashigaru.
So what I'm doing is they figured out a way on this game to where you could get more money, resources faster by raising the taxes to the highest for one round, right? So like this last turn, I did it, and then this time I'm gonna bring it down to normal. And actually, since that place is tripping, I'll bring it down to low till I get it where I want. And believe it or not, these places will rebel if religion, taxes. So right now I'm gonna go to, let's see, first of all, get this. good. So, where was I? Okay. I'm going to actually, I should push because ultimate goal, so I don't have to fight a 2, 3, and 4 front war. Let me get this first of all. It's to get the early wins. So I'm actually gonna go ahead. Let you build 2 more. Alright, we're going in. So I actually want them to come out and attack me. So I went too far. And if you know anything about Sharp will quit. Can I get in there? No. Alright, well then you gotta fall back. Messed up my own plan. Tell you what. Too early. I'm gonna use my samurais the way I'm supposed to. Alright. Why would that be? Taxes are messing me up. The one thing that I'm not great at, whether I'm using this method to get money or not, is, and since Rome Total War, they totally changed it up and made it more fun and harder to do. You can't put in a code and cheat anymore. But one of the things that I'm not great at is managing the food. So like if you run out of food now, you can't feed your army, you're fucked. But alright, so they moved half their army somewhere. Because when I tried to looked over here a second ago, I felt like there was a little more, but all good. You're headed that way. So this moment of truth, hopefully they come out and attack me. Because if not, it's gonna suck. On an attack. Okay, they were not supposed to be able to just go through there. Little mistakes, fellas. Alright, so they're not attacking. which means I gave them time to build another round of 1 to 2 units, probably 2. Go ahead and siege him now. And honestly, turn this down to my year. One food. Let's get those. Unfortunately, I gotta get my money. Playing with y'all. Fortunately, I gotta get my money. Yep, I knew he was coming. So, good news is, a hell of a defender. Bad news is, not as prepared as I want to be. But, these matchlocks don't play. So, I'm good. More than good. He's gonna wait it out. Cool. 2 more turns. I'm gonna wait on you. So right now I got 2 guns, perfect. I'll push it 1 more. I'm gonna drop these taxes down. After the war is over, just reduce my unit size.
者どもご苦労じゃ。お家の心情に従い愚かな真似はせず、あのバカどもの地獄行きを手助けしてやれば、今日はきっと良い日になる。敵にとってはここが正念場。
Must make a stand, our history will not remember them. Perhaps one day a poet will compose a sad line about their fate. True. True. Remember, you had to be a poet to be a samurai, too.
野心生まれで蔑まれながら死ぬ。奴らの腐った屍は恥という名の棺桶で葬られる。敵方の戦意が落ちていることは、兵の数を見れば一目瞭然。数も少なければ兵力も大したことはない。皆に名門の証見せて信ぜよう。この栄えある勝利は我らのさらなる勲章となる。
Alright, so this is actually what I want to do. So I want, let's make sure you get this right. So I don't know where they're gonna come from, but no matter what, they have to come from the front of me. So I'm gonna do it. Take 1 here. We'll put you on the right. Since they are attacking, can I not do the defensive? How do I do it? Yeah, I can't do it. So, let me see what I do. Forgot. But I'm supposed to be able to set up a wall. Alright, let's see. Do I not have it yet? I know I was on defense for one round. Usually if I'm on defense for one round, I get it. So, what am I doing wrong? Then this one. Perfect. And then, so he's not hidden, or he is? Yeah, so good. I've got him hidden. Them to be in that position. Right there. Skirmish, okay. Alright, perfect. Alright, let's do this. Okay, you chose to attack us. You gotta come on. Sit here all night. Sit here all night. This isn't the way you wanna, go out because they're gonna, get easily handled. But win is a win. This should be wonderful though. So we got some bowmen. also Yori Ashigawa. We got some more Yori Ashigawa. They're able to camouflage, and there he is, the general. You are who I want, brother. Running towards me, okay. What's the plan, fellas? Alright, let's be ready.
Our hidden units have been discovered, my lord! Our men are running from the battlefield! Shameful display!
Kidding me?
Our hidden units have been discovered, my lord! My lord! A glorious victory will soon be yours!
That's ugly. Very ugly. I'm glad nobody was here watching. Very ugly. Amateur ugly.
Ideal for whittling down.
Fresh.
ご命令でしょうか。
Bad idea. Y'all gonna come walk up on me, huh? Let's see. Of course I'm gonna fight it, but I'm trying to figure out what eat right now. Smoke. Yeah. Coffee all over me. Got a still smoking cup. Let's do it. Walk the gun line, boss. That's what you're about to do. Walk the gun line. You about to walk the gun line.
者どもご苦労じゃ。お家の心情に従い。
Gotta figure out why I can't do that. That's what you gotta do. So I'm doing it wrong. So let's go. Two. Okay. Probably not gonna be able to do it right now. It's cool though. At least I know what I've got to do. So let's do this. Let's go from there. Gun line, boss. Check this out. Well, it's different, ain't it? They got them swords. They got them guns. Now, when they're walking them down like this, it's a wrap. Now, if they get up close to my guys, nah, but they don't have enough people, so this is literally just duck hunting. I want you to go do the same to him. If he charges us and gets in on us, we're ass though. So let's go ahead and shoot them while we have a chance. Shoot him. Let's go ahead and shoot him. Let's put all the guns on him. The general, who we're looking to kill anyway. He's not gonna move. I like that. Oh, he's gonna charge me. Everybody can skirmish, right? All right, he's not gonna move. He's charging.
Our men are running from the battlefield! Shame
running
for this
for?
play!
Better use them guns. How you running and you got guns and shit? Crazy.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord!
You guys, you guys. Enemy general. We'll go get him. No! I need him. Can we catch him? Have all your army except the general hidden simultaneously. How do I do that? Here's the hard part. here's the thing. I think I'm gonna make him a vassal. And here's why.
他に何かないのか
I've got a lot to conquer. A lot to conquer. So, castle under siege, no problem. And so now that I've made him my vassal,
我が一族の
he has
た
to
め
pay
に
me
戦おう
tribute.
ぞ
And honestly, the big thing for me is that it frees up my army. So we're gonna go pull up on them. Like right now.
殿
Honestly, if I wanted to, I could just go back door. I think that's what I'm gonna do. They're attacking me. Just gonna go back door.
戦が恋しい
Then we'll let them attack. Got 3 turns. I don't gotta do nothing.
いつでも戦えますよ。
Put you in then.
世は満足じゃ
What do you got going? Let's combine those troops. Make you 150. Combine that. Wow, my guns are depleted like that? I want to take it. Okay, so
いつで
knowing
も
that,
戦えますぞ。
we'll play some games.
よろしゅうございます。
See if I can save myself some time. Failed. Attacks is normal. Be honest, I need more
継続
guns.
して祈りを捧げましょう。
Stupid. That's my home city, but I feel like it's about to revolt in a minute. So you notice I have that, what I did was, and this game is super cheap. You're watching this game's super cheap. You got a decent computer, you can play it. But they can't cross. And those are allies, right? So I know he wants to come help. But again, I'm just gonna sit and chill. He is starting to take something off. Two more. I'm losing more and more troops. It's okay. 2 more.
参上いたしました。
That time.
何事だ
Here's the question. Do I go? Because I could be right there. 2 turns. Yeah, I think I do. Alright, let's go do it. This is usually where I mess up. I end up having to restart. Let's go ahead and go strategy. Of course. Here's the thing. We gotta make sure we're headed in the right direction. I'm gonna need food. So let's go that way. That's gonna ensure I can make a bigger farm. Guys. Let's go. Let's go. So I need y'all to come here.
殿、ご命令を待っておりますぞ。
Oh, I get it.
良い
Two.
兵糧を集めております。
Alright, let's see what he does. it looks like my vassal, which is awesome, is coming to back me up. That's good. Following behind me. Where'd he go? Did he dip? I thought he was running behind me. I don't know if I can pull the okie doke. So look, he did continue his siege. This one came out. This is tempting. Here's the question. Do I go ahead and just knock him off and take this? And let them fight? I think so. So I'm gonna fuck him up. Excuse my language. It's not gonna take long. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, let's go ahead and just finish business. Get it. Normally they let me pick if I'm gonna fight two big armies. Oh, the army is so small, it has to be one. Alright, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait, and the reason I'm waiting is because my army will be together. So, we're closer by. Let's go. I ain't got nobody. Yeah, it's not good at all. Okay. So, I'll go bows in front. Here. Flank. Hold. Defense. Actually, not defense. And you three. guys.
Our men are running from the battlefield!
Oh,
Shameful display!
about to die. Come on. Get out of there.
This is a black day! Our general has fallen, my lord!
No. Alright. All good. All good. They died though. I gotta rally them quick. Yo! Alright, I got one more general. Gotta get in here.
Our men are running from the battlefield!
Smack my
Shameful
ass.
display!
And I had the superior. It's all got to do with the general. I'm not gonna risk them. Come on, let's go. Get in it. All right. Okie doke.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord!
Alright, you guys fire on him. I did not want to lose a general this early, though. We'll win, but at what cost, they always say. Shoot. No guard mode, what the hell?
My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
I lost everything. You gotta redo it. No bueno on that. It tore me up. I'm gonna go back. Yep. That was a bad call because now I can't do the swoopy swoop, swoopy whoop round. So I'll keep pushing them.
参上いたしました。
Let's just take it back.
御意。いつでも戦えますぞ。
Yeah, we don't got no troubles right now. Let's take it back.
速やかに進め。
We got the problem.
いかにお使い申し上げましょう。罪深き者に救いはない。
That was arming. So now I need to figure out how I can. So I needed those horses though. Yeah, that was dumb of me. I needed those horses. Let him let me kill poor dude. Fuck that.
何用じゃ。我が一族のために戦おう。
I can't get him. Too bad they can't cross. I left my boat up there, so they can't cross the land, obviously, right, if there's a boat. So they're waiting to try to help their ally, but it's about to get fucked over. Just killed a couple of my family members, so we'll go ahead and finish him off in the proper life. Let you live, bro. He's got like 20 people. I can auto resolve it, but no, man. He took my dude, man. Took the dude. I feel some type of way. You didn't have to do that. You have to do that, so. Make sure he dies.
忠義じゃ。忠義が我らに味方する。殿に対する忠義を持てば死は恐れるに足らず。今日手にする勝利こそが。
That's what I wanted to do. Guns too. There. What's this? Close. You can front. You up front. We're gonna go across. Cause they're gonna walk across this gun line, boss. So what I'm doing is nothing in particular, but I'm trying to Set up a little gun line behind the trees where they can't see it.
鉄砲を取れ。火縄銃足軽にございます。
Let's go a little bit back.
足軽の弓矢隊でございます。
Shoot on skirmish.
3回。
So you'll run behind you, and you're gonna stay. You're gonna be defensive.
足軽のやり手にございます。足軽の弓矢隊でございます。足軽のやり手にございます。
槍名人。
足軽のやり手にございます。総大将兵団にございます。
Let's do it. So they don't have auto attack anymore. That's all that motherfucker got. But that's pretty fucked up. Let's go get it. I'm interested to see how close they get though. Will they get one lick off? That's the game. Will they get a lick off? I'm not even going to control it. Just let them do their thing. I don't think so. How many? 50? 5 sets of guns? Yeah, they shouldn't.
Our hidden units have been discovered, my lord. Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
Shit, he is out there. Damn, you out there thugging, bro. Get out of there. What you doing, man? General out there wilding, man. He always running in on some samurai shit. Alright, let me get back to the air. Picking him off or no? Oh, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Well, that was a little anticlimactic. I'll be right back. Here's the part that sucks. So I'm gonna I could keep my boat there until someone decides, even their allies, they don't want to build ships or have to come over here and fight a war with their ships just to get across. But I'm gonna move them over so that they'll go ahead and come on, and I can build up my guys' defenses, believe it or not. So I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna bring
いつでも戦えますぞ。
these two. So I'll send you there,
速やかに進め。
and then I'll take the one I have here.
お命じください。
See if I can
神のご加護。
revolt. $425. Let's do it.
良いの。
So I'll be trying to convert him to Christian. Good. So something's about to happen next turn. There we go. So bare minimal, he's gonna go attack them. Which honestly, I think that's their last spot. They might have his. But if that is their last spot, they're gonna go ahead and disappear. And I'll be fighting against Christian rebels. His friend's still stuck. Said I'm leaving there for one more round. If there's anything to do. Let's just back up to get your money up. That's gonna be about it. Alright, so alright, cool, even better. My vassal.
Enough
I
brave
took
men
them out.
have died. It is time to discuss an end to the fighting.
No, because my vassal's attacking him, so can't do that. It's awesome for me. Sometimes you have vassals, meaning I took them off the board, right? And instead of taking them out of the game, I let them stay and they became my vassal. Well, sometimes you get vassals that go nuts, start taking over the whole board. And it's actually good because they don't build as good as they move on. And even though when you try to go for Shogun, they'll switch sides on you. It's good early on. So look, got him out. He's got one more. And I think that I'm gonna let my vassal go get that one. I'm gonna let him come across the river. 'Cause he thinks he wants some. So we'll move my boat back. Well, let's see first of all if he can get in. If he can get in there, I'll let him across. So one more time. So my food isn't bad. What I'm gonna do is, since he's so far away, even though that's 2 guns, I'm gonna go ahead and resolve him. So now, get ready for this guy that thinks he wants to come. I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 more units. And I'm gonna make it 20. Can I get both? No? Alright, cool. We'll take it. And lower the taxes back. Normal. Give me. Start making some money. Cool. Alright. Stick with me. We're gonna go ahead and knock this dude off real quick. If he doesn't attack, I'm gonna go get him. Now I'm surprised they didn't go. See, they lost it. I'm surprised he didn't go straight to the next encampment because the guy, my vassal, remember I said I thought that he would go straight around the corner and list for $1,000. Absolutely, I need him. I figured he would have went right around the corner and took him out. He didn't. But that's fine. So he lost territory. It's kind of fun though. Remember, it keeps that AI worried about them. We'll go ahead and move this for them to come on in and get some. I gotta watch my back because eventually this guy's gonna get hungry. So they're all alright, so they have how many places? This is only Utah. Okay. I was counting to see how many. Let's do it. So I'm actually just gonna go hit him in the mouth. Fuck it. I'm not gonna go attack their city quite yet. was that? Alright, everybody good? Absolutely. Absolutely. So he doesn't have 3 stars yet? That's unfortunate. Sometimes when you use the wrong general, you don't level up. It's like you keep repeating it. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
者どもご苦労じゃ。
I gotta
お家
smoke.
の心情に従い愚かな真似はせず
Get
あ
this
のバカ
game,
ども
man.
の
It's
地
like
獄行きを手
20
助けしてやれば
bucks on
今日は
Steam.
きっと良い
You
日
guys
になる
remember Steam? 20 bucks. Get it and come get your ass kicked. I got the
あのた
I
わ
got
け
the
どもに
pack
は
for what
戦う前
30 bucks
から
and
運
it had
命だ
all the
たわけには
DLC
いつも
like
辟
8 or
易
9
するが
packs.
途方もない思い上がりには施す手がないわい。敵方の戦意が落ちていること
Alright,
は
let me smoke before I
兵の
lose you
数を
guys.
見れば一目瞭然。
Give me 2 seconds.
数も少なければ兵力も大したことはない。
The plan is to beat the whole game
我が家名
within
は永遠に残
honestly
る。旗印をあげよう。
5 hours or 4. I think I could speed through. If I can get my guns built up the way I want to, I can speed through. I think I could do the whole board. Especially with vassals, I could do the whole board. 4 hours. Give me 1 second. Knock his ass off. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna smoke it. All right, cool. Let's do it. So my plan is, I want to build up. They have I forget what it's called. We were able to build up get the Portuguese right to win. But anyway, there was a strategy I looked up to where I'm going to be able to build them decently quick. Have a whole army of the Portuguese slave traders. You know, the ones that brought me on over here. I'm gonna have a whole army of them. I felt some kind of way about this. I'm gonna be honest. That's part of the reason I didn't want to use them also. So I'm like, damn, it's the slave traders. But I'm also, here we go. It's gonna be a lot, isn't it? I found out I'm a Freeman Creek Indian, right? So like, I lived amongst the Indians. So it's like, damn, I can't even blame a white man. It was an Indian. All right, get this. If I blow through them, we're gonna turn the level up a little bit. We're gonna turn the level up. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. It's kind of boring. All right. Let's do it. Now the problem that I ran into, and I'm gonna run into tonight, because I haven't been playing this game again long. I don't know all the strategies, is that when they get up close to these guns, they're paper, right? So my hope is to level up and get them on horses. All right, so let's just rock with this. Because honestly, you make adjustments as you move anyway. Let's do it. So those red zones are like my rifles and my arrows line of sight, which is real fucking cool. Totally different. So they're gonna try to take the hill, which I don't blame them. Very smart. But let's speed it up, you guys. I have guns, so I'd imagine a lot of them are hiding, and they are. So I'm gonna slow it down. Right about now. Just a little bit. I'm very impatient. Let's see where everybody's at. Right, it's time. So their guys are gonna start popping out of the bushes because they have way more people than this. That's okay too. Right, you're there. Shoot them. Shoot them. They're gonna be in skirmish mode. They're gonna be in skirmish mode as well. They're all running. Actually, you're gonna shoot. This one. Here. Skirmish. You're gonna shoot here. You're gonna skirmish. You're gonna shoot there. You're gonna shoot there. You're gonna shoot here. You're gonna skirmish. Run back. You're gonna push forward. Forward. Come to the back. Wall. From behind. Perfect. Who the hell is this? Yeah, those are my guys. We're straight. So that wall should be collapsed, and they're gonna run straight in like some idiots. Let's get everything on them. Alright. Now we gotta push this wall. General it. Let's go ahead and get in there. Alright, so they're pushing me on this side some kind of way. I'm gonna actually make them run back. Fall back. You guys get to shooting. Everybody get to shooting. Watch this. Don't even matter what it's like, because it's about to get ugly. That was quick.
My lord! A glorious victory will soon be
Gun's
yours!
different. Gun's different, man. you. No. This time. Oh. I don't think I killed the general. In fact, I know I didn't kill him. Yes, I did. Alright, so I just wanted to do enough. He'll be back. You're actually gonna come back this way. So what I'm gonna do is... Food is about to get scarce. So I'm about to upgrade. So... let's make some adjustments. Let's risk it all. Hopefully it don't cause a rebellion. We're gonna turn around. Oh yeah, I'm about to cause a rebellion. Uh-oh. The awkward customs of the Namban have led to increased number of undesirable and regrettable incidents in this province. Last time they started rebelling on me when I picked to expel them. People must deal with the matter themselves. What's gonna be the I got guns and shit though. Where'd it happen at? What happened over there? That boozing? We gotta punish him. I'm gonna pay for that, by the way. But oh well. Okay. Let's get to work. So I got 2 sons ready. Take that. I'll go. So they can't get across. Let's do it. I ought to crawl the gates on them, but I won't. I will crawl the gates on one guy. Stay. Construction. Should have kept my guy that was headed down there going that way. That was dumb. I'll flip the script. He can move this turn, so him. Take taxes down. Low, low, low. Can they go normal? Yeah. Normal.
殿に神のご加護を。して私のお役目は。
$850. Nope, not right now. Can you move yet? No. He's not mine. I got a lot of basic units. I don't even have samurais yet, so I gotta tighten up. Let's go one more normal. Alright, so rebellious Christians just took over down bottom, so I'm gonna go down there and get busy. Ooh. So it makes it better on me. They're big though, so they're gonna come back. They're gonna walk right up here. Let's get ready. Interesting, he got right past me. Is he about to drop somebody off? Okay. So let's pause the plans. Pause the plans. Let's go for sure. Save the other one. Let's pause the plans. Let's wrap up the island. I don't even care if they rebel. I'm just gonna wrap up the island. I gotta get some people out of here. Hopefully that's his last little place. Alright, so I don't think they have anything special. I'm gonna make him a vassal so I can keep moving. I don't care about honor, so if I want to come back and get him later, I will. Be a good boy. Now, but I do have to fight this guy down here. Go ahead and just make this happen. So, they blocked me for being able to block it. That was smart. Oh, that was genius. Here they come. Oh, hell. 2. Yeah, I can hold them off. That was very smart. See the way he has me blocked off? He slid in. He gonna let his ally come through to fuck my shit up. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, I need that because they're stay killing my guys. Alright, so we have 2. Let's go ahead and start recruiting. Suki. Ooh. Yeah, I'm about to have a rebellion over there, but what can I do? Analyze the outermost defender. Sagara. Yeah. rebellion yet. So, let's make sure I got my calculations right. Vassal. So hopefully he just doesn't attack me before then, because I mean, the game is domination, so eventually the computer's gonna start moving. You go in there. You learn something. You just sit tight. So this one is red. I'm gonna have to make him tax exempt. Oh, my bad. The farms. Damn, sharp. Make him tax exempt for a second. Still mad. Yeah, they're about to rebel. I mean, ultimately, it don't matter, but I don't want that this early. Sliding right by me. Speaking his Buddhist beliefs amongst the good Christian people of this province, we can ill afford to risk religion. No, he gotta go. He gotta go. Take him in. Wrap him up. Can't have him causing rebellions, even though that's what's gonna happen because I did that. Alright. Let's get on down here. Longest walk. Boy, he's standing there. He ready to come back too. Burn him down. So, yeah, you minister to the settlement. I'm ready to fight. What you got for me, man? So, food is getting scarce. Take some. Who am I at war with? Interesting. They declared war on me. So that means they're, and see, they do that on the sneak. They hadn't even came over my land, but I knew they were coming. So where's he at? With these guns on him. Okay. I gotta hurry up and win because I'm running out of money, food, all that.
誉れなり。
そうするとしよ
Hopefully, he's out there to meet me.
う。しばし休むとしよ
All right, he hiding in a bush now. So 1, 2. All right, so he gonna come around the backside. That's okay. Gotcha. All right, we go straight through. Go straight through, and we gotta get some money. Get some money. Good. So we're gonna auto resolve 2 people. No use in going in for that. Okay. Force him to make him a vassal. I know you see me. We'll brought them back, so they'll be thankful. They've been. Nobody even offer. Let's do this.
う。世は満足じゃ。
Everybody full.
殿。何事だ。
There he is. I'm waiting on him.
お命じください。
So I'm actually gonna start reducing my army up here. I have 2 food. Actually, I don't have anywhere else. I thought I had another. Should be an increase. Alright. Let's go ahead and get ready for this. And I'm sorry, I don't care if you rebel. You gotta pay some money. Can't not pay taxes forever. Alright. Hopefully I knock his shit off and I don't lose much. This next one. But again, if they get in on my guns, it depends on what he has. Even though that's a little alarming. He has enough horses. Yep. Go ahead and knock my little blockade out the way. So it begins.
一時休止。
Told you. So it's important to keep that little gap. And I had it for a while, so I'm not tripping. And again, if I lose it, that's the game. I don't ever want to, but it is what it is. Alright. So I can take him into a night battle, and I'm gonna do that.
今度は何用じゃ。そちの望む通りに。世に用はないのか。
So I'd imagine he's gonna try to make a stand at. I don't know what his plan is. But I'm one away from having the whole island, so. It's fully occupied. here. Oh yeah, he can't beat me. I'm not worried. Alright, so we'll leave that. I'm gonna swing around.
どうぞご命令を。
Finish the island. Awesome. 2 hours might be a stretch. It's gonna take me 3 or 4, but I'll beat it tonight. So, especially this speed.
我が一族のために戦おうぞ。
Yeah, not good.
いつでも戦えますぞ。隊を進めております。
Alright, we got 3 food. Let's go ahead and upgrade. We don't have enough money. Raising taxes. Let's stay there. And whoop. There it is. 1290 against my 2212. I've got 11 headed guns, more arrows, so a lot of arrows and guns. So if he can get in on me, which he's not, look at what he's got. He's in trouble. Them little horses. They got it 50-50 on the map, but we know that's not gonna happen. Guns about to do what they do. Oh, and I'm in the trees? Oh, yeah. It's a wrap. In the rain. Can they light their flint? They're in trouble. Let's do it. So what is this? Katana Samurai. Cool. What's up for you? Sure I get everybody covered. First row. Everybody nice and covered.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord!
Now it's just a gunnery.
A glorious victory will soon be yours!
I had them too bunched up, but once they get to shoot and locate and moving around, oh good. It's a wrap. So that should pretty much. No, I don't want to. Okay.
We are at war.
So that means they're about to jump off the ship somewhere on me. All good. So you guys are really gonna try it? They said I have little to no chance, guys. Arrow's just gonna pick them up. I don't even want to set up. Where y'all at? Let's see, where is he coming from? Cool. I don't want you. There. I don't want you. Actually, let's stay back. That's dumb. See what we got coming. I don't have my guns, so they're definitely gonna get up, but it's a matter of making sure I get them before these generals get off, because they're gonna get off the horses eventually. But I can get through these pretty decently. It's gonna be hard for them to get up the wall. Alright, so guard mode, we're not leaving. There we go. They know the gun line. Alright, so they're all coming for the wall. Smart. Not hitting enough of them either. Tricky. in there? Let's go. They didn't even make it on that side. Oh shit, they took the gate. Oh no, they're running. Okay. So no, you guys stay. Still in. Alright, here come the general. Pull their shit down. They'll hop off. Kill their shit back now. Will they even get up here? Come on. We ain't dropped none of them. Alright. This is it, like Michael Jackson. And I got my samurai in the middle, so they're gonna clash. They're not getting up. I'm right at the right spot. Yeah, they're not gonna make it. Get off your horse too. Let's go. Get off our horse too. I'm obliged. Let's let them. Hey.
One of
General
our
coming
units
through.
has used all its ammunition, my lord. My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
Riding. I know they'll be right back. I know you'll be right back. That's okay. It's okay. Go ahead and just end this real quick.
そちの望む通り他に何かないのか
Bruh, it's been real. I don't know where you even came from. Guess what? It's gonna be my last, but well, 484. No, we're gonna keep this. Everything nice.
ご命令でしょうか。ご命令でしょうか。
So always mess up. So now the question becomes, at the island, I can't make any more money. I've got more than enough food to build a decent sized army right now. But I don't have any of the superior recruitable units yet.
Time and honor are both being wasted. What do you want? No, our townsfolk are sadly quite...
Hey, now you don't like me no more? Got nothing to do. They were right down here with me in the beginning, so I don't know what happened. Alright. So he's just chilling. Man, they just bullying my little shit. So they got me down. Hold up. Got way too much food to not be upgrading. So let's army. Fucked up either way. Play one more round and then I'm gonna eat and watch these parole hearings. I'll come back on it.
Deadly
Oh, I thought he
Naginata.
was gone. What? Oh, I left one more place up there. No. Worthy bride, beautiful wife. Christian revolt. I knew it. But, you know, that's a good thing, though, because, I mean, it helps me pad my stats. His ass is fried.
どうぞご命令を。
And he think he want to come back or something. What did I leave open? Oh, nothing. He's trying to see. Okay. So we're gonna push. Let's push. Build and push. Perfect. So we can make some money. Always do that first. Lose, of course. Just come on and fight me, dude. Yeah. That'd be his ass, Mr. Postman. But now. All right, let me put on that other thing. Now it's time to eat. All right, I'm gonna do a parole hearing or two. Hop back on the game. Thank y'all for tuning in. Appreciate that. You should get that game. It's cheap as hell. I'm gonna play. You know what? When I come back, I'll play Rome. I prefer Rome, to be honest. Let's see. All right. Let's do this. No. All right. I think this will do. All right. Parole one more time. Let me know what you guys would do. Would you parole them? Would you give their ass more time? This is a Louisiana board of partisan parole. I'm sure most of you know that we imprison more people than anybody, and the problem is that nobody really. Oh no, not this one.
Hearing today. Would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
No.
Hi, my name is.
Before the shoot,
Because he's
Kanye
innocent.
all the time, and that's payroll fraud.
Yes, sir. I do understand. You're correct. You're correct.
Okay, so
Thank you. If you would please make an appearance for the record.
Good morning, board. Thanks for having us, and thank you for rescheduling us on.
Oh yeah, okay. We could do this one though. You like this? Check this shit out.
shoot.
Because I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes in the basement. Oh, my feet. Ah, getting old. Ah. I don't know if I want to warm that shit up or not. What I miss? You already lost?
Would the staff at Orleans Parish please introduce themselves?
Good morning. Happy Halloween to you as well. My name is Deputy C. Tate, and I have with me Mr. Dejon Bryant.
Thank you, Deputy Tate. Mr. Bryant, if you would introduce yourself and please give us your DOC number.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dejon Bryant. My DOC number is 567-564.
Thank you. Mr. Bryant, today we're going to have a parole revocation hearing. I want to explain our process to you. First, I'm going to cover with you your parole revocation questionnaire. Then I'm going to read the allegations of how it's alleged you violated your parole. Then I'm going to ask you to plead either not guilty with a statement, guilty, or guilty with a statement. And then those persons who wish to have input will have an opportunity to speak. Here today supporting you is Brian Loss, who is a social worker, Gia Armstrong, who is your girlfriend, and your attorney, Mr. Jack Lubin, is present. Mr. Lubin, if you would please make an appearance for the record.
Good morning, board. Thanks for having us, and thank you for rescheduling us on short notice. Jack Lubin here on behalf of Dejon Bryant.
Thank you. Mr. Lubin, Mr. Bryant, do you understand our process?
Yes, sir.
Do you have your parole revocation questionnaire before you?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. Is that your signature at the bottom dated August the 24th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall filling out this questionnaire?
Yes.
Or when you filled them out, were these answers all accurate and correct?
Yeah.
Are they still accurate and correct today?
Yeah.
Okay. You are currently represented by Mr. Jack Lubin. Are you prepared to go forward today with your hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to read you the allegations and I'm going to ask you how you plead. If you wish to consult with Mr. Lubin before you plead, that's perfectly understandable. So number 4, on 7/17 of 2023, you were arrested by the New Orleans Police Department for battery of a dating partner. On August the 3rd of 2023, the charges were refused by the district attorney's office. I'm going to ask that in 2 separate questions. On 7/17 of 2023, you were arrested by the New Orleans Police Department for battery of a dating partner. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. And then on August the 3rd of 2023, the charges were refused by the district attorney's office. I assume that's just a statement of fact and everybody will accept that. Number 5, you were in possession of a firearm as indicated on police report number C-00016-23. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. Mr. Bryant, your case has been assigned to Mr. Alvin Roche. He will begin our process of interviewing you for this hearing. Would you please answer any questions he might have?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Bryant.
Morning.
Mr. Bryant,
You sound
you
excited.
pled not guilty to both of the charges. Explain to me why you were arrested and what circumstances were you arrested under?
Okay. I would like it started. I would start off from the day that it happened, which was I was arrested 4 months after the incident. It started the incident was on March 1st, day back from March 1st of this year. I was dealing with my ex, and I went there. I went to her house to retrieve some of my belongings from her house, and while I was there, we got into an argument. I tried to leave as I left the house. she ran behind me and stole a car that I was in and drove the car into the basketball goal and jumped out of the car. And when I got and I was yelling, and when I got back in the car, I pulled off, and she called the police. She called NOPD and told NOPD that we had a physical altercation. NOPD came to the scene. NOPD found the ring cam. They had got a ring camera from across the street, which was in the ring camera, which would support everything that I said, that I just stated. It happened in March, and my parole officer called me. I go see my parole officer every month. I don't have no problem. I go.
Okay, just tell me what happened.
Okay, when I went to go see my parole officer, he called me in and he told me that I had a warrant out for my arrest for battery on a dating partner.
And then you were arrested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was in 2023.
Yes, sir.
Had you had any previous arrests for domestic abuse?
Which was I was arrested before with the same situation with the same person. That's why we wasn't together.
Okay. So basically, you were reprimanded on July 6, 2022.
Basically, like to beat
by
the
your
women.
parole officer, like domestic abuse and a gun charge. Is that correct?
No, sir. I was arrested for domestic abuse.
Sir, were you reprimanded by your parole officer on July 6, 2022 for domestic abuse and gun charges?
Sir, I was remanded for domestic abuse. I didn't get remanded for the gun charge. They didn't charge me with a violation for a gun charge till weeks later, till after the domestic charge was dropped.
But
I have two.
Sir, you're not understanding my question. Were you reprimanded for domestic abuse and a firearm charge on July 6,
That means yes, sir.
2022 by your parole officer?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to that reprimand, had you had any other domestic abuse issues with the same victim?
Yep.
Yes, it's been times where both of us called the NOPD and NOPD never showed up. There's been times where NOPD was called and NOPD talked to both of us and released both of us on the scene.
Yes, officer.
Well, in my
yes, sir.
report, in the preliminary hearing, the parole officer entered into the record that there were at least 2 or 3 prior arrests in 2021 for domestic abuse with the same victim. Is that true?
No, sir. It was only one arrest. NOPD was called out to the scene of the house. NOPD was called to our house multiple times, but I only was arrested one time.
Okay. So 1 second, Mr. Dejean. According to my information at the preliminary hearing, it was entered into the record by the parole officer that you had an arrest in 2021. The police report was G-134 50-21. The second one was J-09-248-21. The third one was a police report.
Not the third.
L-1 05470
It's a wrap.
21, and all of those were in 2021. So there was a police report where all the charges were dropped. So you were arrested 3 times in 2021 based upon domestic abuse and gun charges with the same victim. Is this information incorrect?
Yes, sir. I was only arrested 1 time in 21, sir.
But there were 3 police reports on domestic abuse battery. Have you ever had a program that dealt with domestic abuse or domestic abuse or violence in the last 5 or 10 years?
I haven't had a program that dealt with domestic abuse, but I have had a program that dealt with anger management.
Anger management is good, but there is specialized treatment for domestic abuse battery.
He got a good
And
lawyer. I
most of
see
them
Jack
call
help
it
some
the
people, but I don't
DBOT
know if he's gonna be able to help
program.
my guy here. Jack ready to go though.
Have you ever had the DBOT program?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. Wise has a question for you, Mr. Bryant.
There was an indication that you had a newborn baby. Who is the mother of that child?
Right here, Guy Armstrong.
Oh, Miss, so when did the relationship with Shandaric Condell, when did that relationship end?
That ended in 2021 when July 21 when I was released from prison.
But you were.
I'm sorry, 22, July of 22 when I was released from prison.
Okay, when you were released 3/2 of 21, right?
Yes, ma'am. That was from I was released from my 5-year sentence.
Yeah, when you said released from prison, that's what you're referring to?
No, ma'am. I'm referring to the incident that happened when the police were called and I was in jail. I think like 7 months.
Okay. Oh, okay. It was after the domestic battery stuff. You did.
That's why I was in jail for 7 months. And
Okay.
when I came home, I stopped the relationship with her.
Okay. So going back, you went over to the house, you said, to get your property, and you weren't able to get your property. Have you ever gotten your property from her house?
No, ma'am.
What you gonna do about that?
I don't. At this point, I don't need much care for. Like
That's what I want to hear you say. I was hoping you were gonna be bright enough to say that the property can stay there, right? Because you on parole. Whatever she got, she can keep it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. That's the answer I was hoping you had. And so the newborn babies is with Miss Arkwood. And how old was the newborn baby?
4 months.
4 months. Okay. This incident where you got shot April the 24th of 21, right after you got out. What was the outcome of that?
I was at the bus stop and I was actually somebody robbed me, and as I was being robbed, I tried to tussle with him for the weapon. Like I didn't know what else to do.
Who had the weapon?
Him. I was shot in my I was shot in my lower left leg.
Uh-huh.
And I was shot at the bus stop, and I just ran. I ran. My grandmother's house was right there, so I just ran back to my grandmother's house and called 911. Called the ambulance.
Did they ever find who did it or anything? Were any charges ever brought or anything?
Not to my knowledge, NOPD never got back in touch with me or nothing. Like that.
Yeah, because you listed as a victim in that, they would notify you, most likely when something happened. So you saying that was just a random act, you weren't involved in anything?
No, ma'am.
It's a random act.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I was just released from prison, and I was just standing at the.
Go ahead.
I was just standing at the bus stop I was just standing at the bus stop, and like my family supported me. So like, you know, they gave me I ain't gonna say a lot of money, but you know, I had a couple of dollars to my name.
Yeah, and you must wasn't handling it very discreetly. Somebody could see it, huh?
Right. I was at the bus stop, you know, and when I looked up, somebody was there with a permanent gun in my face.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing.
I'm glad
because
that
it's
you're
funny.
okay.
I'm
I'm
laughing
glad it
because you
didn't
know he was sitting
in
there,
the back, in
like
the
she
worst of
said,
that.
counting it
Because
up.
the videotape showed you handing something to somebody, and it was appeared to be a gun, but you denied that statement. You denied that information.
Oh wow!
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't. Well, what did you hand the person that was standing over you?
My car keys. Well, my grandma house keys with her car key on there.
Oh, okay.
If I would have listened to her and took her car, I wouldn't have been shot.
So so who was this person? You handed them your keys for what?
I handed my grandma house keys
For what?
to take off me to give to my grandmother. Cause I knew I was going to the hospital. So I just gave them the keys to get to my grandmother.
Oh, okay.
She wouldn't have been able to get to work because I would have been in the hospital with a car key.
Oh, okay, okay. But you at the bus station with her keys.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
That don't make sense to me.
I was at the bus station. She gave me her keys. She wanted me to take her car, but I didn't take her car.
You took her keys with her thinking you was gonna take her car.
Yes, ma'am. But I didn't.
You changed your mind. You changed your mind.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't take the reason why I didn't take her car because I would have had to put gas in there. I would have had to be back on when she wanted me to be back, and I didn't. You know, I felt like I'm a grown man.
But you said be back because you had her keys.
Right. So, but I would still had to be back, you know, because that's her vehicle, and I ain't want no trouble like that.
Okay, okay. I know. But now, what I'm trying to understand, you on parole, you just got out from doing 5 years. You do know you can't have your name on a police report for nothing. And after that first incident and the parole officer reprimanded you, then you go back to her house. Now, help me understand that.
After the first incident, which happened in 21.
Yes.
I was arrested and I got released.
Wait a minute. I just want, here's the question. I want to know your thinking. I'm just trying to figure out how you plan on doing your parole. You got a break from your officer. They reprimanded you. You still on parole. You still were walking. You still had your freedom. Why did you go back and deal with her and have the police call again instead of thinking about your freedom? Help me understand that.
The situation that happened was when I went back, I only went back.
I want to hear about you and your parole.
I was going back to get my clothes, to get my property and stuff. But it wasn't no, oh, I'm still here, or we was talking or anything like that. Like I went back to get my stuff, and when I saw it got to a heated argument to where I wasn't getting my stuff, I told same thing I told you can have it, and I tried to leave. When I walked to the car, that's what the situation happened. I didn't talk to her since I was released. I was released, and when I released in July was the last time I talked to her.
So you didn't even call her and tell her you was coming? You didn't call her and ask her, could you come get your stuff? You just showed up.
Yes, ma'am.
You think that was smart?
No, ma'am.
That's all I had. Thank you, Tim.
How long you been in prison? How long you been in jail, Mr. Bryant?
I've been in jail almost 4 months.
Were you working when this happened?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working?
I was working for Center for Employment Opportunities, and I was working as a dishwasher at Mother's.
Is it possible for you to get those jobs back?
Yes, sir.
Let's hear from your supporters. Let's hear from your girlfriend, Ms. Armstrong.
I'm sorry. Do I want to
Yes.
smoke?
Ms. Armstrong, if you'll introduce. Whoa.
My name
You're on mute now. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Nope, you got something over there.
I think we may need to mute the OJC.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I'm
Okay,
Guy.
good. That's better. If you'll
Right
introduce
on.
yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know about Mr. Bryant.
My name is Guy Armstrong, and Dejon and I dated years back. He's a great father. He's a great father. He's a great partner. I've seen Dejon mature over the years. We actually dealt almost a decade now. We dated in 2015. And it actually was I was caught by surprise when we got back together. But when he was arrested, our daughter had made 3 weeks, and he was actually able to be there the entire pregnancy. He was very supportive. He was just like my backbone. He was also a great stepdad to my 4-year-old daughter that I have. She's not with her dad, but she could say the same. So it's been pretty rough with him not being here because I've been taking up on everything myself. And he hasn't seen his daughter. See, she looks just like him. But he's a great guy. I think this is really an eye-opener, and also just I feel like he should be released back home to reunite with his daughter. I feel like he has matured, and I think it's just time. I know I've been going through it on this end, so I can imagine him not being able, or just imagining how his child looked at 4 months when he last seen her at 3 weeks.
He's not going home.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. We appreciate your comments. Now we'll hear from Mr.
Person not going to violate, but
yes. Greetings, board members. My name is Brian Larson. I'm a social worker with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. During my assessment, and I've met with Dejon on several occasions and built a very positive relationship, a therapeutic relationship with him. And I tell you, one of the most important things that I identified during the assessment is that he could benefit from some additional support. So I did refer him to like First 72, where he can participate in some mentoring and peer support groups and learn some coping skills and life skills. And additionally, our office will, be actively case managing his case and coordinate with probation and parole to make sure that he's staying on task with everything. As Dejon mentioned, he was working for CEO Works as a groundsman, and he's been working there, I think, maybe almost 2 years. So he'll be, going back to work. He's gainfully employed, and he has an opportunity to work directly with me, and which I think is a plus because, I could help him navigate through difficult situations, identify triggers, identify problematic situations, what I'm saying, that will prevent him from being in a situation that he's in. I work with so many people with similar situations as Dejon. I think Dejon is trying to do all the right things. He's trying to do all the right things. So it is the opinion of the Orleans Public Defender's Office is that, Dejon gets another chance, to work, to be united with his family and also to work with this amazing team that we have here. We have a CSD department that consists of other social workers, client advocates, and, all the work that I do will be complemented by all those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question. Sir, what about that 18-week domestic abuse battery DBOT program? Do you think he could benefit from that? Do you have an avenue for him to take that?
We have we work closely with CADA, which is located right here in our building at 2601 Tulane Avenue, who offers domestic violence, anger management, all those type of classes. And I could definitely refer him to CADA to receive those classes.
Would that benefit him better than the First 72 and what they offering? Because he got a new relationship, although they're on their honeymoon stage, and you and I both know You know, that's a honeymoon stage what they're in now, and these things change. I just want to get your opinion, your professional opinion.
I'm sorry, what was that question? Do I think
I
what?
want to get a professional opinion about whether or not the first 72 and their resources would suit him or a DBOC program would suit him.
Well, I think the first 72 would definitely benefit Dejan because I've been working with first 72 for the past probably almost 5 years that I've been here at the Public Defender's Office. Some of those guys are formerly incarcerated individuals. They have amazing peer support group and they teach these type of skills that I'm talking about, because so many of the guys come through, with cases like this and I've seen some amazing work at First 72. So, that's why I prioritize First 72. But I also think that CADA is a great program as well. I work closely with both of them.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to put that out there and just see what you thought. Thank you. That's all I had, Chairman.
All right. Mr. Lubin, I assume you want Mr. Bryant to speak first and then you'll close out?
That works. Thank you very much, Board.
Okay. Mr. Bryant, is there anything you'd like to say before the board turns it over to Mr. Lubin?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Mr. Lubin?
Yeah, thank you so much, Board, and thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Thank you, Brian, for being here. The first thing before I get into what I'd prepared to say, I just want to say some things that are responsive to some of the questions and the back and forth between the board and Mr. Bryant. I know sometimes, especially in Mr. Bryant's shoes, these hearings can be a little bit confusing, and I want to make sure that any back and forths that might have looked like Mr. Bryant was attempting to dodge questions are just addressed on my end, specifically with respect to board member Roche's questions about the arrests. I'm a bit confused about the situation myself because I found out about some of these when at the parole prelim, but I just want to clarify for the board that, of course, board member Roche is correct that there were 3 police reports that went out in 2021. Mr. Bryant is also correct that they were all executed on one date. When Mr. Bryant was arrested on January 31st of 2022, he was brought in on those 3 warrants. I want to clarify that for the board, even though it seems like a small detail, because I think a theme in this presentation is that Mr. Bryant is someone who is trying to do right and who is going to benefit from just a little bit more structure. These final points, the points that Mr. Lars has addressed already. But when it comes to some of the back and forths like that, because I know there are police reports involved, I want to be clear on behalf of Mr. Bryant that Mr. Bryant's attempts to clarify these things are not an attempt to dodge accountability or responsibility. It's that Mr. Bryant has been in a confusing situation and one that he's trying to learn how to navigate. It's something that Miss Guy said is that he's learning in real time how to navigate these things. I have had the privilege to work with Mr. Bryant for quite some time now. Mr. Bryant mentioned that he's been in for almost 4 months now. I would, of course, bring the board's attention to the fact that almost 4 months is basically the entire lifespan of his child so far. He had 3 weeks out with his child, but the majority of his child's life has been while Mr. Bryant has been incarcerated. But over this 4-month time period, including 3 months where the case has been refused and we've just been preparing for this, I've gotten to know Mr. Bryant as someone who's funny, who's mature, who is a genuine pleasure to talk to, and it's my treat to work with him and with Miss Guy. But also Mr. Bryant is someone who, according to the pretrial services report I have, was first incarcerated when he was 16 years old. And he got out, had a time on the street, but ultimately mistakes got him back in. I think it's because Mr. Bryant is someone who was asked to grow up in DOC and was not necessarily afforded the perspective that some of us who have had the privilege of growing up on the outside have about what situations to avoid, what might lead to trouble. The instincts, as board member Wise noted, to know that your number one priority has to be you do not end up on a police report. Even if it means a gun is pointed on your face at a bus stop, these instincts, I think, are something that Mr. Bryant has accumulated over time. I think Miss Armstrong spoke to that when she talks about how stunned she is by his maturity since even 2015. What I mean to say is that Mr. Bryant is someone who has matured in real time. And I think it's noteworthy that what we're here for today is two allegations stemming from one police report. And I'm going to dive into the substance of those in a second. But I know the board knows that very, very often what you see coming up to this board is a new allegation, but also a litany of other things that have been troublesome on supervision. Failure to pay, failure to update an address, failure to check in. And I think it speaks volumes that none of these things are here, and actually that Mr. Bryant has a really strong relationship with his supervision. That's because Mr. Bryant is doing what he needs to do. And ultimately, while we do contest the veracity of these allegations, it is undeniably true that Mr. Bryant went to the house to pick up his stuff. And as the board's noted, that is something that he knows now that he should not be involved in. When there's a toxic situation, you step away. That's not us conceding that he acted criminally, but also we know that life on supervision means going above and beyond not breaking the laws. It means staying out of trouble. That's something we've talked about, and that's something I have supreme confidence that Mr. Bryant's going to be able to do. I want to go briefly into the accusations because that's ultimately what I'm here for today as the lawyer. And just say, first and foremost, that at the preliminary hearing, Mr. Bryant's agent provided us with documents from his field reports and from his working with Mr. Bryant, and also from people in Mr. Bryant's community. One of the things that was entered into the record at the preliminary hearing was a statement from the complainant in the case that we're here for today. The complainant indicated that ultimately she was the aggressor and that she fabricated certain details of this report because she knew it would get Mr. Bryant in trouble. I don't know whether or not she specifically said this in the statement, but something that's also an elephant in the room with the timeline of this case is that Mr. Bryant's decision to go get his clothing from his ex-girlfriend's apartment coincided almost exactly with when Miss Armstrong had started publicly announcing on Instagram that she was pregnant with Mr. Bryant's child. I think it was a very sensitive time, a time of transition for Mr. Bryant's new family, but also something that understandably brought up old emotions. And I think the elephant in the room, and something that is underlined by the complainant's statement that was provided to the parole officer, is that Mr. Bryant is in the community and it is known that he is on parole. And both Mr. Bryant and everyone in his community knows that one thing you are not allowed to do when you are on parole is have a firearm. I say that because the police report ultimately alleges that Mr. Bryant had a firearm. He's never charged with having a firearm, but I know the allegation is of grave seriousness to this board because having firearms while on supervision is a big deal and it is obviously impermissible. I want to bring the board's attention to the fact that people who are, for instance, willing to exaggerate or fabricate details to NOPD in a moment of frustration are also literate with the law to the point where they know that a firearm is the number one no-go. Because I know the board is going to be concerned about those allegations. I would be concerned about those allegations. And I really want to hammer home the fact that there was absolutely no substantive evidence to show that Mr. Bryant had a firearm.
Zero.
I would note that Mr. Bryant was robbed at gunpoint in the past and evidently did not have a firearm to defend himself. I want to note that Mr. Bryant is someone who is following the steps he needs to take. And you as the board do not need to worry about the possibility of Mr. Bryant having a firearm. He knows better. It is unfortunate that people in the community knew that that is something that could make him look worse, but those allegations were recanted. They were never charged, not just refused, never charged by the district attorney's office. And ultimately, even the allegations of battery against a dating partner were refused well within the 30 days that the district attorney's office has to decide. They were refused expeditiously because the person who had put out the police report understood that Mr. Bryant, a new father, did not deserve to be in jail on allegations that were either fabrications or exaggerations. But to go back to Mr. Bryant, and then I'll wrap it up for the board. Mr. Bryant, like I said, is a thoughtful person. He is someone who is proud of the life he has built. He's proud of having 2 jobs. He's proud of being in a stable relationship. He's proud of having a new child, and he was proud to be a stepfather to the child that he had in his life in the first place. He is someone who has a strong relationship with his parole officer and who has been a really strong, a strong parolee, and someone who I believe is an example of situations in which parole works. He's been able to get back on his feet. He's been able to accomplish his supervision needs. He's someone, like I said, who was 16 when he was first arrested, and supervision has given him a chance to grow up on the outside, to contribute to society, to have a real chance at a meaningful life, a beautiful family, and all the things that you and I cherish in our lives. He has matured into a man, a father, someone with a job, someone who is ready to succeed, and someone now who's going to have the support of Mr. Lars, who is beyond capable at helping people post-release, helping people land on their feet, helping people turn into the men that they want to be. And so with all these things, I would ask that the board give Mr. Bryant another chance, give him a chance to return to his jobs, to return to his family, return to Miss Armstrong, who has taken the time out of her day to come vouch for Mr. Bryant and who has been among the most active of partners I've ever worked with. I have the utmost faith that Mr. Bryant is going to be in good hands, whatever the board sees fit, whether that is the programming we have suggested, whether it's supplementing that with domestic violence classes. I think we have things to tinker with on the fine edges. Mr. Bryant knows now any situation that could lead to trouble is not a situation to be in. But ultimately, I don't feel that allegations have been made out against Mr. Bryant that deserve to jeopardize his freedom. I think this is a learning opportunity, something that everyone is going to grow from, but ultimately that Mr. Bryant deserves a chance to be a father to his child.
Thank you, Mr. Lubin. We appreciate your comments, sir. Panel ready to vote?
Executive session.
Okay.
I second.
There's been a request, a motion for executive session. Please call the roll. Yes.
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 There has been a motion and a second and a unanimous vote to go into executive session to discuss matters of a confidential nature. We'll be at recess shortly. We'll return to resume this hearing. The Committee on Parole is called back to order. I think the board is ready to vote. Mr. Roche?
Mr. Bryant,
Sir.
Mr. Bryant,
Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to come on the screen.
I'm here.
Well, you're there, but we're trying to get you on our screen. There you go.
Exactly.
Nothing you were doing. We got it.
Mr. Bryant, listen to me, please. You have a lengthy history of domestic abuse. We're not gonna dispute that. I think the New Orleans Public Defender's Office has a plan. And I'm going to acquiesce to that plan. But I'm going to add some conditions to your parole. And I'm going to vote to do not revoke your supervision. But I'm going to add these conditions to your parole. If these conditions are not met in a timely fashion, I'm going to put a notation to your parole officer to arrest you and put you before this board once again. Condition number 1, you must complete the 26-week bebop program immediately after release. That is the Domestic Violence Offender Program. There is a 26-week program. Orleans Parish, your counselor can get you enrolled, and you must complete that program. Second condition, you must follow all recommendations of that program. Third condition, you to have no contact, verbally, physically, social media, texting with Ms. Chandel Hunt-Dog. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Roche. Ms. Wise?
Mr. Bryan, you presented a very good case here today. Your arms is folded. Are they frozen? No, they're not frozen. Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am. It's just kind of cold. It's really cold in this building.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you helped me to know. Okay, I concur with Mr. Roche. My vote is the same for the same reasons. This is going to require some juggling on your part as a young man. You know, you got a girlfriend, you got a young baby, you got a job, and now you got to go to a class. Then after you get through the class, they're going to want you to start mentoring, peer mentoring with First 72. So there's going to be some engagement in your life. I just want to encourage you to figure it out. Don't get exasperated. Keep the phone numbers in your phone. When you can't make an appointment, call somebody, let them know. Keep them in tune. You've been doing well with your parole officer. This is going to be the same thing. Best wishes to you, young man.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Bryant, let me say that when I read your file and I came here this morning, I was not likely to vote to not revoke you. That's why we have hearings. That's why we want to look people in the eye. We want to hear what they have to say. We want to hear what their supporters have to say. After hearing everything today, I'm convinced that your biggest problem is your poor judgment. And hopefully these programs that are being put in place will help you with that judgment. So my vote likewise would be not to revoke with the following conditions. You are to immediately enroll in a 26-week DBOC program. I think CADA is what Mr. Lubin had suggested, or Mr. Lars had suggested is available to you. You need to get in that program and you need to follow all of their recommendations. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. And then you are to also follow the public defender's plan that they have set out. If that means going to first 72, whatever that plan is, you need to follow that plan. Do you understand all of those things?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, board. Hope you all have a happy Halloween.
Thank you, board members.
We're finished at Orleans. Thank you very much, Officer Tate.
All right, y'all have a good day.
You too.
Do one more. One and done.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're good. Okay, all right, thanks. Yes, sir.
Who's Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 9:21. Our remote location is Bossier Medium Correctional Center. Is there any staff there with you, Mr. Martin?
No, not right now, not present, but they're here.
Okay. Mr. Martin, if you will introduce yourself, please give us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Leroy Terrene Lewis Martin. My DOC number is 501334.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Well, let me explain our procedure to you. This is a parole revocation hearing. First, I'm gonna, excuse me, first I'm gonna go over your parole revocation questionnaire. Then I'm gonna read to you the allegations where it's alleged that you violated your parole. I will ask you whether you plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement. And then you'll have an opportunity to discuss this with the board. Then you'll have an opportunity to make whatever statement you like, and then we'll turn it over to your lawyer, Mr. Michael Miller, to close out for you. Mr. Miller, would you please make an appearance for the record?
You don't need.
Still on mute, I think.
All right.
There you go.
Michael Floyd Miller, bar number 25795, 211 Burt Boulevard, Benton, Louisiana, 71006.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin, do you have that questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that your signature at the bottom of the page?
Not on this one, but one of them I do have. Not on this one, but one of them I do.
Okay. Well, look at have you read those that application? Have you read through that? Are those questions all accurate and correct?
I read through them. Yes, sir. I read through them.
Okay. And you are represented by Mr. Martin, is that correct? Mr. Miller, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed with our hearing today?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to read you the allegations, and if you wish to consult with Mr. Miller before you plead, that's certainly okay. Number 3, you have not stayed at your reported registered address as instructed. You have stayed away from your reported registered address on various occasions without permission or notification. How do you plead to that charge? Do you wish to discuss that with Mr. Miller?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Number 6, you failed to provide any proof of employment to your parole officer. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty with a statement.
All right. Number 8, you were referred to Psychology Associates of NWLA on 8/12/2023 for treatment. You failed to attend and successfully complete sex offender treatment as directed. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty with a statement.
All right. And finally, number 9, you made it impossible to visit you at your reported registered address as you did not stay there consistently as directed. On multiple occasions, the residents of your reported registered address of 418 Camellia, Vivian, Louisiana, stated you hadn't stayed there for multiple days at a time. How do you plead to that allegation?
Definitely not guilty with a statement.
Okay. And whose case is this? That's mine. Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Roche. Would you please answer any questions he might have?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good. You said you want to make a statement. You pled guilty to the charge of violating condition number 3. What is your statement?
I pleaded not guilty. My statement was number 3. I would live at this address. I didn't have nowhere to live, and I had just came home. I had been home like not even a good month, so I didn't have nowhere to stay. I was living there, and let me see.
Okay, you said you were living at the address, right?
Yes, sir. I didn't have nowhere to stay.
And why didn't you answer the door when your parole officer came to the door?
If she did, I might have been in the shower. I was out with my brother or something like that, job hunt, the early morning. But it wasn't like I have seen her there. She did come see me there at that house.
Okay. Who were you living with? Who were you living with at that house?
My aunt Maggie Holmes.
Then why would your aunt say that you were not living at the home for multiple nights?
I don't think she would say that.
It was documented at your preliminary hearing that your aunt told the parole officer that you had not stayed at that home on multiple occasions. Why were you living besides it?
That's the only place I had to stay. I didn't have nowhere to stay. And when they did come, they sent a whole bunch of parole officers. They sent like
Sir. Then why would your aunt say that you were not staying there?
I have no idea.
Okay.
She didn't say that to me.
Okay. Condition number 6.
Okay.
You failed to provide proof of employment.
I was on SSI, Social Security, and I just got home. I wasn't even at home, not even a good month. I was just released.
Okay. Were you looking for employment?
Yes, I was. I actually went out for a couple days with my brother, and I was actually able to pay her. The first month or the second month, the first month, I was actually able to pay her.
And pay her? Who's her?
Miss, because they gave me so many parole officers, but one of the ladies' name was.
You were able to pay your parole fees?
Yes, sir. Because I did some work with my brother. I left early that morning on different occasions, at least 2 to 3 times, and I made a couple dollars, so I was able to pay her, and that was it. But other than that, I'm on SSI.
Why would you not give your parole officer information that you were looking for a job and document where you were looking?
It's difficult to explain, but I'm on disability. I'm on disability, sir.
Okay. Condition number 8, you said not guilty. What's your statement?
I was such also submit a drug guilty. 8. She didn't never ask me for no string. She never asked me for one.
And then why didn't you complete your sex offender classes?
I didn't have the money. I went to the class and they told me, I went to the classes. No, I went to the place to do the little paperwork. They gave her a letter. They said I had to have the money up front. And they said, whenever I get the money, come back. And like I said, I wasn't even out there a good month. So I had to get the money. I didn't have the money, but I did go and they gave her a letter.
Okay. And how soon after you were released did you report to the sheriff's office and register as a sex offender?
Maybe a few days or something like that. Not long. It wasn't long.
Okay. But you had enough money to pay your registration as a sex offender, right?
Not I didn't complete it, but people donated the money. People helped donate money.
Okay, you didn't complete your registration?
Not on time. They gave me time to pay the $60. I paid it, but I didn't pay it on time when, like, it's hard to explain, but it was paid. So people was helping donate me. I mean, they was helping donate money for me. It's hard out there. Like I said, stand out there, not even a good month.
Well, Mr. Martin, as a sex offender, when you were released, you knew that you had some obligations and rules and regulations to follow as a person that was on probation or supervision. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And they was paid. I paid them. I got them paid. Sir?
I received a letter and I read the letter. So tell me about the letter that you sent to the parole board with allegations that the law enforcement of the DOC was tracking your activities.
Yes, sir. I was with that situation. Actually, they had some kind of undercover sting going on.
And okay, and what about the implants and things in your gums and your teeth?
Yes, sir. They were facts. It was supposed to be for my protection.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Well, they had this undercover operation going on, and it was supposed to be.
Did you agree to work in this undercover operation?
No, I did not.
And how did it end up?
It ended up the word they was informing me with certain things, but they still convicted me, and I think it's still an ongoing process. I'm not sure about it, but I'm still waiting on the answer myself. But I did get jumped on and beat up and stuff like that pretty bad in and out of prison. So that was one of the reasons why I believe they put that implant in my gums.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health disorders?
For his post-traumatic stress disorder and manic depression.
And what type of medication are you taking?
None right now.
When did you get off your medication?
When I left prison, when they released me, which was somewhere in June or something like that, June or July.
So what you trying to tell me, while incarcerated, you were taking medication that was prescribed for you because of your mental health disorder, and once you were released, you stopped taking medication?
No, I had to get everything together. I had to sign back up for Medicaid, different things like that. I had to sign up for Medicaid. I had to sign back up for my SSI, so it was difficult. Like I said, with that short time period. So
it is my understanding it is a policy of DOC. If your medication, when released, you give it at least 30 days of that medication.
Yes, sir.
Were you given a medication?
Yeah, I came home with some medication.
Did you take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you just tell me you stopped taking your medication?
Far as when I ran out.
Yeah.
When I ran out. Ma'am?
After the 30 days, you didn't have any more medication, so you didn't take it anymore.
Yes, ma'am.
You got out June the 7th.
Yes, ma'am. So when I ran out, and I couldn't take it no more when I ran out.
Yeah, on July 7th.
So
sorry, Ms. Rosen.
That's all right, Ms. White. So we still have the contention that you never visited your parole officer and you were never home when she made home checks.
No, that's false. Actually, I talked to her and she came by. I actually talked to her, she came by, and I used to go to visit her at the office. I went to the office and I went to this place where they meet up at and like going towards Texas. So yeah, we have seen each other.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Martin, is there anything you'd like to say before we turn it over to your lawyer?
Okay, one more thing.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wise has a question.
I have one question. Were you ever able to get your SSI restarted?
No, ma'am, I was still waiting on the process.
You had went to the Social Security office and did your part.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they released you from prison with that 30 days of medication, they also gave you an appointment to go see somebody, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go?
Yes, ma'am.
And they didn't continue your medication? Where was your mental health appointment? Where was it?
I had a mental health appointment at the Social Security Administration office, and she gave me one to go to this psychological class, but the lady wouldn't accept me because she said,
that's your parole officer did that for your sex offender stuff.
okay.
Let's go back to June 7th when you got released from the prison. They gave you some medication and they gave you some paperwork. Did they tell you who you were supposed to go see next for your mental health appointment? You don't remember? So you didn't go to see anybody?
Besides the Social Security Administration.
Okay, that's all you went. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That's all I have. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Martin, is there anything you'd like to say before we turn it over to Mr. Miller?
Yes, sir. I didn't get all my full credit. I was actually arrested in May the 1st, in 2017, and I didn't get that credit for that. And they gave me credit for time served. But I didn't get credit for that.
Okay, all right.
And I do,
Go ahead.
I do forget easily, just like they do through head injuries. I suffered some severe head trauma. I got permanent brain damage. Yes, sir. So it's difficult. But for as me being cooperative, I'm very cooperative. Very.
Are you back on your medication now?
Not since I've been here, but they're gonna start me back on it. I talked to somebody.
Mr. Miller? Are you still on mute, Mr. Miller?
Well, now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Martin, you said you had SSI at the probable cause hearing with Agent Masters. Were you able to provide her with information pertaining to your SSI disability?
Actually, I brought her some paperwork, and she didn't take any copies, but I brought her paperwork.
Okay.
I seen her. Yeah.
All right. And you also mentioned today that you worked for your brother. Is that the haircut on the side job you were doing?
No, my brother, he work in the oil field, but that side job, yeah, that's something I do on my own with the haircut thing. Okay.
And you said you had listed, or they verified your address on Camellia Street in Vivian. That's your aunt's. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What's this address in Rodessa that you listed down to Agent Masters?
That's the one that I was supposed to be living at, but she wouldn't let me live there. So she told me I had to stay at the one that were with my aunt. She said I had to stay there.
All right. And so you were released, what was it, June 7th or 13th?
The 13th. Somewhere like that, like the 13th. I think it was like the 13th. Yeah, it wasn't the 7th, like the 13th.
And then you reported as ordered to Officer Masters, is that correct?
I certainly did.
Were there any other agents, parole officers that you
Roll and Tuggle, they was there. They was present.
okay. And the only time that I guess it was Agent Masters came to your house and said your aunt said you weren't there.
And she had to lie because I actually talked to her while my
Hold on, that would have been, I think Agent Masters said it was around between Sunday and Wednesday at the end of July, Wednesday being July 26th. I believe you were picked up on July 28th or 7th. So were you working with your brother at that time?
No, I went to go see her. I called her. And I was, but I called her and I was picked up August the 4th. And I went to go see her. And somebody had called her on the phone and they had arrested me. But she was like, once I brought the check to and everything like that, and that's when they arrested me. But I went to go see her.
All right, so you're out approximately 3 to 4 weeks. Since you've been incarcerated for 90 days, have you been given any notice from Caddo Parish or any other law agency that you were in violation of any crimes or registrations as a sex offender or anything like that?
No, sir, not at all. No,
The only legal proceeding you have right now is this parole revocation hearing?
That's it. And I wanted to read some things to you.
Well, hold on. Okay. Is there any other things you want to add to these allegations raised in the bill of particulars that you might have forgotten to add?
Yeah, for as being afraid and being afraid for my life and everything like that, and self-including unusual punishment. And the 8th Amendment, these laws are protected through the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, and they was violated. And by them coming to that house like that, and it could have been I could have been in the shower, anything like that. But other than that, they really was scaring me, basically.
All right. All right. That's all right. All right. All right, sir. I have no further questions, board members.
All right. Panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion at this time. And the motion is that we continue this hearing until Mr. Martin gets a full mental health evaluation. After that evaluation, he should be put on the appropriate medication. And when stable, this hearing needs to be rescheduled.
I concur.
Okay, all right. There's been a motion to continue this matter have Mr. Martin have a full mental health evaluation, and after that evaluation, be placed on the appropriate medication and then returned here for a hearing. And I concur with that. So that's our vote today. We're going to continue this matter. Mr. Martin, to order a full mental health evaluation. And after that evaluation, to determine whether or not you need appropriate medication. And once that medication is administered, we'll return to this hearing.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Because they will take advantage of me if I don't have nobody to to represent for me and stuff like that. They will take advantage of me with dealing with my mental condition.
I'm sorry, what was the last point?
I said they will try to take advantage of me with my mental condition, like they're like overtalk me like real fast. They take me fast. They try to take me fast.
Understand. Well, we're going to order that they do a mental health evaluation on you and make those determinations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Have a blessing.
Sir, now when you got out of jail before, you were fine, weren't you? Didn't they do a good job with you? When you got out on June 13th or 17th or whatever, weren't the mental health had really helped you? What you doing good?
Yes, ma'am, I was. Yeah, I was doing.
So we're hoping the same thing this time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They're gonna do good just like they did before.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You done there? Okay, we'll close out at Bossier Medium.
Okay. Thank you.
The Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 9:49. Our remote location is Bayou Correctional Center. Mr. Santori, is there anyone there with you from the staff there?
Yes, sir. My name is Sandy Gale. I'm the booking officer here.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Santoro, would you please give us your full name and DOC number?
Sebastian Santoro, 556583.
Mr. Santoro, let me explain our process to you. This is a parole revocation hearing. We're going to cover your parole revocation questionnaire. Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I'm going to read to you the allegations of how it's alleged you violated your parole. I'll ask you at that point to plead either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Then we'll have a full discussion of the allegations. You do have some people here who wish to speak. Edith Granger, who is your girlfriend, wishes to speak in your behalf. And we also have in opposition Ms. Jennifer Artigo, who is with parole and probation and parole, who wishes to speak. Do you understand our process?
Yes, sir.
Would you please take a look at your parole revocation questionnaire?
Okay.
Is that your signature at the bottom dated September the 26th of 2023?
Yes, sir, it is.
When you fill that out, were all of these check marks that you filled out accurate and correct?
Yes, sir.
Are they still accurate and correct today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed with your hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to read you the allegations. Number 4, count 1. On or about May 22nd of 2023, you failed to refrain from criminal activity by committing the offenses of possession of marijuana, possession of methamphetamine. On May the 22nd of 2023, you were drug screened, at which time you tested positive for the illegal drugs, methamphetamine and THC. On May the 22nd of 2023, you also voluntarily admitted to having used the illegal drugs, methamphetamine and THC on or about May 22nd of 2023. How do you plead to that allegation?
I plead guilty, sir, with a statement.
All right. Number 4, count 2. On or about June the 6th of 2023, you failed to refrain from criminal activity by committing the offenses of possession of marijuana and possession of methamphetamine. On June the 6th of 2023, you were drug screened, at which time you tested positive for the illegal drugs, methamphetamine and THC. On June the 6th of 2023, you also voluntarily admitted to having used the illegal drugs, methamphetamine and THC. How do you plead to that allegation?
Guilty with a statement, sir.
Right. Also, number 4, count 3. On or about July 8th of 2023, you failed to refrain from criminal activity by committing the offenses of reckless operation of a motor vehicle, flight from an officer, resisting an officer, speeding, and on September the 5th of 2023, you pled guilty to resisting an officer and you were sentenced to serve 6 months parish jail with 3 months suspended and 6 months supervised probation. How do you plead to that allegation?
I plead guilty, sir, with a statement.
All right. And number 6, since you were released from DOC long-term substance abuse program on March 31st of 2023, you have not provided any proof of employment. How do you plead to that allegation?
Guilty, sir, with a statement.
And number 10, since you were released from DOC long-term substance abuse program on March 31st of 2023, you have not made any payments towards your parole supervision. You have also never made any payments to your parole supervisor since your release on parole supervision on October the 30th of 2021. And as of September the 11th of 2023, you are currently in arrears of $1,323. How do you plead to that allegation?
Guilty, sir, with a statement.
Number 10, Number 13, I'm sorry, special conditions. On May 22nd of 2023, you signed and accepted the administrative sanctions action, a curfew from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. On count 1, you failed to abide by your curfew hours when a curfew check was performed at your listed residence on July the 7th of 2023. At 5:45 a.m. and you were not at your listed residence during the curfew time. How do you plead to that allegation?
I plead guilty with a statement, sir.
Okay. And on count 2, you failed to abide by your curfew hours on July the 7th of 2023, as evident by the affidavit for arrest warrant submitted by the Evangeline Parish Sheriff's Office, which indicates initial contact was 11:23 at a location that was not your listed address. How do you plead to that allegation?
Guilty, sir, with a statement.
Mr. Santori, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll begin our interview process. You've pled guilty with a statement to count 1. On May the 22nd of 2023, you tested positive for drugs. You were still doing drugs, so give me your statement.
Yes, sir. I did it. I wanted to give a statement because it says I was in possession. I did on two occasions have 2 dirty drug screens. Well, I was also in the process of maybe trying, because I've never owned a state ID or a driver's license in my life. I'm 33 years old. I think the paperwork has been sent to y'all, or should have been emailed to y'all, and well, I was really trying to get myself maybe into a rehab until I got my ID or something like that. And I never did get a chance to do it because right before I got arrested, Miss Artigo went on a leave. It might have been a training or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but we was in the process of doing those things. But by the time she came back from her leave, which was in July, that's how I didn't see her in July, because she was on a leave and I got arrested. So like I was trying to get into a rehab, but I never did have a chance to do it, and I mean, that's really why I wanted to, I plead guilty with a statement, because I was dirty, I admitted to it, and we was in the process of going to a drug program until I obtained my driver's license or state ID, because I have jobs waiting on me. I just go straight back home to the streets every time. I never have
Let me ask you this. When did you parole out?
I paroled out on March 31st of this year.
All right. And you paroled out from what program were you in?
From Stephen Hall program.
The very best program that the Department of Corrections has to offer. You completed the entire program?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
You came back out and went back to using drugs?
Yes, sir. And
didn't they give you recommendations? Didn't they tell you what to do? Didn't they tell you to go to AA meetings? Didn't they tell you to do all of those things?
Yes, sir. My biggest thing though, every time I go home, I have jobs waiting on me. I'm a welder. I'm a carpenter by trade. I'm a welder by trade. I have a horticulture trade. I just cannot obtain a job. I'm just stuck out there because DOC knows who I am. But every time I go home, I am never able to get a state ID or a driver's license to be able to get a job. That's why my parole fees are not paid up. That's why I've never been able to prove that I had employment, is because I've never been given the opportunity to get a state ID or a driver's license. My paperwork should be there with y'all right now. It should have got faxed or emailed to you. I actually have the paperwork right now to be able to.
Let me ask you this. Why did you violate your curfew?
Well, sir,
what's that got to do with an ID card and not getting
I can't lie to you, sir. I was out after the curfew. It's, my transportation thing is kind of hard. I've never had a driver's license, never had an ID. I don't have any transportation. I come home to no job. you know, and then when I go, say I do go to a job, which was that was the case. I do a little roofing here and there, you know, and I mean, it's not a steady job, but I get, you know, it's like side jobs. And yes, I did get caught, and I have no excuse for that, for being out, but it's hard to get from one spot to another whenever you only have your mother's like transportation. My mom works 2-3 times a week. So if I go on a job and I'm on the way back home, you know, sometimes I get back a little later than possible. It's hard to keep work. And
let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
How much does it cost to go to an AA meeting?
I don't believe it costs anything, sir.
Right. And they got AA meetings everywhere. Why didn't you go to AA meetings as soon as you got out of prison after having gone through 6 or 9 months treatment at Steve Hall? Why didn't you go to all of your AA meetings?
I never was told that I had to report to AA meetings. I was just told that if I needed help to talk to my parole officer, and that was the case. I did. That was the only person that I was in contact with. Was my parole.
It was never suggested to you by Steve Hoyle that you should follow up with AA meetings and support and things like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If I was in trouble, they said that I could follow up in meetings.
In trouble, you tested positive 3 months in a row.
Well, sir, it was 2 times, and I was in the process of getting treatment. Me and my parole officer, Miss Jennifer Artigo, was in the process of doing it. She went on a leave, and for like 2 weeks.
No, she'll tell us what happened.
Right, and she went on a leave for like 2 weeks, sir, and that was the case because we were in the process. I had to actually go through Miss Jennifer to get a medical card because I didn't have Medicaid or anything, you know, and I had just got my medical card. I had just got everything to go through with all of my stuff. See, what I was going to do is I was going to go to rehab and wait for my paperwork to come in so I'll be able to get my ID. Which, because I'm waiting on, I have jobs. I can go to work as soon as I get an ID. But that was the plan. I was going to go back to a rehab, you know, a 28-day rehab. I had an acceptance letter from a program in Lacassine that I was trying to get into.
Tell me about what happened on July the 8th of 2023 with the resisting the office. Tell me about that.
Well,
how that resulted in your not having. The fact that you didn't have an ID, how did that cause all of that problem?
Well, that not having an ID didn't cause that problem.
Right.
I was on my way home, and I really did not know. I know I got the resistant officer. You know, it was more like nobody got hit. Nobody was hurt.
You riding? What were you driving?
I was on a motorcycle.
Whose motorcycle?
It was actually a friend's motorcycle. It was a form of transportation for me at that time. I was actually on a back road on my way home. I never crossed any traffic. I didn't even know that the cop was behind me until I got to Millers Lake Road. You know, I never did see him. He said his lights wasn't on, and the resistant officer came in. I mean, nobody was hit, nobody was hurt. Whenever I was trying to explain to him what was going on, the only thing I was trying to tell him is I did not have a driver's license and I didn't see him behind me, you know, and I mean, nobody was hurt. I kind of like tried to pull away from him one time, and that's how I got the resistant officer.
You were able to get transportation on that particular day, borrowed somebody's motorcycle. How come you didn't use that motorcycle or cars or a bus or walk to get an ID card or comply with any other conditions? Go to AA meetings. Any of that?
Well, because I'm gonna tell you, my ID card is way more complicated than what you're probably thinking right now. On my birth certificate, I had my mom's last name. When I was born, my birth certificate had my mom's last name. On my social security card.
Mr. Santoro, let me stop you just for a second. I'm gonna talk to you. Your girlfriend, she can say whatever she wants, and we're going to hear from the
yes, sir.
Parole officer. Let me just tell you something. For 14 years, I was a judge. I ran a drug court. And you sound just like everybody that ever came before me with every excuse in the world. It's always this fault. It's my ID card. That's why I'm doing all these drugs. You know, I went to one of the best programs in the country. I come right back out and I start going back to using drugs. Because, you know, my parole officer was supposed to do all this help for me. I know damn well that's not true. I know what Steve Halls tells you to do when you get out of that program. I'm thoroughly familiar with that program, and you didn't do it. Now, what you got to say about that?
Sir, I didn't, you're right, I didn't follow up with AA meetings. I didn't know that I had to do that.
Okay.
I don't even know where they have.
I'll give you an opportunity to close in just a few moments. Let's hear from Ms. Granger. Is Ms. Edith Granger online?
Hello, you don't mind.
Ms. Granger, can you hear us? Are you Ms. Granger? You're on mute, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. If you'll introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
My name's Edith Granger. I'm Sebastian Santoro's girlfriend. I just want to tell y'all, I think he does need another chance as far as the ID thing goes. It is a lot more complicated. He doesn't have a birth certificate. He's never had one. If you go look in vital records from Louisiana, he was issued one.
Let me stop you, Ms. Granger. He is not charged with not having an ID.
No, I know that. I know that. I know that.
Continuing to use drugs, involved
I know
in
that.
activity, and not reporting when that's what he's charged with. So address that for us.
Okay. Well, before when he's came home, he's never really had nowhere to come home to. He does now. When he comes home, he will go to work. I have him a job until he can get an ID with my father-in-law.
How long have you?
Right, it's my stepfather.
How long have you and he been together?
We've been together for 6 months.
So y'all were together when he first got out?
No, sir.
No.
Yeah, 10.
Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. Okay. But y'all were together when he was using drugs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
He has a family support system now. He wasn't using when he got arrested. He was trying to be clean. I'm trying to help him in every way that I can. I mean, he really didn't have a family and a support system to help him before. And I mean, that you know just as well as I do that that's a very big part of recovery for an addict.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Artigo?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right. Whenever I accepted, I first began his supervision whenever he was released on his second chance from the parole board on March 31st. Whenever he completed the in lieu of revocation long-term treatment, that's when I first had supervision of him. He was assigned to a different agent before that. I know his most current violations that we're speaking about today might have started with substance abuse treatment that we were trying to address in inpatient. He did not have an ID. However, I did get an inpatient place to waive his ID with my stating he is who he was. And they did apply for Medicaid. His Medicaid came back. However, it had a flag. Instead of full Medicaid, they gave him partial. And the treatment facility, it was an inpatient, stated it would take a couple days to figure out what the partial was about and what all it would cover. Therefore, in that time, that's why I put him on a curfew. So he wouldn't have a chance to ruin the opportunity in front of him. And he intentionally neglected that curfew. And not only did his violations go from violations that majorly affected only him by the use of substance abuse. I know it affects family members, but it mainly affects the individual using. He decided on that day to now commit violations that could negatively affect innocent people. There might have not been anybody on their streets, but there could have been. His neglect for the road signs. At one point, he reached speeds of 84 miles per hour in a 55. He according to the police report, turned around, directly looked at the officer, then accelerated, slowed down, accelerated, slowed down, and accelerated. He intentionally put the risk of innocent people at his fingertips. He didn't only not care about him, he made the decision not to care about anybody else. Whether it was due to being under the influence at that time or not, his violations at that point changed and made him a threat to public safety. After his bike was stopped, not only did he continue to put others at public safety, he did not listen to the officers. He was only able to be placed in handcuffs by the officers deploying a taser to gain control of him. His actions threaten law enforcement and the public. However, it might have began because substance abuse. However, all the branches that were reached out to him for him to obtain treatment and curb this drug abuse habit that he has, he didn't take full advantage of it. He didn't utilize all the tools and techniques that he received from Steve Hoyle. He did not abide by the recommendations of Mia. Stay inside your house. There was an incident that wasn't listed. However, he was found him at his residence with another female on supervision. Drugs were found. She took the charge. It was the morning he was supposed to go do the evaluation for treatment. Instead of citing him for a misdemeanor possession of marijuana, which was in his pocket, me and the responding officer, we submitted a report to destroy the evidence because I didn't want to risk him being in a program and having an appointment or court. So with all these breaks he got, he still didn't respect the chance that everybody was giving him by staying in his residence. And now he's wanting us to overlook the charges. They might have gotten pled down. However, he intentionally disregarded. So at this time, my recommendation is revocation. However, I do request that y'all as the parole board recommend him to be referred to the Lafayette Parish Reentry Program for evaluation to attend there with, if he's accepted into the program, the focus while in the program is for him to obtain a birth certificate, a state ID'd identification card, them assisting with Medicaid and substance abuse education and treatment program. And then also after completing those, if there is time for him to attend a vocational certification program. He will be released one day and he needs to grow while he's in, but he also needs to have all the tools available to him. So he doesn't even have a chance to have the excuses, but this, but that, but this. So I think he needs the Department of Correction time, but also want the recommendation of the programs that he could be available for, which could set him up for success when released after his incarceration.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Santora, is there anything you'd like to say before the board votes?
Yes, sir. I know I've been given a chance. I'm so close to getting this birth certificate and this ID right now. I have a home to go home to. I have a job waiting on me. If I can get this birth certificate, which all I have to do is when I am released, I have to go to the school board, is the only paperwork that I'm missing right now, and I have to mail that to Vital Records. The paperwork should have been emailed to you guys, and y'all should have been able to see it. As proof that I am in process. I have a good home to go home to now. I'm not gonna be worrying about where I'm gonna lay my head now. I was using my mom's address. It's not ever been a good spot for me. I've never had this opportunity right here to be able to get my ID and my driver's license and go to work and stay out of the street, sir. But I have it now. If I have to go to, I have like my girlfriend has a vehicle. We have a nice house. She's a nurse, you know. Like I have the resources to get back and forth to AA meetings if I have to. Like, you know, I would like to be like, if possible, you know, if God spares, like I would like to be given another opportunity. If I don't if I don't go to AA meetings, or if I don't attend classes you might recommend me to, then you can violate my parole. But like, 18 years of my life, I've been in prison. I've never went in front of the judge and been like on probation. I went to Stephen Hall, you know, but I did not know that, you know, I didn't even know, sir, and I'm not trying to make an excuse, where an AA meeting would be located at. I've never had to go to that, you know. So I mean, like, if I'm given the opportunity and told, you know, where do I need to go, I will do whatever I have to do to handle it on my end, because I mean, I'm so close to getting this ID and I'll be able to go to work. I've never had a job before. Well, not a job that I can actually go cash a check or have a checking account. I've never had that. I don't know what it's like to pay a bill, but I have those opportunities now. I have a good woman at home. I have a good home to come home to, you know, my own address that is mine. It's not for my mom or her husband. I have an address that is mine, you know, and, if God spares, just, you know, all I'm asking is, please, you know, take it into consideration that I will go to AA, NA. I will go to meetings if I have to. I just didn't know that was an option. I didn't even know where to find meetings at. But I am in the process of getting my ID. I am working towards being a better person. I've never been given the opportunity to be able to do it. I cannot go to work. I have a 16-year-old son. I've never been to work, never had a job. You know, every time I go in front of the judge, I get years or better in prison. You know, the last 18 years of my life, I haven't been on the streets but 1 year, you know, and it's all because I go home to nowhere. I have an address, but I'm never going home to a place that I can actually call home. You know, I'm never comfortable anywhere I go because it's drugs everywhere. You know, I've been around that my whole life, but I'm actually like in a good position right now. I have a good woman. I have a home with an address, you know, a clean home, you know, on our own piece of property, our house. We have a vehicle.
Mr. Santora, you're repeating yourself.
Okay, sir, I'm just nervous, and I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I mean, you know, I'm hoping I get the opportunity to go home and make it better, sir. Like I'm going to work. I'm so close to getting my ID. And like, I just don't want it to get taken from me, you know, because I want to be a better person, sir. I'm trying to be a better man. It's hard when you go home to know nothing. You know, every time I have an address, but it's not a home.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. We've heard that at least 8 or 9 times.
Okay.
Now ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Santora. You know, it's everybody's fault but yours. It's a birth certificate. It's you ain't got a home. You don't know where the meetings are. They didn't tell you what to do. If you want me to, I'll do AA meetings. If that's what you want me to do, that's what I'll do. You know, you got to take responsibility for yourself. And until you do that, you're going to continue to do what you're doing. You are a very serious drug addict. You're still in denial. You've gone through one of the best programs in the country, and you're still sitting here in denial.
No, sir, I'm not trying to deny it.
Mr. Santora, I've heard you a zillion times over 14 years of drug court. Okay? My vote today, you are a danger to society in the state that you are in. I agree with your parole officer. My vote today is to revoke you. I'm going to recommend that the department, if possible, send you to the facility that your parole officer suggested. That's the reentry program in Lafayette, so you can get some tools, etc. So that would be my recommendation is parole, is revocation. I'm just one of three votes. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Santoro, my vote is to revoke your supervision due to you pleading guilty to all violations.
Thank you, Ms. Roche. Ms.
My vote is the same for the same reasons.
Mr. Santoro, your parole has been revoked. I hope you can take advantage of the programs that are in the Department of Corrections. You need some VOTEC training, and you also need some more substance abuse. You need to understand what the problem is. You need to do that. Nobody else can help you. It's just you. Good luck to you.
Thank y'all very much.
IU Correctional Center.
Yes, sir.
Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 10:25. Our next case is at a remote location is Lafayette Parish Correctional Center. Are you Mr. Gotch? Mr. Gotch, is there anyone, any staff member in there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Would the staff please at Lafayette please introduce themselves?
My name is Deputy Joseph with Lafayette Parish Correctional Center.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gotch, if you would give us your full name and DOC number, please.
Derek Paul Gotch, 458547.
Mr. Gotch, let me explain our procedure to you. This is a parole revocation hearing. First, I'm going to read you the parole revocation questionnaire. We're going to cover that with you. Then I'm going to read the allegations against you, and I'm going to ask you to plead either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And then we will have a hearing to discuss these matters. Then you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board, and then we'll vote. You understand our process?
Yes, sir.
Do you have your parole revocation questionnaire before you?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature at the bottom of the page dated August the 26th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
On that date, were those answers all accurate and correct?
Yes, sir.
Are they still accurate and correct today?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed with your hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to read you the allegations and I'm going to ask you to plead. Number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal activity on or about April the 2nd of 2023 when you committed the following offenses: aggravated assault and theft. You accepted a plea deal for aggravated assault, amended to simple assault, and theft less than $1,000 on 8/24 of 2023 and was sentenced to serve 4 months in the parish jail with credit for time served. How do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
Number 5, on or about April the 2nd of 2023, you failed to refrain from possessing a dangerous weapon as evidenced by your arrest for aggravated assault with a dangerous weapon, a machete. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
And number 10, you failed to maintain your monetary obligations and currently are in arrears in the amount of $945 towards your supervision fees. How do you plead for that charge?
Guilty.
All right. Mr. Gotch, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll begin our process. Tell me what happened on April the 2nd of 2023 when you ended up pleading guilty to simple assault and theft of less than $1,000.
Well, it was last year, October, not quite sure, October 22. I entered the dollar store and I purchased a box of baking soda. But while I was in the store, I took 2 bars of soap and a toy, and I concealed them under my shirt, which was a sword for a Halloween costume and 2 bars of soap. And upon leaving the store, the guy stopped me and asked me what I had under my shirt after I paid for the baking soda. And we got into an altercation.
What was an altercation? Describe the altercation.
We had a verbal altercation because I didn't want to show him what I had under my shirt. So I finally picked up my shirt, showed him the 2 bars of soap, and I pulled out the toy sword that belonged to a Halloween costume. I got it for my girlfriend's little boy. And he wanted the items back, and I wouldn't give them back to him. So he got mad, and, you know, I left or whatever. So evidently, when the cops got there, he told them whatever he wanted to tell them.
Okay.
But that's what happened.
What did this toy sword look like?
It was a gray sword with a black handle.
How big was it?
Like a Halloween costume.
You stole that from the store as well?
Yeah, I took 2 bars of soap and I took the toy sword. Now, I was gonna take the whole costume, but I didn't. And I left out. I was leaving out the store, and he approached me and kept asking me what I had under my shirt.
So tell me about your arrest on April the 2nd for stealing the bike.
Yeah, I was on the way home, and they had a bicycle in the yard, and I went into people's yard and took it.
Okay, and how'd you get stopped?
How
did you get stopped?
Someone in the neighborhood asked me, stopped me and asked me where I was going with the bike and stuff, and wind up giving them the bike back, and they called the police.
That's when you got arrested, and that's when they found you had these warrants on you?
Excuse me?
That's when they found out you had these warrants from stealing these items at the dollar store?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had never been arrested for that or nothing. Well, what had happened, they sent a subpoena in my house, and I wasn't there to receive the subpoena, so they put a warrant out for me.
Where were you living, Mr. Gotch, back in October?
112 Wallace Drive.
Who were you living with?
I lived with my mom and my younger brother.
Were you working?
No, I wasn't working at the time.
Why not?
Well, I had got a job when I got out, and it was a little too strenuous for me, and I wound up quitting the job, and I just never got back to work.
Drugs or alcohol involved in any of this?
No, sir.
You ever used drugs?
Yeah, I've used before, but it wasn't involved in this.
Were you using drugs on in October when you stole the stuff?
No, sir.
Why did you steal those things?
I paid for what I could have paid for, and I didn't have enough money, and I just made a bad decision. I mean, I shouldn't have took it.
Why didn't you just give the guy the stuff back like he asked you for?
Well, I was out the store. I mean, I was halfway out the store. I mean, I should have. I'd like to say it was a bad decision on my part, but I didn't have enough money to afford everything I went to the store for.
All right, any other questions? Anything you'd like to say before we vote?
Well, I like to say that if I'm released, upon my release, I'll seek and find me a job and, take care of my parole obligations and stuff. And
what kind of work did you do? You said you had a job. What kind of job did you have that was too strenuous for you?
I was working at Westport Letting. It's a commercial letting place where they clean up letting for hospitals and stuff, big industrials. It was pretty strenuous.
But what kind of work can you do?
Well, I'm looking forward to getting back into the restaurant business. I worked in the restaurant business for about 3 or 4 years before I lost that job. But 58 now, I mean, I'm trying to get a restaurant business or something, that I can handle.
All right.
I got a question.
Okay, Miss.
Good morning, sir. Mr. You got this charge in 2013. Here we are in 2013, still dealing with these simple burglary charges. What do you need?
I've been on parole since 2013. I haven't had a conviction in the last conviction in the last 10 years.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. You got this charge in 2013. You got revoked 3 times, and now you're out again. Looking at revocation again. What do you need to stay out? That's what I'm asking.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna get me a job and hold on to it this time. It's basically falling short.
You worked in a restaurant. What kind of work did you do for the restaurant?
I was dishwashing and prep work.
Okay. Because Mr. Marabella asked you about cocaine, drug use. When you first got out, you tested positive, and the officer let that go. Right? You got out in April 26th. You test positive May 17th of 22.
Yeah, I hadn't had no trouble after that.
No trouble after that.
No, I reported to my parole officer, like I was supposed to.
Yeah, looks like you did. Looks like you did.
Yeah, she pissed me. I mean, I never had a dirty urine after that. When I lost my job, I just, felt down and out. I went to the drugs, and then I was honest with it and let her know what happened, and I didn't have any problems after that.
Now, I saw where you went to the Lafayette Reentry Center in 2013. Did you complete that?
Yes, ma'am.
You got your ID, did you get a trade while you were there?
Well, I went to work. I went to work release, and that's why I got on working at the restaurant.
And you kept your work release job for how long when you got out?
I kept it, I was about there for about 2 or 3 years. I worked for those people.
And then what happened?
Me and the management got it. I had been there about 3 or 4 years, and they only wanted to give me like a quarter raise or 50-cent raise, and everybody else, I shouldn't have quit. It wasn't no excuse to quit, but.
Do you rather have no money than a low raise?
Yeah, it wasn't a good reason. I shouldn't have quit. I can say that today, but because I had been there, I knew the work, and I was doing fine. It's just a few other people were getting raises where I was working at, and I just felt I was entitled to a bigger raise. I asked for I think I asked for $1 or something, and they wouldn't give it to me. So wind up losing that job.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand who you are, sir. Just trying to understand who you are. Thank you for my question. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to say before we vote, sir?
Pretty much like to get back to society and, make my way, refrain from, like I say, any criminal activity, take care of my parole obligations, and, that's about it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gotch. Mr. Gotch, you know, I don't know what you had on October the 7th. The store guide indicates it was a machete, it's a weapon. You say you had some toy. You ran away. The guy didn't explain it was a toy. He said it was a weapon. You say, no, you didn't have it. You'd have stayed there. We'd know the answer to that, but you left. You got caught because you stole a bicycle. And when they caught you stealing the bicycle, they realized they had 3 warrants outstanding for you. The one stealing the soap with the machete and 2 others. You quit your job because you said that you weren't making enough money. You know, you got 2 more years, you're backing up 2 years. You look like 2025, about this time is when you'll get out. You need, in my opinion, you need some programs to help you stay out. You just continue to rob and steal. And I don't know whether you had that machete or not. All I know, you're looking at me like I'm crazy. You stole a bicycle. You stole.
No, I'm not looking at you like I'm crazy, but I'm just saying I didn't have a weapon. I mean, I don't know why, but I figured why he said that, because I wouldn't give him the items back. I mean,
no, you didn't stick around. You ran away.
Well, I was.
So I'm supposed to accept your word now over his?
Yes, sir. All right.
You pled to an assault.
Simple assault. That's what they broke it down to. I mean.
Well, I hear you. I understand how the system works. My vote today is to revoke. You pled guilty to 2 of the 3 charges. So, and I find you guilty of all 3 of them.
All right.
Mr. Roche?
My vote is the same for the same reasons.
Mr. Derrick, you didn't make a year on supervision this time. You got out April the 26th. You got arrested April the 2nd of the next year. You didn't even make a year on supervision. My vote is to revoke as well, with the recommendation that you get placed in transitional work program. Best wishes to you, sir.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, the Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 10:50. Our next case is Mr. Jeff Higgins. Mr. Higgins, would you give us your full name and DOC number, please?
Jeff Andrew Higgins, 377590.
Mr. Higgins, this is a parole revocation hearing. Let me explain our procedure to you. First, I'm going to go over your parole revocation questionnaire with you. Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And after we do that, I'm going to go over the allegations of how it's alleged that you violated your parole. I'm going to ask you as to each of those allegations to plead either not guilty with a statement, guilty, or guilty with a statement. After that, we'll have an opportunity to discuss these matters, and then you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board. Then we'll vote. You understand our process, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now, do you have that parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that your signature at the bottom of the page dated March the 10th of 2023?
Yes, sir, it is.
At the time you prepared that document and answered those questions, were those questions all accurate and correct?
Yes, sir.
Are they still accurate and correct today?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed with our hearing?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. The first allegation is number 3. You failed to request a change of address on or about April the 25th of 2022 and moved without getting permission of your parole officer before doing so. How do you plead to that allegation, sir?
I plead guilty with a statement.
Okay. 4A, you have continued to engage in criminal conduct as evidenced by your arrest on November the 11th of 2022 by Louisiana State Police Troop. It says 1, but I assume that's I, for the offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. You submitted to a breath sample and read a 0.124 blood alcohol. On August the 23rd of 2023, you pled guilty to DWI first offense in St. Landry Parish. You were sentenced to 90 days with credit for time served. How do you plead to that allegation, sir?
I plead guilty with a statement.
4B, on January the 20th of 2023, you admitted to using alcohol on holidays and special occasions, and further admitted to last use of alcohol was on 12/31 of 22. How do you plead to that allegation?
I plead guilty with a statement.
Okay. And finally, on January the 20th of 2023, you were sent to Acadiana Safety, excuse me, to submit to a drug screen and tested positive for alcohol. How do you plead to that allegation?
I plead guilty with a statement.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, is it yours?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, your case has been assigned to Ms. Pearl Wise. Would you please answer any questions she might have?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and make your statements at this time in whatever order you want to make them.
As to the first dealing with the address change, I plead guilty to that because I did move to a different residence. It was like I was living there like 2 weeks until the parole officer asked if I would be home because she wanted to come pay a visit. And I informed her that I no longer live at the address that was on my parole certificate and that I moved to an address which is closer to where I work, which was for the city of Lafayette. And she said, well, you never asked for permission. I said, well, I didn't know, I needed permission. I said, but I apologize. I said, there wasn't any nefarious intentions. It's just that I moved close to work, and I had the rent for fairly cheap at the time, and I was for 6 months, and then after 6 months I would be able to possibly purchase the house, but unfortunately after them 6 months it didn't work. But anyway, So she said, well, okay. She said, when will be a good time for me to come and see you? I said, anytime is convenient for you, day or night, it doesn't matter. Whatever time you say you coming, you can come. Well, she came to the house, she walked through and everything, and she approved it. That was over a year ago. And when on the preliminary hearing summary, I noticed that it said that I said that I didn't think it was a big deal. And the reason why I didn't think it was a big deal, because when she came and viewed the house and approved it, basically, because she came several times after that particular first time. And it's like, that's why I didn't think it was a big deal. I thought everything was cool. Like, there was nothing further.
The next one, I get you. I'm picking up what you put down on that one. So go on to the next one.
Okay. Dealing with the alcohol, me admitting, I mean the DWI. Yes, I admit, I'm totally wrong. I shouldn't have been drinking, period. Even when I admitted to the parole officer that I had been drinking, that I had gotten the DWI, and that I was drinking on holidays and special occasions from time to time. I admit, I was wrong. I should have never been drinking from the start. And I remember your colleague, he had gave me a lecture at the parole board during the hearing. He gave me a lecture on not being afraid to ask for help, and I admit, it's not that I was afraid to ask for help. I was too prideful. I didn't think I had a problem. That was my problem. I didn't think I had a problem with alcohol until I had gotten this DWI. And that made me recognize that, well, obviously I do have a drinking problem because I got a DWI. Even though, I could come up with excuses and say that which is the truth, but I mean, I went to a wedding, my best friend's wedding, like my brother. He finally got married after 46 years. And I was happy for him. And I had gotten a promotion at work for LUS. And I was moving from the water department, where I was a foreman, I was moving to the electrical department to become a lineman. But because of the DWI I got after I left the wedding, that changed the event. It changed things. But anyway, before I digress, I'm sorry. But yeah, I agree. I had a problem. The parole officer recommended that I start going to AA meetings 3 times a week, and that I go to the Acadiana alternative outpatient services and get evaluated by a psychiatrist. I went, I got evaluated. He requested that he recommended that I take 8 of his classes. I took those 8 classes, and the day after I completed those 8 classes, the parole officer detained me, put me in jail. So, but anyway, I was going to AA meetings 3 times a week. I had a sponsor. I was working with my sponsor, working this. I had just started working the steps. I think I was like on the 2nd or 3rd step, and I admit about failing the alcohol test. I was untruthful. I was untruthful with my parole officer with regard to the last time I drank alcohol at that time.
And for a point of reference, you drank alcohol after you finished those 8 classes. Am I correct?
No, ma'am.
When was the last you drank alcohol? You told your officer.
It was New Year's. I told my parole officer the last time I drank alcohol was for New Year's.
Okay.
Of 2022, 2023.
But you were positive on January the 20th of 23.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. That's correct. Because that was the date that
wasn't still in your system from January from New Year's.
Exactly. That's why I said I was untruthful with her about the last time I drank alcohol. Because that was my at that particular time, I was, refusing to acknowledge that I have a problem. But it wasn't until I started going through those classes and everything like that, and that's when I recognized. I mean, like, I gotta be honest with myself, if anything, and say, I do have a problem.
So when did you complete the Acadian safety program?
The alternative outreach program, I completed it on February 27th of 2023.
Because the DWI arrest was November of 22, right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
They were kind of working with you. Because I saw somewhere where you had celebrated a 1-month sobriety chill, and then you tested positive for alcohol on 1/20.
Okay. On 1/20, or it's really January 17th when my parole officer came see me. No, okay. I'm sorry. January 20th is when my parole officer came see me at my house, and that's when I admitted to her and told her that I had gotten arrested for DWI and everything like that. And she recommended that I start going to AA meetings 3 times a week, and that I go to the Acadian services to go get drug tested.
And in actuality, when I'm looking at, when I read your file, it said the officer offered you treatment, and treatment wasn't working. The treatment did not stop you from drinking.
Okay, if I may, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. I started going to the AA meetings the week, the following, because I think it was on the 17th or the 20th when she came see me. It was a Friday.
We talking about January now, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was a Friday. It's either the 17th or the 20th. It was a Friday, and I told her about it, and she told me to go to the Acadian service to get urine tested. And I went to get urine tested. And then it wasn't until February 28th when they detained me. And that was the day after I completed the alternative outreach services classes, the 8 classes, and I had been going to AA meetings all throughout February. But that's when she recommended me to start going to AA meetings, was in January 20th, to start going to AA meetings. That's when I started going.
How much time did you spend in jail when you got out this time?
Ma'am?
How long were you in jail when you got paroled on 9/10 of 2020? How much time did you do?
It's like 2.5 years I've been out.
No, my question to you is, when you got paroled on September the 10th of 2020, how long had you served in jail?
25 years.
Did you ever read your parole conditions to know what you needed to do to stay free?
Honestly, I read them, but it's like I really I scanned over them.
Yeah. Okay. So no. I'm just it's just quite concerning to me. You did 25 years.
Yes, ma'am. Look, if I may,
Yes,
I understand.
I'm not understanding. Help me.
I understand the gravity of this issue, and you know, it's very serious, and I realize that. I mean, my life is on the line, and I mean,
And
quite honest.
your life was in your hands. Your life was in your hands. You had a good job, you know, but you said you're making $3,800 a month. You had transportation, you had a place to stay.
Yes, ma'am.
Your life was in your hands, not ours now. Your life was in your hands.
I understand that, ma'am. I understand that, and all I recognize my errors, the errors in my ways. I recognize them, and I'm truly sorry for what I've done, and I'm truly sorry for my actions, and all I ask is that for mercy. That's
And what is scary to me is that when you had success, you celebrated your promotion and a friend's wedding with alcohol. That's concerning.
Yes, ma'am.
That's how you celebrated good times and success. You got to look at that. That's where you went to. What is your relationship with your employer now? What are they saying? What are they saying to you?
They're still willing to take me back.
You have that in writing?
No, ma'am. I don't have it officially in writing. No, ma'am.
When you last talked to them?
I didn't talk to him personally, but I had someone reach out to him and ask if I would still be able to if they'd still be willing to have me back.
So what is your plan? If you're successful today and you return to supervision, what is your plan to stay clean and sober? I need exactly what you're gonna do.
I'm going to AA meetings. I'm going to AA meetings.
How often?
I'm gonna try my hardest to be there 3 times a week.
So you're gonna try?
Well, considering work and everything, you know, I know a lot of time when I'm on call and I'm unable to go to I won't be able to go to the meetings because I'm working at night and everything.
Okay.
So, you know, and that's normally when I'm on call, it's at a week at a time, like a week every 2 months.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So only 1 week every 2 months, it'll be a problem.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Only a week every 2 months. Okay.
That's correct. That's correct. And obviously, I mean, I'll be glad to take urine tests for alcohol randomly, whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, it's all good.
Again, we are back to your sobriety plan. What are you going to do to stay clean and sober? That's what we're still answering.
Well, I have to change. Obviously, I have to change my whole outlook on alcohol, because I mean, obviously, I know it's a problem, and it's a problem for me. So my plan is to steer clean away from alcohol, anybody using alcohol, anything like that. Just it's the same way how I feel about drugs. You know, that's why I don't do drugs. That's why I've never gotten into drugs, is because I steer clean away from it.
Stay on the pattern. I need your plan to stay clean and sober. Let's stay on that.
Yes, ma'am. But AA meetings and you know, stay clean away from alcohol.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, brother.
Mr. Russia?
Jeffrey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay, sir.
I never thought I'd see you again.
I never thought I'd be seen by you again either.
How does a person who was convicted of second-degree murder receive a golden ticket, a commutation of sentence, and he was awarded the state police barracks, end up in that seat today? How does that happen? You should know better.
Yes, sir, I do.
You were in trouble and you didn't seek help. I'm gonna ask you a question and I want you to answer it honestly. You got out in 2020. How long have you been drinking? Be honest.
It was I want to say September of 21.
You've been drinking for over 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't reach out to your parole officer and tell him, I have a problem, I need help.
That's correct.
How many times have you got behind the wheel under the influence of alcohol?
That was at one time, sir.
It's never one time, Jeffrey. It's never one time. Fortunately, you didn't injure yourself or anyone else.
That's correct.
You had a .14124. 3, 4, 5 times the legal limit. Tell me exactly what you need now. I'm here to help you. Tell me what you need.
This was my biggest problem.
Sir, tell me what you need. You should know what you need. Tell me what you need.
I need help.
You need a long-term DOC substance abuse program. Because your alcohol problem is more serious than what you think. You will be an alcoholic the rest of your life. And you need to know how to deal with it. Because you don't know how to deal with it now. Mr. Maribel?
Mr. Higgins, is there anything you'd like to say to the board before the board votes?
Yeah, yes, sir. I realize I know I have an alcohol problem. I know it. I am alcoholic. All I ask the board is that I understand that I was given this golden opportunity to be paroled out by you, by y'all, and I slipped up and I made a bad error in judgment. And I'm truly sorry for that. But all I ask this board is to please have mercy and to give me one more chance. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Panel ready to vote?
I recommend executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
Second.
There's been a motion and second for executive session. Would you please call the roll? Yes.
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 Mr. Higgins, there has been a motion and a second for executive session. We're going to be at a short recess to discuss matters of confidential nature. Once we're finished with executive session, we will resume our hearing. The time is 11:15.
Yes, sir. That's not
Committee is called back to order. The time is 11:16. I think the panel is ready to vote. Ms. Wise?
Mr. Higgins, I'm just taking into consideration a lot of things. The fact that you were in state police barracks from 2018 to 2020 when you got out. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just looking at your good performance and just trying to weigh everything, but I'm just concerned. Public safety is a big part of what we do. For me, and it's just me, my vote is to revoke your supervision, impose the original sentence with a strong recommendation that you get to go to a long-term substance abuse treatment program during that time. Best wishes to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Rochette?
Mr. Higgins, we have a little history. You had a pardon hearing and then you had a parole hearing. And so I'm going to say, in lieu of revocation, you must complete the 9-month Steve Hall intensive substance abuse program and follow all recommendations of that program. Add a condition upon release that you attend at least 3 NAAA meetings a week. Good luck.
Mr. Higgins, you have one vote to grant, one vote to revoke. I've looked at your file. You pled guilty to all of the charges with a statement. And, most of these allegations have come as a result of your dishonesty. You are an alcoholic, and my real concern is public safety. It just is. I do agree with both colleagues that you need long-term substance abuse treatment, but I'm just not willing to vote to release you under any conditions at this point. My vote is to revoke and recommend that you be allowed to participate in a long-term treatment program. So good luck to you, sir. You have 2 votes to revoke. Your parole has been revoked.
Good. May I ask a question?
Certainly.
What does that mean, like revoke? Like
it means that you've been revoked. You'll go back to serving your original sentence, and hopefully you can get into a treatment program and reapply at some later time.
You mean I have to go back to prison for life?
That's the sentence.
We don't calculate time here.
We don't calculate the time.
The calculation of time will do all that, so we don't know. But we don't want to guess or anything because that's not our job.
Right. So good luck to you, Mr. Higgins. Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 11:24. Our next case is Mr. Raytel Williams. Mr. Williams, would you please give us your full name and DOC number? Sir, you're on mute. If you could get someone to unmute that microphone.
Okay, go ahead.
Raytel Williams.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Good. Full name and DOC number, sir.
Raytel Williams, 375474.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, let me explain our procedure to you. This is a revocation hearing. First off, I'm going to cover with you your parole revocation questionnaire. Do you have that document with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a second. Then I'm going to read the allegations of how it's alleged that you violated your parole. I'm going to ask you to plead either guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. Then we're going to have a full discussion of the matter. And then you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board, and then we'll vote. You understand our process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Williams, would you take a look at your revocation questionnaire?
That's it.
You have it? Is that your signature at the bottom of the page on August the 21st of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Were those questions when you answered them in August the 21st all accurate and correct?
Yes, sir.
And are they accurate and correct still today?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've indicated in number one that you've been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years, or are you currently taking medication for a mental disorder? And you checked yes, but in parentheses, you put no treatment. Explain that answer. You taking medication?
Yes, sir, but not for no mental illness.
Oh, okay. So what kind of medication are you taking?
Well, my sciatic nerve went out, and they're giving me muscle relaxers and ibuprofen.
Okay. So you're not taking any medication for mental illness. You have some medical issues with you.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Those medications that you're taking, do they prohibit you from understanding what's going on? Do they interfere with your ability to understand what we're doing here today?
Yes, sir, I perfectly understand.
Okay. And are you ready to proceed with our hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to read the allegations and I'm going to ask you to plead. First allegation is you failed to report no later than 48 hours to the probation office and did not report until 72 hours after your release. How do you plead to that charge?
I'm trying to see when they say I got released. I got released June 6th.
Okay, well, you were supposed to report within 48 hours. And they say you didn't report until 72 hours. Supposed to report 2 days, you didn't report till 3.
When they say I reported? I got out June 6th, I think I reported the next day though.
All right, so you plead not guilty?
Not guilty, sir.
All right. You failed to report to the Lafayette Probation and Parole Office to complete your initial intake. In addition, you failed to report as directed by your officer from June the 8th of 2020 through February the 9th of 2023. You have not reported or been seen in person for a total of 978 days. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty, sir.
All right. You failed to reside at your listed address of 315 Morse Street in Lafayette, Louisiana, and failed to obtain permission to move from where you were supposed to be. How do you plead to that?
Plead not guilty.
All right. On February the 8th of 2022, you committed the offenses of domestic abuse battery. This charge was dismissed on March the 24th of 2023. How do you plead to the fact that you committed the offense of domestic abuse battery?
I don't plead nothing because I didn't commit it.
All right, so you plead not guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, I need my glasses for this little one. On September the 22nd of 2022, you committed the offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, first offense. This charge was billed under Lafayette City Court DT 2021-00063 on 3/14 of 2023. You pled no contest and were sentenced to 180 days in the parish jail. On September 1 of 2022, you committed the offense of attempted theft under $50. This charge was billed under Lafayette City Court CC 2022-01372. And on March the 28th of 2023, you pled guilty and were sentenced to 30 days in the parish jail with credit for time served. How do you plead to those two allegations?
I plead guilty, sir.
On June the 12th of 2020, you committed the offenses of manufacturing and distribution of a Schedule I drug, marijuana, and resisting an officer. These charges were billed under Lafayette number 187362. And on July the 13th of 2023, you pled guilty to the amended charge of possession of marijuana less than 14 grams. The charge of resisting arrest was dismissed. You were sentenced to serve 1 day in the parish jail, credit for time served. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty, sir.
Number 9, you failed to provide a correct home address as required by the conditions of your parole. How do you plead to that charge?
I failed to do what?
You failed to provide a correct home address.
I plead not guilty.
All right. You failed to make any payments towards supervision fees and currently are $2,331 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Plead guilty, sir.
This is yours.
Yes.
Your case has been assigned to Ms. Pearl Wise. Would you please answer any questions she might have?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm trying to make it.
Trying to make it. So tell me why you didn't report in. The officer said they couldn't find you for over 900 days. What were you doing?
I mean, I was scared of COVID. The COVID had a thing we had to wear a mask wherever we go. So I figured that was one of the places I couldn't go. Now they told me I could have find y'all on a Zoom, but I mean I didn't know how to find y'all. You know, I don't know how to work. I didn't know how to work.
I think you called her one time, 9/10 of 2020. You called her, but you didn't call her no more. Why didn't you call her again?
I think she did call me. I don't know why I didn't call her.
I don't know. She said y'all talked by phone, and you were supposed to come in the next day or something, and you didn't.
Probably so. I probably.
Why didn't you tell her then? I'm afraid of COVID. Can we,
I told him I was scared of COVID.
Oh, you did? You did tell her that? Yeah.
I had a mask on everywhere I went.
Oh, okay. But she also indicated on that day when she talked to you, you sounded like you were drinking alcohol. Yeah, that was just the officer's impression, and I'm just stating that for the record. That we can't, battle that back and forth. But the fact that you pled guilty to a DWI offense is proof enough that there was some drinking going on, which is a violation of your parole. We can't agree with that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So where were you working?
I wasn't working like a signed job. I take side jobs here there to try to.
Okay, so you're working odd jobs. That's how you were supporting yourself.
Side job, let somebody want to help, and I do that. They wouldn't give me no labor job. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't know. Me and
you pled not guilty to provide your officer with the correct home address. So you're saying that in them 900 days that your officer couldn't find you, you were at the same address on your parole certificate?
I was at my mother's address, you hear me, until August 7th, 2022. She passed, and we moved. My daddy moved to Church Point, and I was moving, and I was staying here, there, everywhere, wherever I could have laid my head.
I'm sorry to hear the loss of your mother. My condolences to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that was hard.
Yeah, very, very hard. And I was lost out there, and I finally had found me a spot to live like a week before I got incarcerated.
You know what I'm saying? And by me being incarcerated, I lost that spot there. Now,
How are you gonna pay, how are you gonna pay for the spot?
Well, like I say, I take the odd jobs here, there.
So you get enough odd jobs in order to pay a rent of your own?
On it, my rent was number like $200.
Oh, okay, you had found that kind of place. But I'm concerned about the drinking and the drugs. I'm concerned about that. What do you need?
I mean, you know, I go to class, if that's what you want me to do. But I took a class over here, the kite program, you know what I'm saying? And I graduated, you know what I'm saying? And they offered me other classes,
How long you been in jail this time? How long you been on this?
9 months going on 10 months.
And so they're in Lafayette, they put you in classes these 9 months?
Yes, ma'am. I volunteered and got in there.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Do they have a work release program?
Yeah, they have a work release program, man.
Did you try to get in that one?
I don't know if they have it in Lafayette no more. You know,
Oh, really?
they don't have it in Lafayette no more. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They offer me like other classes I can participate in. You know what I'm saying? If I happen to get out, you know.
How old are you today?
45.
What kind of work have you done?
I did plumbing, side jobs, you know, plumbing like I help roofers, you know what I'm saying? Like
Plumbing is a very lucrative trade.
yeah, I dig the holes, you know what I'm saying, and find the pipes and stuff like that, you know.
I mean, when they encourage you to get into that plumbing apprentice positions with I'm a licensed plumber, that's some good money.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I just don't know. So if you're released, you've already lost a place. So even if you're released today, you don't have a place to go.
Yeah. My sister know. She said I can stay with her. You know.
When did she say that?
Huh?
When did she say that?
She been to him. You can call her. She been to him. I can come live with her if I happen to get out.
But you didn't. What I'm saying is, all this time you didn't stay with her. She's just offering. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You said you was going here and there until you finally got the place for $200 a month.
I stayed at her house too, you know. But like, that's not my house, so I'm gonna move around. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody want me to sleep there, I'm gonna sleep there. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna just ruin my welcome. You know.
That's wise. That was very wise. You don't wear your welcome out. But I do want to state for the record, and I saw some, you said you got out on June the 6th, but the parole certificate say June the 5th. You might have had something else going on, but the parole certificate said June 5th of 2020, and that's what we operate with. You said, but you didn't actually leave the jail to June 6th.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just stating that for the record. That's all. That's all. You're on parole from that date until December the 2nd of 2039.
Okay. I thought it was 40.
Go by their calculations. We go by what we got in the records.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I thought it was the 6th though, because my mama's birthday was June 4th.
But I just wanted you to know that the parole certificate states June 5th. Okay. And what day you actually left the jail, you know, only you know that, and of course they can find it for records. But I just wanted you to understand where we got the June 5th date from. It's from the parole. I don't know if you got a copy of it when you signed out. Did you? Did you get a copy of it?
Oh, my random rights and stuff.
No, your parole certificate when you got signed out from where were you? Wherever you were at, it's not on here. Huh? Yeah, River Bend. Did you get a copy of your parole certificate when you signed out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You didn't look at it evidently. Evidently, you didn't look at it. Okay. All right. Have you you don't have any job skills, you really don't have a place to stay, you didn't do well on supervision. These domestic these domestic charges, was that with who was that with?
Oh, that was with my girl, you know what I'm saying? But she got on me, you know, she whipped me a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And they wanted me to press charges on her, but I didn't, you know what I'm saying? And she went to jail. I didn't go to jail.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They dismissed the charge. They dismissed the charge on me. And she got convicted of it and got classes.
Okay.
And she got classes and she graduated and we worked over that.
Good. So y'all still together?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
But you can't stay with her, huh?
No, no, no.
But your problem, let's get to your problem, is marijuana use and alcohol, right? That's your problem.
Eh, it was my problem. Yes, ma'am.
When it stopped being your problem?
I mean, you know, whenever it started being a problem, when it starts being a problem for me when I came to jail.
Oh, so it just stopped.
I knew it would land me in jail.
Okay. So you said you've had some programs while you're there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Call out those programs you've had these last 9 months.
Well, I just did the kite. They ain't never provided me with no more.
And the kite, what was that about?
It's about thinking and like addicted and criminal acting program.
Tell me
Like,
one or two things you learned that you didn't know. Tell me one or two things that you learned in the class that you didn't already know.
I learned a lot that you gotta think before you react.
Yeah, just tell me two things.
You gotta think before you react on certain situations, and your behavior play a big part in your life.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So your behavior, if you can't control your behavior, I mean you can't think. It's a thinking distortion program.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all I have. That's all I have.
Mr. Williams, you got a DWI in September of 2020. Where were you going? By 10 o'clock at night, where were you going?
I came from the store and they stopped me.
Which store were you going to?
I was already to the store. I was at Circle K, and when I pulled off from Circle K, they stopped.
September the 11th of 2022, you got charged with attempted theft. Where was that at?
Walmart.
Walmart. And then on June the 12th of 2020, that's when you had the marijuana charge. Where were you at when that happened?
I was riding with my brother.
Now, you told us that you didn't go report for 900 days because you were scared of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You were going to Walmart, you were going to stores, you were riding around. So how come you couldn't report to your parole officer?
Well, I wasn't driving. You talking about me riding around? I wasn't driving.
You got a DWI. I mean, you don't get a DWI as a passenger.
Right. I could. Damn, I was driving that time right there.
Yeah. Okay. So your story now is you didn't have transportation, or were you afraid of COVID? Why didn't you report?
I really didn't have transportation. That wasn't my vehicle.
So COVID is not the reason you didn't report. You just didn't have a way there. Is that what you're telling me?
I really had no way to get around at all. I didn't have no car.
But the 3 times that you did go places, you got arrested. Is that what I've heard? You only went 3 times and you got arrested all 3 times?
I was on the ride.
All right, thank you.
Except for when I was driving.
Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like to say to the board before we vote?
I mean, if y'all need to know anything, I can tell y'all.
All right, okay, well, appreciate it. Think you've told us enough. Panel ready to vote?
Yes, ready to go. Mr. Williams, I searched and searched and searched and listened to all the inconsistencies and you just turn your back on supervision. I find you guilty of all the allegations, and I recommend your parole be revoked and that you get substance abuse treatment and transitional work prior to your release this time. That's what you see, but I'm on a 1 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Watts. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams, based on your guilty plea in multiple cases of criminal activity in a court of law, I revoke your supervision.
My vote is likewise the same for the same reasons as my colleagues. Mr. Williams, your parole has been revoked today. Good luck to you, sir. We'll close out at Lafayette Parish Correctional Center. The time is 11:44.
Man, you'd be crazy.
Tillis has a question for you, please.
You say you
Okay, I think we're ready to go. I'd call the Board of Pardons of the state of Louisiana into order. It's 9:12 a.m. We're at the Department of Corrections in Baton Rouge. We'll be talking to a number of people throughout the day at different locations. Like I say, this is the Board of Pardons. Cheryl Renatza is normally the chairman, but I'll be the chairman as of today. And we'll have a roll call, please.
Pete Freeman,
Present.
Steve Prater,
Present.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Present.
Chuck Tibbs.
Present.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum, and the first order of business will be to adopt the minutes from the June 3rd meeting of the Board of Pardons. And can I have a motion?
I move to make a motion for approval of minutes from June 3rd, 2024.
Okay, could I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We've adopted the minutes and appreciate that. We'll be handling several cases, I said today, about 9 cases. Most of them are going to be commutation of sentences. The first one is a pardon with restoration of gun rights, and that's what we'll be taking now. We divide these cases up into, because there's so many and because there's so much reading, we all read all of them. But then we divide them up into a chief investigator, you might say, the one that will handle that particular case. The first case we have here is Chucky Tillis's, I believe. Mr. Tillis, would you handle this fella here, Brian Raker?
Good morning, Mr. Brian. How are you? Can you hear me?
You're muted, sir.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
How have you been?
Been doing good.
Good, good. Why, can you explain to me why is it you need a gun, or what's the reason why you want to have one?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I say, could you explain to me why is it you feel you need a gun, and what do you plan on doing with it?
Oh, well, I'm an outdoorsman. Been an outdoorsman all my life, and just turned 59, and I'd love to go hunting, target shooting, skeet shooting. All my friends do it, and you know, time's short. I kind of put it out of the way for 28 years, you know, and I'd like to get back into it.
What kind of hunting do you do?
I don't hunt. And I don't think I would hunt. I really just want it for skeet shooting, target shooting, and that's about it.
I saw where you skeet shoot. You do a lot of it? Been doing it before?
Oh yeah, I got back before I was arrested, I got my own skeet machine. We'd go out in the cane fields and shoot skeet, and we used to hunt. I used to hunt. We'd hunt squirrel, and that's about it. And target shoot. We'd love to see who's the best shooter.
Is there anything else you want to say about reasoning why you need it, other than that?
That's it. That's about it.
No more questions? No questions, Mr. Any questions?
Not one.
Okay, sir, I think I don't have any questions either, and you don't have any supporters or in opposition of this. So I'll ask Mr. Tillis if he would to lead us in the voting.
My vote would be to grant.
Ms. Stapleton?
I agree to grant.
I agree to grant. You've had over a 20-year cleansing period with no arrests, no problem. My vote is to grant.
Sure, my vote also is to grant. And you've had no convictions or no arrests for violent crimes. I think that's important. You've never served any time. You're on probation for this marijuana charge, possession with intent or whatever it was. And so therefore,
recommendation. We call it recommend to the government.
Thank you. I was notified by the staff that this is just a recommendation to the governor to grant. We can't grant, so you can't go out and start shooting this afternoon. But we're going to send our recommendation to the governor that you be granted, and then it'll be his and his staff's
decision what to do. So I think that's gonna conclude this case, and the time is 9:17. End of this first case. Thank you.
Thank y'all very much. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Danny Barra, and to my right, Ms. Carolyn Stapleton. All right. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like for staff here at headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record. Parole Williams, Whitney Trostler. All right, thank you. And our first remote location this morning is at Rayburn Correctional Institute. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Warden Travis Day.
Carolyn Thomas, Record Supervisor. Lacey Kennedy, Classifications.
Hey, that's everybody. Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. So we have our first case there is Mr. Wright. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Michael Wright, and my DOC is 559-705.
Okay. Mr. Wright, let me tell you how this will work. I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, after which I'll ask you to confirm it, and then you'll be given the opportunity to tell the panel why you think we should vote favorably today for an early release for you. I want you to know we have some folks here on Zoom in support. Trinity Candelaria, your daughter, Rhonda Burke, your mother, she wants to speak on your behalf. Also in support, we have your son Brandon, who's here with us in Baton Rouge. And we have from the DA's office, Mr. Butch Wilson, who'll be speaking at the appropriate time. Once everybody has spoken, we'll begin our parole interview with you before we take a vote. All right, ready? So Michael Wright, as mentioned, your DOC number is 559-705. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving an 18-year sentence, sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, December of 2009 for aggravated incest. You have a parole eligibility date, which is January 6, 2025. You do not earn good time, so your full term date is September 19, 2027. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Wright, would you tell the panel, tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're in jail, and why you think we ought to grant you an early release?
Well, I'm in jail because, you know, it's hard. It's hard to say this out loud. It's very difficult. It's such a horrible thing. I had sex with my son. You know, what kind of man does that? What kind of father does that with his son? I've lived with this for so long. I'm just so I just regret it. It's just, and I know it's hard for me to deal with, but I know it's been even harder for my son, and he's had to live with this for just as long, and it's so hard on him, and I just want to let him know I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did.
All right, so just tell us why you think we ought to vote favorably for you today.
I've spent a lot of time in here evaluating my life. It's been a life that's been wasted. I've had all the opportunities in the world. You know, growing up, I had a good family. I was raised right. I chose to drink and do drugs and live the wrong way. I just made mistakes after mistakes, terrible mistakes my whole life. And I've had a lot of time to look back on that and just realize, I don't want to live like that. I don't want to ever spend another day of my life drunk or high. It seems like every bad mistake I've ever made in my life was because of that. I had so many dreams about starting my own business. Both of my parents started their own businesses, were successful. I always wanted to be a businessman myself, and I never could because I was always chasing a high. And I equate so much pain with that now that I would never touch alcohol or drugs again. And when I get out, if I'm granted parole, I'll be 53 years old when I get out. I don't have a lot of time left to build a retirement for myself, so I have to get the ground running. And I've been preparing the entire time that I've been in here. I've been learning all I can about business and real estate and construction. I've gotten my college degree while I was in here. I got an associate's degree with an emphasis in business. I have a VOTEC degree in building technology. I've recently got my OSHA safety card. I've read countless books on how to run a construction business, how to invest in real estate, and that's really my main goal. And when I get out is to build a retirement for myself. And like I said, I have to hit the ground running, and I'm ready day one. I have the support from my family. I have the support from my son, my mother, my daughter. And I have the ability and the capability to be successful. And I know that once I do achieve freedom and I'm on the street, that I will never come back to jail.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. Warden Day, is there anything you could tell us about Mr. Wright?
As far as in here, he's pretty much, been fairly clean with disciplinary. I think his last write-up was 2000 and 2022, but disciplinary wise, he's been pretty clean. Especially here recently, and he's taken some programs.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we'll hear now from, we'd like to hear from those who wish to speak. First, we'd like to hear from Ms. Burke.
I want to be unmuted. I hope I did that right. I want to be. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, we can.
Thank you. I'm in the dark. We've got a bad storm going on. So I hope I don't lose my phone. I just wanted to say that Michael's family and myself are hoping and praying that he will be coming home soon. We need him back in our lives. He's still young enough to have a good life and be a positive member of society. We hope and pray that you will give him this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. And we have Brandon. Brandon, Mr. Kelly, would you like to step up to the podium and tell us what you would like for us to know?
I'm here in support of my dad. We've been talking now for about a year. And it's been extremely healing for both of us. And, I agree with both of them. It's time for him to come home. I need him. My sister needs him. My brother needs him. And I'm just looking forward to the future. I've had to live almost 2 decades without a father, and this huge void, in my life. My sister has had to live with it her entire life. She was just a baby since prison. And we're just ready to have our father back.
Well, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we'd like to hear from the DA's office, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning.
I would first like to start out by just stating for the record that Mr. Kelly was absolutely legally entitled to be here, and he is absolutely entitled to forgive anyone he wants to. But the bill of indictment in this case did not say Brandon Kelly versus Michael Wright. It said State of Louisiana versus Michael Wright. I'm here today on behalf of the St. Tammany District Attorney representing the people of the state of Louisiana. This was depravity. This conduct, which you can't even dancing on the head of a pin, if we were just considering this one incident, that should be enough for this man to serve his full term date. But you cannot evaluate him simply based on this incident. What ended up leading to his being with his son again when he was 14 years old was he impregnates his son's 7th grade classmate, who, by the way, this man has we've just heard, he has the support of mother, daughter, son. The wife is not here, and there's good reason for that. I don't know if y'all had the chance to read the Supreme Court opinion in this case, but it cites from testimony, and this is from Mr. Kelly. I hate bringing this up, sir, but these were your own words. Describe to the jury some of the things you saw him do with the 14-year-old wife. Punching her, kicking her, just beating her, and not a hit and stop. I mean, beating her until she was just crying for him to stop, bleeding, picking her up, throwing her, slamming her, duct taping her, throwing her in a closet for 3 hours, beating her while she's duct taped. I've seen him while she was sleeping, stick a bottle of hot Tabasco inside of her. It goes on and on. If you look at his past for domestic violence, and he was slipping through the cracks in an era when law enforcement was not taking these incidents nearly as seriously as we are today, where if the victim came forward and said, I don't want to press charges, they were allowed to walk. Look at a number of domestic violence incidents. This man likes to hit women, and apparently young women as well. When you take all of this together, ask yourself a very simple question. Can you trust this guy? Can you? Can you trust him? He says he's reformed. He says he's sorry. We saw the tears, but can you really trust him based upon his past? I know he's had a long time to think about it. But once again, we hear this excuse that this wouldn't have happened to me if I hadn't been on drugs and alcohol. That is an excuse. It is for absolutely horrible conduct. This crosses the line beyond criminality into the realm of evil. When you put it all together, we vehemently oppose any early release for this offender. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Wright, we'll start our parole interview. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead. I do have some questions for you. How long have you been in jail?
Coming up on 15 years.
Of an 18-year sentence, right?
15 years, I believe, in October.
Okay. So I do see that you took and completed the sex offender class. I think you finished it in 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you get out of that?
Well, there were a lot of things that I didn't realize about myself. You learn about justifying and blaming and being in denial. There are cognitive distortions where you pretend that things are all right. You can, as a sex offender, you tend to use your power and control people, and I've intimidated people. I had poor impulse control. These are all risk factors that I've learned about. Also mind altering substances, one. Like you said, I know it's not an excuse. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for what I did.
So you mentioned the MAS, you took that program?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What
completed it.
other substance abuse programs have you taken advantage of?
I did the NANA or AANA program, as well as the Living in Balance program.
Good, glad to hear that. Somewhere in the record, Mr. Wright, I noticed, and I can't put my finger on it just now, but I made a note of it, that you claimed innocence.
Yes, ma'am. I denied this for a long time. I didn't want to admit the truth.
Well, and today you've taken ownership today, and I appreciate it. I do want to echo what the DA mentioned, because I also made notes of your history of domestic violence. I have a 1995 domestic violence conviction in California. Again, 2 counts in 1998, I believe, also in California, maybe. 2002, simple battery in Point Coupee. 2006, domestic abuse battery in Calcasieu. 2006, second-degree battery and aggravated assault and felony carnal knowledge. And then we have this offense, which I believe was 2007. So it's real concerning. I also noticed in the record that while you were in Calcasieu, that sheriff's office had reports of you having sex with girls as young as 12 years old, and you were in your 30s, I believe. So it's concerning to me. All that's concerning, and I can't, I agree with what the district attorney said. I believe that you need to serve your full term. So I don't have any other questions of you. I'll defer to my colleagues.
I don't have any questions.
Mrs. Stephenson.
I don't have any questions, but I do have some statements. From everything I just heard, you're a sexual predator and you're an extremely violent man. And you have cornered the market on power and control. When you had that 14-year-old girl who's not, well, I don't know if y'all still married, 14 years old, when she's pregnant and you were punching her in the stomach. And then Louisiana leads the nation in homicide, domestic violence homicide. So you would have fallen right into that crack. It's amazing that she lived and the baby lived. And then I read where your son said that, like the DA said, you held her in a closet for 3 hours, but then you wanted to kill your wife and get him to help bury the body, and he refused to help. So he's right, when he says that this is about brutality and evilness. So yes, you do need to serve your full sentence.
All right, Mr. Wright, I'll go ahead and vote. I'll vote first. My vote today, based on the opposition, what you've heard today, your history of violence, the opposition that's been expressed by the state of Louisiana, my vote today is to deny your parole. Mr. Barra?
I'm going to concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur for the very same reasons.
All right, Mr. Wright. Continue your work. Continue making your plan. You do have a release date, so good luck to you, sir.
Thank
you.
And it may be as loud as it normally is.
It's not. It's not. It's
All right, ready for Mr. McLean? Here he is. Good morning, Mr. McLean. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Name Horace McLean, 112574.
All right, Mr. McLean, let me introduce the panel to you. I'm Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. I'm going to read some information into the record and ask you to confirm it. Then we're going to give you the opportunity to tell us why you think we should grant you an early release. And then we'll start our parole interview with you. Okay, you ready?
Ready.
All right. Mr. McLean, you are classified as a 9th felony offender. You're currently serving a 12-year sentence as a habitual offender, having been sentenced in 2016, attempted simple burglary and simple burglary. Your parole eligibility date was September 8, 2018. Your good time release date is December 2nd, 2026. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you, Mr. McLean, tell us a little bit about yourself? Why are you in jail and why do you believe that we should vote to grant your parole today?
Well, the reason why I'm in jail, I was out there and I was smoking crack. And the things that I was doing, I regret that I was doing these things. Since I've been in prison, I've done become a better person. And besides, what else I'm gonna say? I can't think clearly right now. But anyway, though, I wants to be a better person, in which I am gonna be a better person. I'm not getting older. I mean younger. I'm getting older. I'm 60 years old. I'll soon be 61 years old. Like my mom always told me, time bring on a change. And I'm gonna change my life. Cause I'm tired of putting myself in jail and in prison. And that ain't how I wanna live my life. I wanna live my life. I wanna live the rest of my life as a free man, not in jail. So I was planning on, if I did make parole, and if I don't make parole, I was gonna go out there and mentor the youngsters that's coming up and show them that committing crimes ain't the way you wanna live your life, because they're gonna leave you right here in jail.
Okay, all right, well, good. You've given it some thought then, thank you.
Well, you got something else I need to say. If I do make parole, I have a friend that teach NA and AA Mondays and Thursdays. And that's what I'm planning on doing, going to NA, AA.
Good.
That's what I'm planning on doing. I'm gonna do that for the rest of my life. I told one of us leave this world. God called one of us home. Cause I'm tired of putting myself through this. Like I said, I'm not getting younger, I'm getting older.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Warden Day, what can you tell us about Mr. McLean?
Yes, ma'am. He and I talked with each other this week and reviewed his record. You know, since he's been at RCC, September 2023, pretty clean disciplinary record. You know, going through his record, I did look and see where he had some 14s intoxications throughout there and a couple 21s, but as far as here, he's been a pretty good inmate in the short time he's been here.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. He's going to take the lead on the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Following up with what Mr. Day just said, May 20th, 23, you had a violation for intoxication, I guess at the prior prison. What was that all about? What were you doing?
Well, I was going through things with my daughter, and I realized that smoking mojo wasn't a problem. Cause after I got through smoking the mojo, the problem was still gonna be there. And so what I did, I got on my knees and I prayed to God to leave mojo alone. And I ain't even smoked mojo since. That's why I'm through with the drugs. I don't even wanna do no drugs no more. I left all that alone. Even if I get out there in society, I'm through with the drugs. And my mom is 86 years old and she lives by herself. And I wanna take care of her like she took care of me.
I see that you appeared before the parole board on September 21st, 2021. And they denied your parole due to law enforcement opposition, a high risk assessment for reoffense, and needing programs. Two of those things you can't change, but the one with programs, since then, since 9/21/21, how many programs have you completed getting ready for this date?
Thinking for a change, living in balance, Cajun raid, TCU program, and think one more. Then I did NAAA for about a year and 3 months. And I'm in NAAA now. I'm in 12 steps. I'm in that right now. I'm trying to battle my life, not worse.
Gordon, can you verify any of that? Because I don't see that in the records we have. And I don't see anything past getting motivated for change in 2023.
Yes, I'm looking. Give me just a second. We do see living in balance.
2022?
Yes, sir. Age of Rage,
Gauge your age,
2022.
2022.
And anything else that didn't get credit, it'd be in those.
Yes, ma'am. And that's it right now.
All right. Also, I see that you had 8 prior periods of supervision and 4 of them ended up revoked. So you're about a 50-50 guy on supervision. Can you tell me a little bit about how this term of supervision, if you get out this time, would be different than the last one? You're not doing too good under supervision in the past. 50% is not good.
When I get out this time, if I get out this time on parole, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna work. I'm gonna pay my parole fee. And like I said, I'm gonna go to NAAA from Monday through Friday. And besides, I have 2 grandkids I've never met before. And I want to be in their life for the rest of my life. Because I fail to realize this ain't how I wanna live my life. Locked up in jail with nothing. Cause I can't accomplish nothing up in jail. I can accomplish a whole lot out there. And I just want the opportunity to show y'all that if y'all do give me parole, I promise you, you'll never see me back in here again.
All right. That's all I have.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about in 2012, you had an offense for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. You would have known you shouldn't have had a firearm. Why did you have a firearm?
When I was going to sell the power,
Pardon?
I said I was going to sell it.
You were going to sell it. So you stole it from what? One of the vehicles that you broke into or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then you get sent back to jail again. And then you get out again in 2015 on good time release at 8/30 of 2015. Speaking of revocations, and then on 9/10, you're revoked again for the simple burglary and 2 counts of attempted simple burglary and admitting to using marijuana and cocaine. So, I mean, you were right back in.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything else to say.
So, Mr. McLean, how long you been in jail this time?
9 years. It's the longest I've ever been locked up in my entire life. And this took something out of me. I've never been locked up this long. Never.
Yeah. What do you think, what took you so long to figure it out? Since you've been in jail this 9 years, it was fairly recently, since you smoked the mojo and fell on your knees. Why did it take you all that time to say, I don't want this life anymore? What took so long?
Well, sometimes it take a long time for others. And it took this long for me to realize, like I said before, this ain't how I want to live my life, locked up in jail. I want to better my life, not worsen my life. I'm sorry to say it took these many times for me to come to prison, for me to realize that this ain't where I want to be at. Because I'm not accomplished nothing locked up here in jail. And when I can go out there and work for what I want. And that's what I'm planning on doing.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Prepared to vote. Mr. Barra?
Mr. McLean, today I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole based on your 9 felony habitual offender record with a high risk of reoffense through the risk tools and your failure to keep a clean write-up record since the last hearing. I mean, you had to know that was very important, and you're still getting write-up between the last hearing that you're trying to come back in front of us and get us to let you go. So for those reasons, I'll have to vote to deny your parole at this time, but continue to be write-up free for a little bit longer of a time and reapply, keep taking some more classes, and we'll reconsider you later.
So me myself though, I probably won't reapply no more.
Let us finish voting. Let us finish voting. Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Barra, and I guess you said law enforcement opposition, all the rest and law enforcement opposition.
All right, Mr. McLean, I agree with my colleagues. You know, your history is not anything we can hang our hat on to feel like you'll succeed. I believe you finally have turned the corner. I do. But based on the opposition that's been expressed in the record, your criminal history, your write-up history, my vote today is to deny. And I will encourage you, when you do get out on your good time date, take some more classes, and I think you might be able to move that date forward. But I would like to add a special condition to the good time release certificate that you be required to attend 2 AA meetings a week with your friend. But today, sir, your parole's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
Our business, we're gonna sign off at 9:42.
Listen to me. You
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're now at St. Tammany Parish on Thursday, July 18, 2024. It's 9:48 a.m. Good morning. Would the officer please introduce yourself for the record?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Thank you, Corporal Lott, for accommodating us this morning. And we have Mr. Thompson. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Miss. How you doing?
Good, thanks for asking. Mr. Thompson, let me introduce us to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. This is Mr. Danny Byra to my left and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. All right, we're panel today and we're here for revocation decision. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't seen you in so long. You look totally different. I used to be a trustee in Angola in the early 80s and you had came through the front gate.
Oh,
I was a
okay.
cook.
That's been a while. I guess you changed too.
Thank you. I'm almost 60.
All right, look, we're here for a revocation decision. I'm going to read the allegation against you. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we'll have a conversation about it. But first do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Right here. Yes, ma'am.
And based on that information on that form, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer today. Are you ready to proceed?
Well, I had requested for a lawyer, but they told me that as long as I could read and write the English language, they denied it.
Right, you said you weren't eligible for it. So are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, and then no. Let me explain why. Because the victim as well as the witness, she has all the proper evidence of people.
You can tell us about that. You can tell us about that once we get into our interview, but are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, let's move forward. All right, Mr. Thompson, you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole. And first is condition number 3. And condition number 3 states the address on your good time parole certificate on West Chestnut Street in Lacombe, which is where you resided since you were released from prison November 15, 2023. On May 16, 2024, you were informed you're no longer allowed to have contact with Idel Batiste, and you would not be able to go back to live at the residence on West Chestnut Street due to reported threats that were made. Due to being a sex offender, you're required to live in an approved residence. On May 20th, 2024, you provided the address 312 Clearwood with no contact person or phone number. The parole officer attempted to make contact with someone at that 312 Clearwood address. However, there was no answer at the door. The officer left his business card in the door with a note to contact him. On May 23rd, 2024, another attempt was made to contact someone at that address. Having knocked numerous times, there was no answer at the door. The officer observed his business card that he left on May 21st, still in the door, so that address is denied. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3 about the approved residence?
I like to plead not guilty with a statement if it's all right with you.
Yeah, and we'll get your statement when Mr. Byra, your case has been assigned to, Ms. Stapleton. She'll take the lead on the interview and she'll take your statement. But let's finish with the allegations first. So that's not guilty with a statement to number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we have number 4, condition number 4. You engaged in criminal activity when you obtained, possessed, and ingested cocaine as evident by the drug screen administered to you April 8, 2024, which showed positive results for cocaine. So how do you plead to violating number 4?
I would like to also plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Then we have condition number 10. You failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You're currently $350 in arrears, having never submitted a payment. How do you plead to number 10?
Well, I lost my job. Boy. How?
Well, no, you can tell us about that, but you have to plead guilty or.
Okay. I want to plead not guilty with a statement.
And then number 13 says you had a special condition, which was pay your $65 processing fee. You failed to pay any money towards your $65 processing fee and your arrears on that fee. How do you plead to violating that condition?
Same as the last, Your Honor.
Is say it out. You gotta say it. What is it?
Oh, not guilty. Not guilty. I want with a statement.
Okay, I got it. All right, as I said, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Stapleton.
So I know that you're going to have a statement with everything, okay? I understand what you said on there. So the first situation is that you were supposed to live at a certain address on Chestnut Street in Lacombe, Louisiana. And then we have that you weren't there. And then you gave an address at 325 Clearwood Drive, Slidell, Louisiana, correct? And that wasn't an approved address.
There is I can explain right now.
Yeah, come.
You may not believe this, but this is all this has been read. If you allow me to explain, and you can be the judge for yourself. On May the 13th, Mrs. Idea Baptiste received a telephone call on her cell phone at her house. She called me out the kitchen and told me that sex offender registration at the courthouse in Compton want to speak to me. So when I get on the phone, Mrs. Angie Cooks asked me, could I come in a week ahead of time because she wasn't going to be in on a Friday. I said, well, when would you prefer me to come in? I could do that for you. She said, well, come in tomorrow morning at 8:30. I came there at the courthouse at 8 o'clock. When I get to the courthouse to go in there for my annual registration, a couple of deputies after hearing me told me, excuse me, what is your name? And I told him, I said, Ron Thompson. He said, well, you the guy I was told to come get. I said, come get for what? He said, I was told to lock you up for a speeding ticket that was 2.5 years old. He said, I was told to arrest you for a speeding ticket. I said, 2.5 years ago, I was in prison. He said, hey, I know what you mean. He said, that ticket was supposed to have been done away with. He brought me over to the police station. And he got on the computer. He said, man, you is right. He said, this ticket's over 2.5 years ago. He said, you was in prison. I said, I was telling you that. He said, well, I'm still got to lock you up. So they brought me over to the jail. As soon as I get in the lobby at the holding tank, they stripped me completely naked and they put me on suicide watch without my permission, without me requesting it. They stripped me naked and I was denied a phone call for 4 days straight. They finally took me off and allowed me to make a phone call. And my bum was already preset for the $60, $70 ticket. And so when I get on the phone and call Mrs. Idell, which is my girlfriend, I've been living with her for 5 years at that address, Mr. David Belfont shows up in the holding tank and tells me, you can no longer live at that address. I said, why? He would never tell me why. And I said, I've been living at this address for 5 years since 2019. I have never had a confrontation or argument with anyone.
Well, let me tell you why. This is why. It's because Miss Idell Baptiste said that you had been threatening her and that you had been drinking alcohol.
Okay.
She didn't want you there. So there was an order of protection.
Okay.
So that was the end of that one. So that's what happened.
Okay. She said she went to the hearing. If you look at that paper, she came to the hearing of her, the revocation hearing.
I see that, and that's not unusual. And then I read where she said that that this man has never ever threatened me, and that he helps me around the house, and he cooks and cleans, and he bathes her, and I haven't had a good bath since the man has been in jail, and that she's opposed to and she's not opposed to Parole Thompson living with her. So So that's not unusual for that to happen.
Obviously, he didn't take the word for it because I take her word or my word. He started going along with this issue. So she went to the people and got a documentation notarized. The people notarized, said the registration, and she tried to get the power of attorney, and she went to the courthouse to try to get telephone logbooks from the courthouse. They wouldn't give it to her. And
Let me ask you something. How did you come up with the next address? 312 Clearwood Drive, Slidell. Where did that come from?
That's my old work partner. And just so happened he had got in a domestic dispute or argument with his old lady, and he's locked up here.
Well, okay.
That's what it happened.
So you used that address. So when they approached you and asked you about this other situation, how come it didn't come out? Why did you change your address then? Because I mean, they didn't come up with this address, you did.
Because Miss, I didn't know what was going on. I told you, with all due respect, they strip me naked, throw me in the tank. 4 days later, the man come to see me, just straight out of Sky Blue, told me I gotta get somewhere. So I'm wondering why.
Okay, so number 3. So you did give them another address, and it says, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I must move from the address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so.
You know, I did that without thinking, because when I kept asking him why, he would never tell me why, Miss.
All right, so he went there, like was read, to the new address. You never were there. And then at one point, Mr. Philip Pierce was there, and he said that was his residence, and he stated that he did not know parolee Ron Thompson. So let's move on from that, okay?
Can I ask you a question, Miss?
Okay.
My witness or the victim, she has signed notification paperwork authorized, it's been notarized, and she could testify to herself.
She's not here.
Okay, but you couldn't call her?
Well, no, that's what Zoom is for. She could have called in on Zoom. So we're gonna go to number 4, okay? It says that you possessed and ingested cocaine as evident by a drug screen administered, and you showed positive for cocaine. You said you have a statement with that one. What's your statement?
Not guilty, Miss. I have paperwork. Miss Idea Baptiste got all the paperwork notarized and everything from Slidell Memorial Hospital. It's showing that the doctor, I fell off the job off the top of a house, and I was injected with morphine for pain, and they prescribed me medicine, and I went to Robert Road Accent Health, and they gave me a prescription for oxycodone. That's what that was.
Okay, so the prescription bottles that were sent in, one of them in your name, or your name, was a muscle relaxer, and the other one was ibuprofen 600 milligrams. It was not hydrocodone. You may have thought it was, but it wasn't.
She grabbed the wrong bottles off the dresser. I got numerous bottles on the dresser. She grabbed the wrong one. She's 70 years old and I'm 60 years old. She grabbed the wrong bottles. All you have to do is call her. Everything I'm telling you is the truth.
Okay, let's move on from there, okay?
Yes,
so you failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You are currently $315 in arrears. Now, you said that you were behind on that because you hadn't worked, but you just now said you fell off a roof because you were working.
That's when I ain't been out for 6 months out of jail. I fell off the top of a house, and they had to take me to Slidell Memorial Hospital. And the lady doctor that was there, she hurried up and shot me with morphine in my hip. I have the paperwork from Slidell Memorial. If you would call me, so I did. Everything's signed and notarized. But y'all won't let her in the jail so she could testify, or so you can see the paperwork yourself.
Not my job. Okay, so, and then the last is a special condition for $65 processing fee. What you got to say about that?
I didn't have no money to pay it. It ain't like I wouldn't pay it.
All right. Well, I'm going to move it along to my other colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Mr. Bauer?
I have no question.
All right, and I don't have any questions either, Mr. Thompson. It's unfortunate that Miss Idell is not here today. Everything we have in the record points to your violations.
I haven't committed a crime. There's nothing in the paperwork that said I committed crime.
Thompson, you violated the conditions of your parole. I think we are prepared to vote, Mrs.
Yes.
Stapleton.
I vote to revoke your parole based upon violation of 3, 4, 10, and 13 conditions.
Mr. Barrow,
I vote to revoke your parole for the same reason as Mr. Stapleton.
Mr. Thompson, the evidence that we have in the record refutes the statement you've made to us. So my vote today is I find you guilty of violating the conditions of your parole. My vote today is to also revoke. Good luck to you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our business at St. Tammany. It's 10:03.
Can I ask a question before y'all?
Which folder?
All right. Good morning. Mr. Wilton, patio? Can you hear us? Yeah. You're on mute. Can you unmute it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Terrebonne Parish on Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It's 10:08 a.m. Is there any officer or staff in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
By yourself, okay. Would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
I'm Wilton Patio. My DOC number is 475289.
All right, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We are here this morning for a revocation decision. Do you have any paperwork with you? Is that a parole revocation questionnaire? Yeah. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the information or your answers to those questions, it's determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me acknowledge we have Ms. Freeman here on Zoom with us, and at the appropriate time, we'll ask her for her remarks. First, let me read some identifying information. Well, I'm going to read the allegations against you, excuse me, after which you'll enter a guilty or not guilty. Okay. Here, whatever Ms. Freeman has to say, and then we'll have our interview with you. Mr. Barra will take the lead on the interview. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and this is what, in specific condition number 2, you did not report during the months of July, September, October, November, and December 23 and January 24. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
Then there's condition number 3. You moved from your last reported address of 405 Terry Street without notifying your officer. The address of your recent arrest was at 6060 East D, which you did not report to your officer. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Condition number 4, you've been involved in criminal activity as evident by your arrest January 3rd, 2023 by the Rain Police Department for the charge of domestic abuse battery with a child present. The charge for domestic abuse with child endangerment in the 615th Judicial District Court was dismissed May 6, 2024. Court records also reflect Katie Freeman signed an affidavit of non-prosecution March 27, 2024. How do you plead violating condition number 4?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Lastly is number 10. You have only paid $10 since your release from incarceration. Your last payment was made August 12th, 2023, and you're currently in arrears $746. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Would you, well, let's first hear from Ms. Freeman. Ms. Freeman, what would you like us to know before we start our interview?
Ma'am?
What would you like us to know? You want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I do want to speak on behalf of Wilton. His address, he did report his address to the parole officer. The parole officer would come to our old home and visit him. And he told Wilton all he had to do when we moved was text him his new address. Wilton texted the new address. He also would speak to the parole officer on the phone with every now and then. Wilton was home, I want to say, a week, and the reason why he was home was because the parole officer said he was coming make a visit with Wilton for him to text him the new address again. They sent Will home from offshore. He came home. He was home for a week. He texted the parole officer and tried to call him multiple times to let him know that he was home. The new address, he's never got a reply. So I don't feel like he was absconding anything because he was speaking to the parole officer on the phone. The domestic incident never happened. I was arguing outside with a neighbor and the police got called. And when the police got called, they assumed me and Wilton were arguing, and I kept telling them no. They also spoke to my 13-year-old son and pulled him to the side. And my 13-year-old son said that me and Wilton never got into a physical altercation. They still decided to take him to jail because they said that somebody was lying. They spoke to the neighbor. The neighbor said that me and her were arguing. that me and Wilton were never arguing. So those charges got dismissed.
Okay, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Barra will be asking Mr. Patio some questions.
I got a question for her.
Yeah.
You have no fear of this man whatsoever?
No, ma'am.
Never
No, sir.
touched- He's never touched you, right?
No, sir. We live together.
And you're asking us to let him go. That's right. That's what you're asking for today?
I'm asking that, yes, for him to get back to work because I am struggling financially to take care of the bills and our children together.
How long have y'all been together?
Been together 8 years.
All right. All the questions I have first.
Can I ask her a question? Ms. Freeman, are you still there, ma'am? I want to ask you something
Yes,
because in the report here, it says that your right eye was purple and black. That wouldn't be a neighbor that would have done that. What happened there? Uh-oh, you froze up.
That was a fight I got into in the street. I've told the cops that a week that a black eye. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
See,
Okay. I had been having a black eye. That black eye never came from Wilton. I told the police officers that, and the two of the officers stated that if he would have hit me, I wouldn't have had a black eye right then and there. The sergeant that was on duty that night said that he did not believe me. He said, sir, he said he did not hit her. So that's when they asked if they could speak to my 13-year-old. They pulled my 13-year-old to the side outside, and he stated that Wilton never hit me. Whenever the officer came back in, he said the child said that no physical altercation ever occurred, that Miss Freeman didn't hit Wilton and Wilton didn't hit Miss Freeman. And that's when they said they still was going to take him to jail because they did not believe nobody. But he did not give me that black eye. I had gotten a fight on the streets.
well, the child was present when all of this took place. And it's really traumatic on a child to be put in a position to call the police or talk to the police or anything like that. And so even if the child did see things, they would recant later because they don't want to get in trouble with their parents. So this is a bad situation for the child to be in and for us to be in, because I think the child believes something different. So I just wanted to ask you.
No problem, but Wilson did not hit me.
I have another question for you. On the record, the police report says that Caitlin Freeman stated that she and her live-in fiance, Wilson Patio, were having an argument about him cheating on her. Officer observed, officer asked Miss Caitlin, okay, were y'all having an argument?
I was not having when they were talking to me about my black eye, I told them that me and him argued for cheating and that I would fight in the street a girl. That's how they got the black eye. I never stated that me and him were arguing that day, and the day he got arrested. I never said that. They asked me about my black eye, and I stated that that's how I got my black eye, not from him, from arguing in the street about him cheating.
And it says that you gave Officers Reagan a statement that she was at home when Patio arrived and he came after her. So she went into her son's room and told him to call the police. Is that
I don't recall that.
That's what the police officer is right now. I mean, I don't. Okay, so you don't remember none of that?
No, I was outside.
All right, thank you for your input. Yeah.
No, we're ready for Mr. Patio.
Okay.
Mr. Patio, answer Mr. Barra's questions, please.
Okay, on violation number 2, report monthly. You said you had a statement about that. You pled not guilty. What's the statement about that?
When I first was released and I got out and went straight to work. And when I first seen him, he understood that I work in the oil field and I work 24-hour calls, so I'm mostly on the go. And he gave me a, a stack of the monthly reports. He told me just to call him or text him to let him know when I'm in. And I would do just exactly as he would ask. It's just that the monthly reports, being that I probably would be home a day or two, I never got a chance to turn them in. It's not like I just was not doing it. I still have the stacks home. I just haven't got a chance to turn them in.
That's
I
the
got
problem.
picked up. I got picked up at work at the heliport.
All right. What you just said is what's the problem? You didn't send the reports in like he asked you to. So he couldn't say that you were reporting monthly. And that's, the condition says that you will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision, and that you also report to the parole officer when ordered to do so. So you did actually violate number 2 by not sending a monthly report in. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what
You
you're
were
saying,
sending
but
him a text, right? You sending him a text, not sending a report.
Right.
But the report was actually more important than the text, to tell you the truth.
I'm sorry, sir, but he didn't, he really didn't say that it was
Well, he
this.
didn't have to say, I hate to interrupt you, but he didn't have to say it. You signed it. It's written on the conditions of your parole. It's what you agreed to when you were released on parole. So it's your responsibility to do that. Not him follow up with you every time. It's your responsibility to get him the report. That's the miscommunication obviously y'all having and part of the problem today. So you answered that question good enough. How about number 3? You pled not guilty on that one with a statement that you live at the place. If you move from the address, you get permission before doing so. What's your statement for that one?
Basically, my fiance basically told you exactly how it went. Like, I asked him before I moved, that can I move? He said yes, for me to let him know when I move. Once I moved, which was actually 2 months later, and I texted him the address, and he would talk to me on the phone. He would call me while I'm at work. I don't understand, what the miscommunication really came in with that situation.
That one you think is just a miscommunication?
Yes.
And number 4, the criminal activity, we've been through that one back and forth already. Unless you had anything to add to that, well, we already discussed.
No, sir.
Right. And then number 10, pay the money you owed, and it says that you haven't been paying. You've only paid $10 since you've been released incarceration, and you've been working every day.
Okay, this is what me and him came to an agreement with. Being that we had just moved, I moved my family from I want to say the ghetto to a better environment. He kind of understood, and I asked him, I'm like, would you be okay if I just pay it all out right before I get off to save up some money? Because our rent is higher. We are paying more money a month. So he was like, okay. It's just that I ended up being here before I even got a chance to even pay it out.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you've been in jail since March?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
I do have one more. If you get out, you still got that job waiting on you, or you have to go look for another job?
No, sir, I still have it.
And what is it?
Quality Energy Services. I'm a wireline operator.
Right.
What kind of operator?
Wireline?
But that's not offshore, is it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we're prepared to vote. Mr. Barra?
I find that you guilty on every one of these violations. You know, whether it be by misunderstanding, by, you didn't do what the parole officer told you to do. However, I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole today anyway.
Thank you.
But on the condition that you report in person once a month, no matter what the parole officer tells you, you show up over there and you hand them your paper. That's gonna be the condition, because you see how this text stuff and miscommunications can happen. You see where it ended you up. Don't leave it out to the text. Don't, because it's not the parole officer's job to go and find you every month and get that report from you. It's your job to get that to him. You understand that now? You understand me, right? It don't matter what the officer tells you. I'm telling you that you're gonna go bring it to the office in person once a month.
I promise you I will. I promise you I will.
Right, and that you're gonna make a payment every time you go. If you can't afford the full amount because you had a bigger bill or something, you're gonna bring what we call a token payment of at least $20. Wireline guys make good money. I know what they make. So you need to bring at least $20 every month if you're in financial fine, and be prepared to pay it at the end, like you said.
I will most definitely do everything you're asking me, sir. I promise you.
The main reason that I feel all right about this is because Ms. Freeman is saying that it's all a big misunderstanding and that she's not worried about you hurting her. And although I don't believe everything she said either, we're gonna give you a shot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I highly appreciate it.
Well, I agree with Mr. Barra. I don't think he told the whole truth about everything, but the one that I'm most concerned about is the domestic violence with the child endangerment, the 13-year-old boy, and that he had to get in the middle of this in the sense that the police asked him what was going on. If the child called the police, his voice is going to be on the 911 call. So that's provable. And it's provable what he said if that was to be actually investigated. So I don't like that at all, to tell you the truth. But what I'd like to do, Ms. Freeman, let's just say the child is lying completely, that there is a domestic violence shelter near y'all. I don't know, y'all living in Rain. I think that's pretty rural. I really would like for you to go and see if you can go to counseling there, because I wouldn't want to see this happen again.
I most definitely would, ma'am.
Yes. And I would like for Ms. Freeman to go and bring that child, because it's not healthy for a child to be put in the middle of a violent home. So that's the one I'm most worried about. I'm going to go along with Mr. Barra, but I tell you what, don't let it happen again.
I promise you it won't, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Patio, I do concur with both of my colleagues based on everything I've heard today. My vote also today is do not revoke with those special conditions outlined by Mr. Barra. And I also added special condition for you, Mr. Patio, to seek counseling in domestic abuse shelter.
Yeah, and they can point you to some programs, or they may have the program right there.
So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes our business in Terrebonne. We're going to sign off at 10:28. All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Madison Parish on Thursday, July 18th. It is 10:36 a.m. And you are Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name's Cody Daniel Johnson. My LDOC number is 763-845.
Yes, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Byron is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We're
How
here
y'all
for
doing?
good. Thanks for asking us. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank you for asking.
We're here for a revocation decision. And do you have any paperwork there with you?
Yes, ma'am. I have this.
Yeah, that's the parole revocation questionnaire. And Mr. Johnson, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the information contained on that form, it was determined at your preliminary hearing, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. So are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you should enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra because he'll have some questions for you. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Johnson, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Specifically, condition number 2, you have not reported to your parole officer since June 2nd, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. I was reporting to my parole officer in
You
Mississippi.
can explain that to Mr. Barra in just a moment. Let's get
Okay,
through
I'm
the
sorry.
allegations and you can, I'm going to put not guilty with a statement. Is that okay?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you-
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Number 3, additionally, you left the state of Louisiana without permission of your parole officer as evident of your arrest January 23rd, 2024 in Forest County, Mississippi. So how do you plead to violating number 3?
Not guilty.
Right? Number 4 says on or about December 3rd, 2024, you were arrested by Forest County Sheriff's Office for committing the offense aggravated assault, use of deadly weapon. It is noted you were never indicted on those charges. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty. Charges was dropped.
And then we have condition number 5. You were in possession of a dangerous weapon when you committed the offense of aggravated assault, use of a deadly weapon. How do you plead to violating number 5?
Not guilty.
Number 9, the parole office was unable to visit you at your home or elsewhere because you failed to provide your correct address. How do you plead to violating number 9?
Not guilty.
And last is condition number 10. You have supervision fee arrearages in the amount of, looks like $664. No payments have been made. How do you plead to violating number 10?
I'm guilty on that.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Barra's question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on number 2, submit your monthly report by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision. What you got to say about that one? Said not guilty.
I reported the day they let me go. I reported to Mr. Chris. He's the parole officer in Madison Parish. And I'm on parole in Mississippi too, and he knows that. So he started my interstate compact, and I had to report to Mississippi because I'm on parole over there within 72 hours. And my parole officer over there, I reported for 3 or 4 months, and she was like, when I finally got my golden seal, I got off parole over there. See, my Louisiana sentence was running concurrent with my Mississippi sentence. So I was just doing 1 sentence. And when my parole officer told me I was through over there, I just quit report. She told me I was done. I got my golden seal.
But you never had your case transferred from Louisiana to Mississippi. That's the problem.
She was waiting on an email from Mr. Chris, which is the parole officer in Madison Parish. He started the day that I went and reported him, I think it was June 3rd that I reported him, 2023. He started my interstate compact that same day. And my parole officer in Mississippi told me she was just waiting on an email from him for them to receive me over there in Mississippi.
You did all the interstate compact with Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
So you went back home to Mississippi and you was also on supervision over there.
Yes, sir.
You reported over there and you finished that successfully in Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Never did get your Louisiana case transferred to Mississippi, and that's what the problem is right now.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't even think I'm supposed to be on parole. I thought I was done with it, you know, because my sentence was run CC concurrent with my Mississippi sentence.
Yeah, well, there's a little problem with not getting your case transferred. So. All right, how about number 3? That you stay at the address listed on your certificate until you have permission to move. That says Mr. Johnson was able to reach him at the reported residence. What's the problem with that one?
That address that I turned in for him, when I went over there to check the place out, to see what room I was gonna stay in and all this, it's some people that I met while I was being incarcerated from over here in Tallulah. And they was willing to let me use their address to come stay there until I got up on my feet and everything. So I gave him that address. When I went over there to see what was going on, when I got out of jail and went over there to the house, everybody was using drugs. So it was like me just falling right back, you know, in the same spot I was in the beginning. So I just went back home, you know.
So did you go back and tell your parole officer that you couldn't stay there and you needed to go?
Yes, sir.
So he give you permission to leave with a travel permit, or you?
He gave me a travel permit.
You had a travel permit to leave?
Sir?
When you left, when you didn't go to the address that was listed because of the roommates using drugs.
Right.
What did you do then?
I just went back home to Hattiesburg.
You just went back?
Yes, sir.
So you did not get a travel permit after you realized that residence was unacceptable, you didn't go back?
I got the travel permit before I even went to the house, because he knew I had to go back to Mississippi.
That's not making sense to me right now. You would, if you were waiting for you.
I got a Tallulah address in order for me.
You wouldn't have got a travel permit to go to Mississippi if you were paroled into a Tallulah address.
Right, I was on parole in Tallulah and Mississippi, in Louisiana and Mississippi. See, I paroled out of Mississippi to a new charge in Louisiana.
So you were supposed to go to the Louisiana address and wait there till your Mississippi address was approved. But you couldn't stay because of the drug activity. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
And then when you realized that about the drug activity, you went to the address in Mississippi because you knew that one was going to be a better place for you to live.
Yes, sir. That's my natural home.
But the problem came in when you left Louisiana address and didn't go where you were supposed to and went to Mississippi without that permission to leave Louisiana. And that's where you and the probation officer get off.
Mixed up.
Right, okay. I understand what happened here. All right, number 4.
Since then, though, I do got a good address for Louisiana, a phone number and a good address for Louisiana, though.
Right now?
Yes, sir.
Not the same one?
Not the same one, no, sir.
Okay. On number 4, what happened over there in Hattiesburg?
I got jumped on by 2 guys. They tried to kill me with a hammer. When I was in the hospital, the police come and locked me up saying I aggravated assaulted the guy, and that's where the new charge come into play. But at my preliminary, I went to my preliminary hearing in Forest County for the charge. There wasn't enough evidence for them to bound me over to the grand jury, so they dismissed my charges.
Talking about 2 guys, but there's a female involved in it too, huh?
Yeah, it was 2 guys and a female, yes, sir.
They had given you money before?
Yes,
they
sir.
Had out before? And then and something went wrong? What went wrong?
I was short on the money, and I had woke him up out of his sleep, and he done told me before. He done jumped on me 2 times before this and was like, "Don't ever come back to my house unless you got all the money, da, da, da." And he just put his hands on me again, and just escalated real bad.
And they ended up dropping that charge?
Yes, sir.
What you had as a weapon over there on that day?
It's like a cane. I walk around. It's for the dogs in the neighborhoods, what it's for, to keep the stray dogs off of me, but it's like a cane. A walking stick, or however you say it or whatever. But mainly it's like a cane. About 4 foot long or so, real skinny like.
And what did you do with the cane that day?
The Hattiesburg, what I do with it? Well, I just use it for like the dog, like I was saying, the dog's neighborhood. But HPD, Hattiesburg Police Department, has got the stick in their custody or whatever.
Number nine. Number nine says that you agree to visits at your residence or place of employment by your parole officer at any time. Also agree to searches of your personal property, residence, vehicle, when reasonable suspicion exists of criminal activity. The officer said he was unable to visit you at home or elsewhere because you failed to provide the correct address. Williams testified that the officer was unable to locate Johnson at the reported residence because you had obviously left and gone to Mississippi. Johnson claimed attempted address, but was unable to make contact with him. Johnson said that he came to Tallulah District and submitted a transfer out of state, but was not able to visit with his officer. So if you requested a permit out of state, a transfer, but not from your officer, how did that go?
There's 2 different times that I tried my interstate compact. When I got out June 1st of 22, they did my interstate compact. I went to Mississippi to get received. Something or another happened there and I didn't get received or whatever. So they tried again in 23, this time that we're talking about now. When they let me out and I went down there to see the Mr. Chris, which is a parole officer, he did my interstate compact. So I don't understand.
Well, at the preliminary hearing, what I'm looking at is a summary of the preliminary hearing you had before you came to see us. And it says that Johnson claimed, which means you said, that you attempted to provide your officer with the valid address, but was unable to make contact with him. So you couldn't find your officer. We already said that. Johnson said he came to Tallulah District to submit a transfer for out of state, but was not able to visit with his officer. So you went to Tallulah District, you talked to nobody down there?
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Chris. He did my interstate compact. He was supposed to be my parole officer.
Getting me confused because in the preliminary hearing, you're saying that you went down there, but you weren't able to talk to him.
I don't know why that is. I did talk to Mr. Chris.
Well, right now you're saying something different than what you said back at the hearing, so you really got me confused on that one. Did you?
I probably misunderstood the question or something, but I talked to Mr. Chris. He did my interstate compact right here in Madison Parish.
All right. And then number 10, pay the supervision fees, no payments made, huh? What you pled guilty to that was so irrelevant. All right. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I have none.
So, when you say Mr. Chris did your interstate compact, did you pay the fee?
No, ma'am, I didn't pay no fee.
So what do you think happened to that interstate compact application?
All Miss Barbara kept telling me in Hattiesburg was that she was waiting on an email from them.
Right, well, you gotta pay the application fee.
Right. Well,
She
my
never-
understanding was I could pay it in Hattiesburg before I got off my parole center.
Not Louisiana.
No.
No.
And let me go back to the criminal activity. I'm still confused. I'm getting confused by your answers to Mr. Barra's question. Let me read what the report says. And so you were also, when you were arrested, it was also, I think, a home invasion charge, but it says an intruder snatched open the lady's screen door and walked inside her house and into her bedroom while she was laying in the bed. She said the intruder asked to speak with the husband, then demanded her purse and money, and the victim refused to give the intruder the money and was attacked by the intruder with the wooden stick. Did that happen?
No, ma'am.
Well, you're not real clear on what did happen.
I was going there to buy drugs. I was $4 short. They wanted to jump on me and run me away from their house. So I grabbed his dope and left his house. That's what happened.
And they attacked you.
And they attacked me. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
I get it. That's okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Barra, you want to vote?
I'd like to have executive session.
We have a motion for executive session. Could you call the roll, please?
Sheriff Renaldo,
Yes.
Danny Barrow,
Yeah.
Carolyn Fick.
Yes. All right, Mr. Johnson, we're going to be in executive session for a couple of minutes to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Stand by.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, we are back in regular session. It's 10:55. We'll be voting. Mr. Barra will be voting first.
Mr. Johnson, there's a whole lot of holes in the story and things that just don't make sense, and I'm gonna have to vote to revoke your probation today based on the criminal behavior, the failing to report, and everything listed in the violation report.
Mrs. Staker.
I concur with Mr. Barrow.
Mr. Johnson, I also agree. I find that you did violate the conditions of your parole supervision. So my vote today is to revoke your parole. Good luck to you. That concludes our business in Tallulah. It's 10:56. All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Lafayette Parish on Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It's 10:59 with Lafayette. It looks like your camera's not on. Could you turn your camera on? There we go. Good, thank you. Would you introduce yourself for the record, please? I think you might be on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Let me get the person for you.
Okay, that's gonna be Mr. Roy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She in house.
Hopefully it's somewhere to play.
Cut my radio down.
There we go. Is that Mr. Roy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you go, Mr. Roy. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you step back a little bit?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Can you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Steve Roy. My DOC number is 576177.
Yes. All right, good morning, Mr. Roy. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. Are you having trouble hearing me?
It's not that, it's not you, it's just too much going on around
A lot
here.
of noise around you? A lot of noise around you?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me move, ma'am.
That better?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. All right. So I made the introductions. We're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have any paperwork with you?
Do I have any paperwork with me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I have,
Is it a parole revocation questionnaire?
no, ma'am. I didn't,
Okay, I'm gonna put it up on the screen for you. Just see, do you see that form on the screen? Mr. Roy, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
yes, ma'am. That's my signature at the bottom of the page.
Okay, good, thank you. Based on information in that questionnaire form, in your answers, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning?
Am I? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna read the allegations and I want you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. I don't know if she can adjust the camera some, we can't see it.
I apologize.
Better, that's much better. I'm gonna read the allegations, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then Mrs. Stapleton will be asking you some questions. Your case has been assigned to her. So you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2, which states you failed to report to your parole officer since September 29, 2022. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
And then we have condition number 3. You moved from the address of record without notifying your parole officer. You left the state of Louisiana without written permission, as evidenced by the arrest in Midland, Texas, on or about April 22nd, 2020. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
Okay, thank you. Would you answer Mrs. Stapleton, please?
Okay, sir. The first one, you failed to report since 9/29/22. And I have here where you said that you pled not guilty with a statement. My first agent, Kelly Hardy, told me the parole board is not allowed to restrict my movement. She told me I can go out and live my life. Then Agent Kelly Hardy retired 4 months later, and I started reporting to Agent Corey Hastings. He allowed me to report every 9 months to 1 year. I reported to Corey Hastings on March of 2023. Now, on the contract that you signed, it says, I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I will report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. Does that sound like a conflict? Can you explain it?
Yes, ma'am. At the beginning, whenever I first was put on parole 8 years ago, we did a month-to-month basis. And then started working in Midland, Texas. And as I was working in Midland, Texas, I formed my own and built my own business from the ground. I have my own LLC. And as I started building that business from 0 employees to 14 employees, I became, much more involved and, real busy. So as it went on, Corey, he gave me the latitude to where, I was no threat to society. I wasn't hurting anyone. I was just working. So we went from 1 month to 6 months. And after, for about a year, we did 6 months at a time. He'd call me, say, catch your fees up and come visit me. And I would go ahead and I'd catch my fees up, and then I'd either fly or drive over. It's a 10.5-hour drive. So most of the time I'd fly, but sometimes I would drive. But anyway, I did this for, let's say, another year and a half. And then he got to where we would do it every year. He would call me, catch your fees up, come see me, and I would do it. And I did that for 6 solid years, working in Midland, Texas, for 6 solid years. In between Mentone, Texas, and Midland, Texas is where I worked. That's 45 minutes apart from each other. That's where I worked at since 2017. I have worked from Midland, Texas to Mentone. That's the only sole place I worked, where I started my company, where I built my company, and that's where I've been working. And so after about 18, 17 or 8, probably 18 is when I went to 1 year, when I would just go see Corey Hastings once a year. So then my next time to go see him was, I went see him I take that back. Let me back up a little bit. I get a phone call from Corey Hastings, and Corey Hastings says, they're moving me. They're going to move me to supervisor level. I have a new guy that's going to be your parole officer. So the new parole officer calls me up and says, I talked to your old parole officer. I know where you're at. You're in Midland. He says, I need you to come see me. I said, okay, I'm going to come see you. So I explained to him that it's really expensive to.
Yeah, Mr. Renard, your new parole officer, was that going to be Agent Renard?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be the new one. So,
okay.
So I get on the phone talking to him, and I tell him, I said, I just went to see Corey, probably 2 weeks prior. I said, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back. I'll come and see you again too. So I got to I have my own business. So first thing I got to do is it takes a week's planning to shut my business down so I can leave. I don't have anybody hired to take my responsibilities yet. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to form a company. And so anyway, I flew down here. And when I flew down here, the Renault guy was, when I walked to the parole department, the police, he wasn't even there. He was in a class.
What date was that?
Ma'am, I don't have no access to dates. Everything I own is in my truck. My truck is in.
Okay, I got you. I can understand that.
Yeah. So anyway, I flew down here, and when I flew down, I went into the office, and when I went into the office, he was in a class. He was new, learning to, it was a new job, so he was in a class that y'all sent him to, apparently somebody. But anyway, besides the point. So Corey pulls me to the side and says, "I'm here." He says, I'll log you in, and you just see me." He says, "And the next time you'll see him." I said, "Okay, fine." So then once I finished that, I talked to Corey, and Corey says, "You're going back to Midland?" I said, "Yes, sir. That's what I have to go back to my job. I have to go back and, because I have 14 employees. I have to get up in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, I have to go and make sure at 5 o'clock that everybody crew changes. That's my job, to make sure they all crew change themselves. And then after that, I hang around, and then I go talk to the all company people in between about 8 and 10 to make sure everybody's doing their jobs and nobody's, not, just not messing up. And then after that, I'll go home from noon to 4 o'clock. I'll take me a nap, and then I get up at 4, and I have to go back and do it all over again. I got 7 more people fixing to swap out. And, they work 12-hour shifts. I have to do that. So I've been, I'm stretching myself thin for the last 3 or 4 years, starting this company up. But anyway, I did come like he asked me, and then my next time would have been my next time to come to see him, on the basis the way I was doing it with Corey.
Now, what would that date be in your mind? In your mind, when was you told the next time would be?
Okay, so the next time should have been around March of 24.
Okay, all right,
And
so let's
I was
just
on
stop.
my way over.
Okay, hang on 1 second, okay? All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
let's just go right here.
Yes, ma'am.
We've got a lot of dates in here and you don't have any in front of you. I understand that, okay? Agent Andre Bernard, I hope I'm saying his name right, provided evidence from his narratives, okay? Mr. Stephen Roy's last office visit was conducted by Agent Corey Hastings on September 29th, 2022. The narrative indicated Mr. Stephen Roy stated he will be remaining home in Louisiana until December or January. Agent Corey Hastings told Mr. Stephen Roy he would have to speak to Agent Andre Bernard about a travel permit when he gets closer to that date. Agent Corey Hastings also advised the subject he will not be able to just stay in Texas for months at a time like he did last time. Mr. Stephen Roy claimed he will report monthly while he is in Louisiana and asked when he could report to Agent Andre Renard at the Lafayette District Office. Agent Corey Hastings told the subject to report next Wednesday, October the 5th, 2022 at the Lafayette office. He failed to report as directed. So you didn't come in that day. That's what they have. October the.
Yes, ma'am.
The last time they have that they saw you was September the 29th, 2022. And you were supposed to come in the next Wednesday and you didn't.
And I came in the next Wednesday and neither one were there. They were supposed to, I went to the Lafayette office and they told me that they were in Vermilion Parish.
Okay, so how do you explain the more than a year in between? So as of 2022, the next thing got you get arrested in 2024.
Because I've always when I had Corey as my parole officer, like I said, I stretched myself thin because I have so much going on with this new company I'm building.
Yeah, but he said that old arrangement, let's just say that's what it was not going to be the new arrangement with you and Mr. Agent Renard. So that was something you was going to have to work out there.
I understand that. And so the way I was operating is Corey would call me when he wanted me to come see him. And when Corey would call me, I would come see him. So basically what I was doing is I was working and waiting for somebody to call me and tell me that it was time for me to come back and visit.
Okay, well, but you were already told that you were not going to be able to do it as you did before. You were not going to be able to stay in Texas for months at a time like you did with the last agent. So your responsibility, yours, was to contact your probation officer. That was on you. Flying back home, driving back home, and you stayed in Texas. Am I right there?
Yes, ma'am, you are right.
Okay.
Yes.
And
And
so
ma'am, and ma'am, I understand since I've been in here, this 90 days, I went back and I looked at everything and I've read everything. And I realized that when I had Kelly Hardy and when I had Corey, I had the cream of the crop. I had two great parole officers. So I relied on them because they helped me so much. They were
well,
very
and y'all
great
probably
people.
had this relationship going back and forth, but you got a new agent.
Yeah.
So for the new agent, the responsibility, and it was said, it was put on you.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Yes,
you,
yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, you were starting fresh, so you had to, you do what you were supposed to do there.
Yes,
So
ma'am. And
would
I
you
do,
plead
and I
guilty to
find, and I,
that you, do you plead guilty or not guilty still for that one?
I'll plead guilty to it because I know that I did, I understand that my first
You're on the
7
same
years
page.
my first 7 years was great because I had the right, the people that helped me. And then all of a sudden,
And so y'all had a relationship. You and Corey had built a relationship. He
ma'am.
knew he could trust you
Yes,
and
ma'am.
everything was fine. And
Yes.
so, and it probably would have been with the next guy too, but you had to start off with it.
Exactly.
And so, all right, so that's what happened there. Okay, and then number 3, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I move from this address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so. So that's where we went. I will not leave the state of Louisiana without written permission. So that's where they didn't see you August the 5th, 2022, didn't hear from you again. And then you get arrested in Midland, Texas on 4/22/24. You were working there, but then you had to be extradited and brought back to Lafayette at a cost of $3,000, $3,940. So that's where we are today.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? I mean, they got in touch with you by way of your mother in Abbeville, Louisiana.
Yeah, that's mom.
Okay, so they were able to get in touch with your mom. Your mom says he lives in Texas. He employs several people in Texas. And so then Mr. Agent Renard provided evidence of the extradition. He advised that he was traveling to the state of Texas without written travel permit and later was extradited from Midland County Jail, Texas to Lafayette Parish Jail at a cost of $3,940. That's basically where we're at. We got the 2 things. It's any one of them deniable.
You talking about, okay.
Number 2, that you didn't report in. And number 3, that you were living out of state, you got arrested, and so you weren't at the address that he had listed for you.
Right. No, my mom's address is my address.
Okay, well, you weren't there. They
Well,
weren't
no,
able to
I was
find.
working. Yes, ma'am, I was working.
All right, so there we are. Both of them's true. I mean, what the agent is saying, both of them's true, right? That you were not at that address. They couldn't get 2022. And when they did get you, you were in Texas and you'd gotten arrested. And your mother would.
No, I didn't get arrested in Texas. I got arrested in Texas because he had a warrant for me. I didn't get arrested for anything.
Okay, well, okay, so he put out a warrant for you. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were found in Texas by way of contacting your mother at the address you had listed.
Because she knew I was at work.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you weren't living at the address that you put down as the home that you were living at.
When I have time for myself to be away from work, my mom's address is where I live at. I have a RV spot at my mom's where I put my RV at.
That's the address.
That is my sole
Last time,
address.
okay, but the last time they heard from you was 2022. And so we had to put out a warrant.
Mhm.
So so how do you plead now? Is that, you moved from the address of record without notifying the supervising agent. You left the state of Louisiana without written permission from your parole officer as you're arrested in Midland, Texas on 4/22/24.
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look at it the way it's all, yes, I'll just plead guilty, yes, ma'am.
I understand.
Well, but you've already pled, so on
All right, so
record.
I'm going to pass it to my.
Mr. Parole.
Did you have a travel permit from your officer to be in Texas all that time?
When I would go and see Corey would print me one out about 60% of the time, depending on how busy he was. But yes, if you wanted one, I have one. It's in the glove box of my truck.
You had one?
Man, sir?
Travel permits are good for 30 days. When they
Okay,
issue.
so I wouldn't have had one. I wouldn't have had one at that time that I got arrested.
So that's
I
part
had
of
one, but it would have been out of date.
that's part of what you're not understanding. To be in Texas for that long for work, you need to have a written travel permit that says from January 1st to January 31st, you have permission to be there. And then the next month, you need to go back and you need to get a travel permit that says from February 1st to February 28th. While you're in Texas on a work like that, you need to have what she's talking about, written permission. Written permission is that travel permit. And obviously you didn't have it, but maybe you didn't know about it, but neither here nor there, just to straighten that out.
Yes, sir.
You need to have a travel permit when you're in Texas.
Okay, yes, sir.
In Texas, where did you live? Where did you stay when you were working?
I have an RV.
In Texas?
Yeah, that's where it's at right now. Yes, sir.
In Texas?
Yes, sir.
On your job site?
Yeah, I bring it with me everywhere I go. Yes, sir.
You could apply to have your case transferred to Texas if you give them the information of where your RV is parked in Texas and the address. They can send a Texas parole officer out there, verify the spot where your thing is, and then you wouldn't have to be coming back to Louisiana.
And sir, you know, somebody in here has told me this. And when I went to prison for the DUI, I went to prison. I spent 5 years in prison as a first offender. And then when I got out on parole, it's my first time I've ever been on parole. So I didn't know all these things, but I know them now. And yes, if I do, you let me go back to work, I will get it transferred to Texas.
So you understand now, anytime you're in Texas, living in Louisiana, you need a travel permit.
Yes,
if you
sir.
don't have it, you're in violation.
Yes, sir. I understand full.
If you want to move to Texas and not have to come back over here every 30 days, you need to fill out an application for compact and get Texas to accept your case, and then you report to the office right there in Midland. And you don't, and what you'd have to do then is ask Midland for a travel permit to come back and visit at your mama's house when you want to come.
Right, exactly. And sir, I would have done that if I'd have known. I didn't know that. I know it now though.
So we got you straight on that. All right.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
And it's your responsibility to get in contact with the parole officer monthly. That's what it says on the parole certificate.
Yes, sir.
So whether he at training or he didn't answer your call, just you making an attempt or making a call doesn't fulfill that obligation to talk to your parole officer and fill out a report.
Yes, sir. And I fully understand that I take responsibility for it because like I said in the beginning, I had two good ones and, you know, I guess you could say I was spoiled, you know, with the first two I had. But now I know, take care of my own business.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, I don't have any questions. I think, I can see that you had some misunderstanding. Are you ready to vote?
Yes, sir. My vote today is that I'm not gonna revoke you because it was a misunderstanding and I know you're gonna take care of your business.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I swear, I mean, I've only, since I've got out of prison at my age, I've been trying to play catch up for my retirement. And that's what I'm doing. I'm working my butt off.
All right, we got a vote. Parole?
I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole also, but we're gonna have to add a special condition that says you pay the $3,940 that it costs Louisiana to bring you back for this violation.
No problem. Done.
So, that's gonna be added as a condition. The way it's gonna work is when you meet your parole officer, they're gonna figure out a payment schedule for you, and you can pay it by the month or in lump sum, however you wanna do it. But that's gonna be a condition, so make sure you get in your mind, you need to take care of that. And also, I think you educated enough now to not be in the same trouble again.
I promise you it'll never happen. As far as for the money you talking about, the cost, I'm the one that occurred it. I pay my bills. I got,
All right, Mr. Roy, I do agree with my colleagues. My vote today also is do not remote, return to supervision. Now, when they release you, you gotta meet with your parole officer and you gotta get the permit before you go back to work.
man, you let me out these doors, I'm gonna go find him and bring him to lunch.
All right.
If the officer's not there, ask to speak to the supervisor, his supervisor. Talk to somebody.
Sir,
Don't leave.
yes, sir. I've learned so much. I promise you, the next time I go anywhere to a parole building, I'm gonna sit there until I talk to somebody.
Understand whatever they tell you.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Sure,
Yes.
there's no confusion. If you got questions, ask. All
Yes.
right, well,
Okay,
Mr.
right.
Roy, we're gonna not revoke you today. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this, ma'am. I don't know just like I say, it's all new
Yeah,
to me.
we're gonna send over some paperwork to the jail, giving them the authority to release you. And when they do, that's when you go see your, go to the parole office.
Okay, so does anybody have a figure on about how long it takes for that paperwork to get here?
Nope, day or two.
Couple days.
Day or two.
Okay, all right. Thank y'all so much.
All right,
And I
good luck.
promise you'll never see me again.
Okay, great, unless we're in Midland.
Unless you're in Midland and y'all call me, I'll bring y'all out to eat.
Okay. That's it. We're gonna sign out of Lafayette at 11:26.
All right.
Yeah, have a good day.
Oh, no, they switched. Morgan would be first. It's like they put Morgan first.
Take it.
No, just leave it at that. Morgan. Like you're gonna be first now. Switch. Recognize that paper?
Yeah.
Okay, they're gonna ask you about it, that's your signature on the bottom, right? Okay. Listen, make up my mind.
All right. We're still morning. Good morning.
morning.
Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Jefferson Parish. On Thursday, July 18th, 2024, it is 11:33 a.m. Sir, would you, I'd like the staff there to please introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, my name is Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again, Mr. Marlboro. Thanks for helping us out today.
No problem. Good to see y'all too.
And this is, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Devin Morgan, 583-795.
Back up a little bit. that way you know what it is.
Yes, sir. Let me introduce us to you, Mr. Morgan. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Byrod is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We are here for a revocation decision today.
Yes.
Do you have any paperwork there with you?
Yes. My questionnaire.
Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
there? So we put it up on the screen for you. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
May 30th, okay. So, based on that, you're not eligible for a lawyer, an appointed counsel today. You ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I'm gonna read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me, acknowledge, no, let's see, I don't have any guests today, so we'll just jump right in. You are alleged to have violated the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4, and it states, you failed to refrain from criminal activity by evidence of your arrest. On April 10th, 2024, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office arrested you for 1 traffic municipal failure to appear warrant, domestic abuse battery with child endangerment, and simple criminal damage to property. It is noted that the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office refused those charges on May 21st, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Right, then we have condition number 6. You failed to work at a job approved by your parole officer by evidence of your unemployment status. How do you plead to violating number 6?
Guilty.
And then we have number 10. You failed to pay monthly supervision fees by evidence of your arrears of $380. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Guilty.
All right. So, Mr. Morgan, I'm gonna start out with the interview because your case was assigned to me. And so you pled not guilty to violating condition number 4. Why don't you tell us what happened that day?
Nothing. My female friend of mine accused me of hitting her, which she stored on me and called the police on me
Why would she story on you?
for no apparent reason, because I was dealing with another female and she went through my phone and got mad.
All right. Did you bust out the window in the house?
No, ma'am.
How did it get broken?
The window must have was broken before I knocked on the door. I never went to the window.
And her claims that you were mad at her because she had went out that night.
No,
That's
ma'am, not at all.
So none of what she said to the police on video was accurate.
No, ma'am.
And she asked you to leave, and that's when you became violent.
No, ma'am, I never got violent with her at all. I never got violent with her at all.
So what happened?
We got into an argument and she got mad with me and called the police. That's it. Over a female over the phone.
How did she have bruising on her face?
I don't know how she get bruising on her face. I never hit her in her face. I never saw any bruising on her face.
Is this Cassandra Washington that we're
Yes,
talking?
ma'am.
What's your
Yes, ma'am.
relationship with her now?
That's my child mother.
Well, what is your relation with, other than the sharing a child together? Are y'all involved in a relationship?
Not at the moment.
What's that mean?
No, we are not.
All right. All right, well, I don't know. We have some evidence in the record that disputes your story. So I'm just, and we have video of her testimony. So I'm going to just sit back and listen to my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't have any questions. I've watched the video.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, me too. I watched the video and you slapping her in the face and things like that, and the window broken out in the bag, that all rings true. And also, you need to know that you have a stay away order from Ms. Washington when you do get out. There is a stay away order that they issue because of domestic abuse arrest, okay? So that you don't
Yes,
violate
ma'am.
that, get in trouble with that. So I'm finished.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morgan, I think we're ready to vote. We have no more questions and I'll go first. Your case is assigned to me, so I'm going to vote. My vote, based on the evidence that we have in the record, the testimony by Ms. Washington and the video that was provided by the police department, my vote today is to revoke your parole.
She also stated that I did not hit her. She told my
Ms.
parole
Myra
officer.
is to be voting.
I'm gonna concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons based on the video.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Ms. Renata based on the video.
All right, Mr. Morgan, today your parole is being revoked. And that concludes our business there. Don't we have one more? We have one more. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
All right.
I'm getting him right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you couldn't hear me overnight, good. I would have been snoring like a motherfucker. That was my question. Was my mic muted? I think this is the last one for this round of parole hearings. I might just end it after this.
Because they want you on for 8 o'clock. And when they're ready for you, they want you here.
Says we got
That's why it's better when we get it.
somebody watching. You probably sleep like me. Last night. Coffee.
Mr. Webster, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Romales Webster, 750548.
Yes, Mr. Webster, good morning. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Seated to my left is Mr. Danny Barra, and to my right is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. I want to acknowledge some folks who have joined us. Your son, Romulus Fontenberry, he is here on Zoom observing, does not wish to speak. And we have Tamia Jones also here, who she does want to speak. So we'll call on her rather at the appropriate time. You are here for a revocation decision, and I think there in front of you, you should have some paperwork for a revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the information contained in that questionnaire, it was determined you're not eligible for appointed counsel, for an appointed lawyer today. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Webster, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready? You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4, which states you were involved in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on April 8, 2024 by Harahan Police Department for domestic abuse battery, strangulation, and domestic abuse child endangerment. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Then we have condition number 6. It says you failed to show written proof of employment. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Okay. And the next one is number 10. You're currently in arrears $1,047 in supervision fees. You haven't made a payment since July 21st, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
All right. So your case has been assigned to me. I'll take the lead on the interview. I'll start asking the questions. So Mr. Webster, tell us what happened. Why were you arrested by Harahan?
I was arrested because my baby mother's called the police on me.
Why?
Child, because we were not seeing eye to eye. She was going through postpartum depression, and that was her way of just trying to control me.
Trying to control you, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So she had some injuries. How did she receive her injuries?
Not for me. She had a fight before that with another female I was messing with.
So you were there when they had the fight?
Can you say it again, ma'am?
They were there, you were there rather, when the two women had a fight?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do?
Just trying to diffuse it.
Well, when I'm reading the information in the report that we got, some of the information that you gave during the preliminary hearing conflicted with what was in the police report. What would you say to that? You know, just you're not being very forthcoming about what happened. Why did the women fight?
Oh, because they was getting tired over me. I got 2 newborns at one time. February 22nd and March 15th. Red Desire Webster and Romales Jr.
2 different women.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's move on. Why weren't you working?
I be working with my dad sometimes, but most of the time I be at home watching the babies. But when I first got out, I had a job on Burgundy at Betty's Bar.
What happened to that job?
It had closed down.
And so you had 2 newborns babies. How are you paying for those babies?
Say it again.
You have two newborn babies. How are you paying for those babies?
Sometimes I get houses with my father, and he helped me out.
And so I guess tell us why you hadn't paid your fees. Same reason.
Yes, ma'am. I could follow up on him. He was willing to pay it for me, my father.
It's your responsibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else you want to tell us?
I had a letter. I could read a letter. I had a letter I wrote. If that's okay with y'all.
Go ahead.
How y'all doing? My name is Romales Webster. In life, I had a few ups and downs, like any other normal human being. Since I have been out, I have stayed out of trouble, complied with my parole officer from meeting her every month to never failing a drug test. I take responsibilities on the payments, but promise to follow up on them. Right now, I have two children, Rare Desire Webster, February 22nd, 2024, and a son born March 15, 2024. Since then, I feel like I have failed them since I left their side. Since they have been born, I have seen is more things in this world, and I have seen is more things in this world with violence, more things but getting into violence, more things in life. Since my kids been born, I have not been seen eye to eye with my mother, but eye to eye with their mothers, but still respect them in the most way and forgive them. I ask today that I continue to be the father in my child's life that my father have taught me to be. Thank you.
All right. And you mentioned you don't see eye to eye with the children's mothers, but you forgive them. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said we don't be saying eye to eye, but I still forgive them for all the stuff they put me through. I respect them in each way.
All right. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I want to defer to my colleagues.
Well, I don't really have any questions, but I just want to let you know that you say you were there and broke up the fight, but the video of the fight doesn't show you nowhere around there. So I gotta believe the video on that.
Same thing. Then we got also a statement that Ms. Jones provided pictures with a text. And that he beats me every day, he held a gun to my face, pistol whipped me, busted my baby's lip. I'm afraid for my life. And he said that if I put him in jail when he bonds out, that he'll kill me. I'm scared. And the picture of the baby with what appears to be a cut to his lip. The evidence provided regarding the allegations.
Thank you. Miss Jones, is there anything you'd like to tell us?
Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. Good morning. On April 5th, I got into an altercation with another female, and the fight was really bad. It was more than one female. It wasn't just the person he was dealing with, but it was also her friends. And during that time, it left me with bruises and marks on my face. I also had braids that I had in my hair. And once I took the braids out of ponytail, I had a lot of bald spots. A lot of my braids came out, and I was upset with Romales because I felt as he should have been home comforting me and my baby, but instead he ran to her, and then he brought my child around her. So I felt disrespected. I was hurt, and I may have fabricated the story. I may have said he did those things to me, and it wasn't him. I got into altercation prior to that. But Romales is a good father to my son. He watches my son. I'm a
That's
patient
just
care
sad.
technician. I work at University
Nah,
Hospital, and I'm also
no,
in nursing school.
no. And I don't know if the person that's been watching is still watching. This happens all the time. And it's either one or two things. The woman is lying, meaning they were getting abused, and they're lying for him, or she's just a dirty, nasty ass woman. Like she's admitting and she was mad
and they're willing to send someone to prison, they'd rather you be locked up than be out with your child if you're with someone else. That is the sickest shit ever. And it's way too common in this twisted ass, fake ass community. Damn.
I'm a nursing assistant and I'm also in nursing school, and Ramalis has been a great help. He watches my son when I need him to watch him. He has a bond with my son. He built a bond with my son, and I just want him to be able to come home and help me with my baby, because due to him being in jail, I lost my job because I don't have a babysitter. I was in foster care, so I do not have much support as far as coming from my family. So Ramalis was kind of my only source of help.
So you sent him, but you sent him to jail.
I just don't want him to miss my son's first steps, his first words, because of a decision I made. I was going through postpartum depression, and I felt like Ramalis could have been there for me a little bit more, and he wasn't. And then we had a lot of stuff going on with him doing it back and forth between me and another female, and I was hurt in the moment. But Ramalis has never harmed me or my son. Those pictures that I sent, those are pictures from the incident that occurred. The scratch on my son has long fingernails, so he scratches his face. He would never harm my son. My baby's an innocent baby. Whatever we have going on, it don't have nothing to do with my son. So
But you said it.
all of that was a lie.
Sick, y'all.
All right, well, thank you for that. We
Sick.
appreciate you
They're gonna violate
speaking
him
to us
anyway.
this morning. But I think we're prepared to vote.
I'm gonna take my headphones off.
Mr. Webster?
Damn.
Yes, ma'am.
Like has been said, we have, the video speaks volumes, and it's in direct conflict with what both you and Ms. Jones are saying. My vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. And I encourage Ms. Jones, there are resources available to you in the community that can help assist you with your situation. But today, sir, I find you guilty of violating condition number 4. Mr. Barra.
I vote as Ms. Renata did, revoke probation based on the video that we've seen.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur, and also I would really stress that Ms. Jones, you need to seek out a shelter just for the counseling, because there is another history of domestic abuse battery in its past. You may or may not know about it, but that is very, very dangerous. So, try and get some help, try to get some counseling so that you can do better. They have help for you too, okay? So
All right.
My vote is to revoke.
Mr. Webster, today your parole is revoked. It's, we're going to sign off. It's 11:57.
Thank you.
Take a poll, please.
Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session to discuss some confidential matters. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Oh shit, that was quick. He gone, huh? Man, I knew it was gonna be quick on that other one, but that was real quick. All right, let me get my coffee in me. Let's get one more going. Good morning, everybody. Happy it's Sunday here. Is it Sunday where you're at yet? Oh, I forgot. You guys don't like to talk. Oh, just gonna sit here and look at each other. Oh. Curly Lions. Okay. Not Curly. Good old Curly. That sounds like a criminal name, don't it? Good old Curly. That boy Curly did it.
Okay, we're back at Allen Correctional Institute. I'm sorry, Warden Thompson, that I called you a ball. Because I know Warden Myers isn't near the warden that you are. So I'm very much, I'm sorry about that. Okay, today, we're called back into session. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. We're here for Curly Lyons.
Yes, sir.
Curly, I'm gonna read some information into the record and you let me know if it's correct or not. Curly Lyons is a second felony offender. He was sentenced to 35 years on habitual offender manslaughter, possession of cocaine, and a technical abscond. His parole date was, I think it was 8/2/21. Your adjusted good time date is 3/27/32, and your full term date is 4/22/36. Does that all sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you will have no one here speaking. There's no one to speak?
No.
Okay. All right, well, let's get started with the hearing. First off, Mr. Lyons, tell me a little bit about the offense you committed, what you did, what was your involvement in it, and why we should consider letting you out today.
Well, it said it was a robbery. Just a botch robbery. Something it just shouldn't have happened. Something that I regret, it just shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have.
And how long have you been in prison on this charge?
Going on 23 years.
And why should we consider letting you out?
I've done everything I was supposed to do. Stayed out of trouble. Took whatever programs that they told me to take.
Okay. So that's all you have to say about the offense and why we should consider your release today, correct?
Sir, there's nothing I can say about the offense.
Yes.
I did wrong. I did something wrong. You know, and I'm sorry what I did. People that I hurt, I'm sorry about that, but it's all I can say, sir.
Okay. Warden, you have anything to comment on about Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir. I want to commend him on his disciplinary record. He hadn't had a write-up since 2010. He's working in a recreation department right now. He does a pretty good job. He's doing what staff asks him to do when they ask him to do it. But he's doing pretty good around here right now.
Fuck.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, so I will lead the questions, Mr. Lyons.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of substance abuse treatment have you taken while you've been in prison?
They told me they told me that my assessment, my risk assessment, when I took pre-release, they wouldn't let me get into the substance abuse class. They say my assessment was too low or something, so I didn't have to take the class. I wanted to take the class. I want to take whatever class they give me.
Yeah, because I see you had a cocaine. What kind of drugs did you use when you were on the streets?
That's it.
Cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old were you when you started?
About 33 years old.
Okay, so you started late in life, okay?
Sir.
Did that have any involvement in you committing the robbery?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. And tell me about this. I mean, I was reading, it seems that y'all drove around, y'all were looking for a place to dump the body. Drove around, went to one bridge, thought the water was too shallow. So went to another bridge because according to the report, y'all knew that Mr. Pentard could not, that he could not swim. And so y'all wanted to throw him off in a deep part, so y'all went to the intercoastal waterway, and that's where his body was dumped. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the classes you have taken.
I took a pre-release, cage to rage, and I took a moral compass class.
Okay. And should be noted for the record that the DA, the sheriff, and the attorney general are opposed. Where are you gonna live if you get out?
I'm gonna go home and take care of my mother.
And where's that at?
That's Baldwin, Louisiana.
Okay. And where are you gonna work?
I'm gonna work with my sister. My sister has some rental properties. She want me to take care and keep her properties up.
Okay. And what's your sobriety plan?
My what?
How you gonna stay sober when you get out? What's gonna stop from going back to cocaine?
I'm not gonna go back to cocaine.
Okay.
All that's over with. All that is over with my life.
Okay. Do you consider yourself a drug addict or not?
No, sir. I don't do drugs at all no more. All that's over with.
Why he grabbing? Oh, y'all can't see what I'm looking at. What the fuck is going on here? Why he grab his neck like that?
Okay. What all classes have you taken? Can't get to it right now. What classes have you taken, Mr. Line?
Cage to rage, pre-release, and moral compass.
Okay, so you haven't taken any drug classes, okay? Because they didn't let you in because of your thing when you got in.
My risk assessment, yes.
Because of your risk assessment, okay? All right, let me see here. What about his disciplinary history, Warden? Has he been any problems?
No, sir. He hadn't had a write-up since 2010.
Okay. That's been a long period without a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
All right, let's get
I
up.
have no further questions.
Shit to be
Either of my
done.
colleagues
9
have a
o'clock.
question?
Fuck.
Where did you go and hide? What's your educational background? How far did you go and complete?
If you here with me, time for you to get your ass up too.
12 years of
What's our
schooling,
plan today? What's the
3
excuse
years
today?
of
What we doing?
college, and a vocational school I took and went in Daytona, Florida.
Get my whiteboard
To
together.
be a mechanic.
That's all I have.
Ms. Ledoux?
And just for clarification, you have been incarcerated 23 of a 35-year sentence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're 61 years old at this time?
Yes, I'll be
Old as hell,
62
but I
this
put it
year.
on for a reason. So wait.
Me too.
Okay, have any further questions? Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
I am too. I'll be voting first since I had the case. Mr. Lyons, quite frankly, I think you need some substance abuse, and Warden, I want him in some classes.
Yes,
I
sir.
want him to finish at least living in balance and celebrate recovery. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And-
We'll take care of it.
And you served 23 of a 35-year sentence. It was a terrible crime. I mean, y'all threw the man off the bridge because y'all knew he couldn't swim.
Yes, sir.
So my vote at this time is going to be to deny, but I'm encouraging you to complete those 2 classes and upon completion, reapply.
My question is this.
Wait, let them finish voting and then.
Okay.
That my vote is also to deny because of the lack of programming for substance abuse. That is just going to be critical for your success when you re-enter.
I concur.
Yeah. All right, your parole has been denied today by a 3-0 vote. Good luck to you, sir.
Denied. Denied. They don't believe in just letting niggas out. Coffee before we do all that. What do I gotta do today?
All right, Crow Board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. To my left is Mr. Tillis. We will be your panel today. We are here to hear the parole hearing on Lee Relaford. Mr. Relaford was convicted of aggravated incest and sentenced to 20 years. His parole date was 2/8/23 and his full term date is 2/9/26. Does that sound correct, Mr. Relaford?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Relaford, would you tell us why you think that we should consider you for parole today, and tell us about the incident that got you where you are today?
Well, I worked all the programs up and put myself where I need to be. And I got a good disciplinary record, you know. And right now I help teach a life skill class called Step Up. Give back to other people who fortunate like I am, you know.
Hey.
And like I say, you know,
Shit out of me.
I think that
you seen that shit?
You should give me a chance at a parole. I've been like almost 19 years without a write-up. You know, when I came to Allen, I made my mind that I'm gonna be excess still liability. And all they can say is that I contribute to this compound. I never was a problem to none, you know. And like I say, you know, I just like to have your favor, your blessings. Give me a chance to make parole.
Okay. And how long have you been in prison on this charge?
I've been almost 19 years.
How many?
Almost 19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Relaford?
Yeah, but exceptional disciplinary record. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, did he finish the sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he did.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
All four, or just 1 and 2?
No, all 4 of them.
All 4, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
And I also took a victim impact.
Okay, well, victim impact's good class. We'll talk about a little bit of that in just a minute. Okay, Miss Lula Robertson, sister, you're here in support. What do you have to say about Mr. Relaford?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's my brother. And I raised him from 9 years old. He stayed with me until he went in the military. He went to the military, then he came out and he got married. And he been in my life all my life. When my mama passed away, I was here for him, and I brought him in my house to live until he went into the military.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I keep prayers. I pray for him. Right now, I need him home. I got cancer. But I know God gonna see him through, and I know when he come home, he gonna be taken care of because he gonna be here with me. And nobody stayed with me but me and my grandson. He's 22, so he just finished college. But I know my brother is a good person. I fought hard for him. I talk to him every day, and I pray for him. And I know he's a good citizen. I know he can come out and be here with me the rest of my days I got left with this cancer. And I wish I'll give him favor to come home and be with me. And I thank God so much that I could speak in his behalf for him. He's a good person, and I love him.
Thank you, Ms. Lulu. Okay, Mr. Bashini Presentine? Are you on? They didn't show up. And Lydia Hester, a friend, are they on? She is on? Oh, she didn't left. If she comes back, we'll talk with her, but she was on and then she left. Okay, now we're gonna speak to those that are in opposition. Mrs. Taniqua James. James, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Ms. James.
Good afternoon. So I'm the victim of Mr. Relaford. Mr. Relaford was married to my mom, and he started molesting me about the age of 7 or 8. I was a baby. And this molestation went on until I was in high school. It stopped because my mom walked in on a day that he was about to be in the act. That's the only thing that brought it to an end. And so I hear everything that he's done. I hear the cries and the pleas from his sister as well. But I yet, in all the years that he's been incarcerated, hear any remorse. Even when you ask him to explain what landed him where he is, he still could not explain what landed him where he is. And so, although his sister wants him home because she is ill, um, I don't have the liberty of releasing the pain and trauma that I've endured at the hands of his actions and his choices. This is a man that played a father role in my life. And so I have years of trauma and hurt that I have to live with for a lifetime. And so I feel like, with that being said, and the lack of remorse that he has for the crime that he has committed, or even being able to admit what he's done, the least that he could do is serve the duration of his sentence. I just believe in my heart of hearts that someone that was remorseful and sorry for what they've done could at least show some remorse, or even admit to the crime that they've committed towards me, that has torn apart an entire family.
Thank
And
you
thank
very
you for
much.
the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking. Miss Michelle Peterson.
She had, that's my mom. She had an appointment to go to, so she's not able to speak.
That's her there.
Mm-hmm. No, that's Miss Lydia Hester. Okay, Miss Hester, we're gonna go back to Miss Hester. She's now on. What do you have to say? What?
The other one is Princeton.
Princeton is in too. Let's take her.
So Miss Hester, what do you have to say?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to speak in behalf of Lee Relaford. I've known him since he was a youngster, and I believe that he's been redirected. The time served in the term that he served, I believe, is redirecting him to live a better life and to be a better person. And I just would like to state that for his sister is ill. She has cancer, and he would just be such a help to her. That's an important thing to me. But more important than that, I really think that he has been rehabilitated in the time that he has served.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Prestine is on now? Okay, Mr. Prestine, what do you have to say?
Yes, I am. Yes, I just want to speak on behalf of Mr. Relaford as well. I've had the opportunity to know him over the last 25 years. have definitely seen and known him to have grown substantially over the last decade. Just speaking to him, the positivity, just talks about life. I definitely know that he would definitely be a help with I met him through his sister actually, and was a church member with him as well. But again, talking with him, I do believe that some reformation has taken place. I think that some accountability and growth over the years have taken place. And so just to speak positively on his behalf, I do feel that it would be in his best interest as well as his family, which is his sister, basically the one that is ill, for him to come home.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Ms. James, usually the victim gets to go last, because that is by the way that it's set up in case they want to rebuttal anything that's said. So do you want to add anything, Ms. James, now that we heard from two other speakers? Or are you complete with your statement?
I heard Miss Princeton speak on accountability. But I don't see the accountability. I haven't heard any accountability. It's all the programs that he's been through. I haven't heard a sorry. I haven't heard admittance to his children. He left. My mom has 7 kids. 4 of those kids are his. His actions left her here raising those 4 kids by herself. And as I said, it's 7 of us. So myself and my other 2 siblings that do not belong to him, he played a stepfather role in our life. So again, he destroyed an entire family, and he has yet to admit, and he has a son that has asked him to be honest with him, and he still won't be honest about anything. So if 19 years you served in jail, you can admit with DNA evidence your actions, I don't understand where the accountability is coming in at.
Thank you. I just, we have to let the victims go last. Okay, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, you have any questions?
Mr. Rutherford, why are you in prison?
Coming out to my stepdaughter.
So you took advantage of her sexually how many years?
I don't know, I don't believe you like about 16, at age 16.
How many years did the activity go on?
2.
2 years. And you denied it at first until they did DNA?
I did not. I told her I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. I really was.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, and I have no questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, it was your case, so you vote first.
My vote is to deny parole at this time based on law enforcement and victim opposition.
Denied.
Okay, Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
And I also concur. So your parole has been denied today. Good luck to you.
Parole denied.
And we are now adjourned at 1:19 from Allen.
Look, sister want to cuss now, don't she? She been all respectful, and I just need him to come home and be with me because I got the cancer. Well, touching his daughters.
Anthony Jackson.
Okay, good morning. My name is Steve Prater, and to my left is Chuck Tillis, and to my right is Pete Freeman. We're in headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is 10:19, and it is, I guess I'll ever, November the 18th of 2025. We're here to hear the revocation hearing for Mr. Anthony Jackson, and we're speaking to East Baton Rouge Parish Prison is the location going. Would the staff introduce themselves at East Baton Rouge?
Lieutenant Nicholas Murphy.
Okay, Lieutenant, thank you for hosting us. Now I'd like to see Mr. Anthony Jackson. Is Mr. Jackson?
Come on, Anthony. Just have a seat on that bench right there. Anthony, come on.
Anthony, come on, boy.
Have a seat in that chair right there.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, how are you today?
Good morning.
Good morning. I've already introduced the board. You can see our name tags here, and we're having a revocation hearing on you this morning. And what's your full name?
Anthony James Jackson.
Okay, your DLC number?
157174.
Okay, and you got a waiver in front of you, a piece of paper that you signed, I believe. Is that correct? Am I right about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it talks about your attorney on there. It says different things like if you want an attorney, you gotta hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, no, sir. They said if I was indigent, didn't own a home or something like that.
I'm not sure.
It might be on there though.
It says it on here.
It says it. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, you see that
Yes, sir.
form that's on the screen?
Yes, sir. I see it. I have it right here, but I see it now.
Okay, and you signed that, correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay, good. That's we have to make sure of that before we get started. Mr. Jackson, your case is assigned to
Chuck Tillis.
It's Mr. Tillis. It's Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left will be doing the question and handle your hearing. We're all familiar with it, but he's the most familiar with it because he's been studying it most of the night. So, Mr. Tillis, go ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna be okay. God got me. I'm gonna be okay. I'm sorry. I'm I'm just so much going on in my life right now. I just been going through this all my life, and I just need a chance. I was doing really good. And I had a stroke, and I couldn't get to work and pay my rents and stuff, and I ended up having to get evicted. And what had happened was that I had to report to my parole officer also. And when I first came home in '95, I had to pay like $1,000 or something to live in a certain area. And I was just trying. I was trying. If I wouldn't have had I still went back to work after I had a stroke. I have an 8-year-old. Her mother got addicted to oxycodone. I had to be the mother and the father. You know, I did what I could. I worked. My parole officer could tell you, I was just a working man. Every day I did whatever I could, work and do hard jobs. I just need a break. I promise you. I understand now that, you know what I'm saying, if I never changed my mindset, I'll still be that same man. I'm not that man that went to prison in '95. I came home and my mindset, I have a new mind. And I understand that, you know, in order for me to make it, I can't run with chickens and expect to soar with eagles. I have to change my mindset. And since I've been here, I know you just asked me one question, but I've achieved. I just, you know, just don't want to lay back there in that crazy place. But I've achieved the MOVE program. It's an organization that helps offenders, once they're released. I have an 8-year-old and she's with my fiance's cousin because like I said, she's on oxycodone. And so I just been doing things on my own, trying to make it. All I need is, I promise y'all, if y'all let me out of this place, let me go back and just, help raise my daughter and be a parent. I promise you that if I ever come back, if you ever see me again, just dig a hole and put me in it because
Hey, could you ask the lieutenant to come forward, please?
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. What can you tell us about Mr. Jackson? How has he been since he's been incarcerated there?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about him. This is when I went to the back and got him to bring him up here for this is the first interaction I've ever had with him.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jackson, we're going to read some a violation that you did, and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Violation 4, it is alleged the subject violated this condition in that on 6/29/2025, he was arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department for domestic abuse battery with a dangerous weapon. On 7/2/2025, the defendant deferred his preliminary hearing and final revocation hearing until resolutions of his pending charges. The bill of information from the 19 Judiciary Court under East Baton Rouge Parish, domestic abuse battery with a dangerous weapon. On 9/23/2025, the offender pled guilty to the 19 to these charges. How do you plead on this?
Not guilty with a statement, sir. Guilty with a statement.
Tell us what happened.
Okay. I told you I had gotten evicted, so I had to come up with like over maybe $1,000 or maybe close to $1,000 so that I wouldn't violate my parole. So I had gotten that money to my parole office. And the lady that I was helping, because she had a stroke, one day she asked me to come and cut her grass. And I went cut her grass, and we started to talk. And I told her my situation. And, I took my little girl to visit her. And she said that I could live with her if I would help her with, chores and stuff and a compensation around the house, around her house. Okay. And so I had nowhere else kind of like to go. And I didn't want to, fall back. And I couldn't just drag my little girl through the streets. South Baton Rouge is not a very good, place for that. And so what I did is I'm kind of like was living with her. I'll get off from work. I'll come to her house and, I'll just, do whatever needs to be done, like clean and cut grass and do, the fence line. But then I think she wanted more than I could give. Wasn't looking for a relationship. So this lady wasn't, uh, a female that, what I'm saying, I was trying to, hit up on for a relationship or anything like that. And so one particular day, she just started building cases on me, saying, that I wasn't doing enough and stuff like that. And so what happened is that I came there one day and I was telling her that I was just going to move on and I appreciated everything she done. Then she said I wasn't going to go anywhere. So then I'm stuck in the middle of a rock and a hard place now. I didn't know what she expected. I think the relationship she wanted from me, I wasn't willing to give because she's a much older kind of like older lady than I was. I'm about to be 60 in a few days. You know, she's already like 70 or 80 something. And so I try to explain that, and she sprayed some mace on me and, you know, was fussing at me. And we started wrestling over a pot. I didn't have any kind of, you know, gun or knife or anything. And, you know, we was wrestling over it. And then she just said, well, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to precinct. The precinct is right down the street. And when she went to the precinct, you know, they came, I sat on her doorstep outside her residence. And when they came, they just had to, they were yelling and you wanna hit somebody, and I was trying to explain myself. So they took me to the precinct and then they jailed me. And that was it. I was trying to tell them. That's the reason I waited here because
How long have you been in jail?
Came here, sir, June 29th. I want to say this since I've been here. I don't know if you can see this, but my mindset is not what it used to be. I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Okay, good. We have a friend here that's going to speak in your behalf too.
Yes, sir.
And her name is Miss Albertha Landry. Would you step up?
Thank you.
And tell us what you want us to know, Miss Landry? Miss Landry?
Miss Landry. You want to
speak on his behalf as a friend?
Yes, sir.
Would you step to the podium and tell us what you want to tell us?
So right there,
Yeah, backside and face.
Look at us.
Look, go behind it.
And could you tell her I'm so sorry about what happened? I'm just.
That's good.
Let's hear from her.
Here, you can face us, Miss Landry, and tell us what you want to know.
Turn this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Anthony Jackson is a good man. He was, we engaged, we have 2.5 years, and we was living together. He was living with me. He used to help me do whatever, and I used to help him and his little girl. And we was taking care of each other after he moved in with me. And he's just a good man. And I used to take him to the doctor, take him to his classes and everything. His parole officer, after he moved in with me, his parole officer used to come to my house and see him. And when he goes to work, I drop him off at work. I'm 70 years old, and me and his birthday on the same day, November the 24th. He gonna be 60 and I'm gonna be 71. But he is a good man, but he a diabetic too. And when I took him to the hospital, the doctor told him and me, say if he don't take his medicine right, his insulin and the rest of his, his medicine, that he gonna be, like discombobulated and stuff like that, seeing things and all this and that. But he ain't the type of man to jump on no woman. But he just had snapped because he wasn't taking his medicine. And I hope y'all take it under consideration to let him come back home with me, because we are going to get married one day.
Okay. Thank you.
And I love him, and I know he loves me.
Did he beat you? Did he hit you with a pot?
Huh?
Did he hit you with a pot?
He had that little pot up in his hand, and I know he just pushed me down. And I couldn't remember nothing else after that, because I just seen that little pot up in his hand.
But you had the probation officer took pictures. You had 2 swollen black eyes, so he hit you. Okay, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so
Very
much.
much.
Thank you. You can sit down now. Are there any other questions? I'm ready to vote.
Okay, no questions, so let the vote now.
My vote is going to be to deny.
My vote is to revoke. It's quite obviously that you hit this lady, so you violated your parole. My vote is to vote. To revoke.
Because of
Condition number
rule
4.
Number 4, condition number 4.
Okay, you have 2 votes to revoke, and likewise, I would vote the same way. So you have three votes to be revoked because of violation of rule number 4, criminal conduct. And so anyway, I'm sorry to tell you, but as of 10:34 this morning, your parole has been revoked.
His though. His though.
Not good at all. Okay, we'll continue the hearings from East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Of course, we are at headquarters, Department of Corrections headquarters. And the lieutenant's already introduced himself, and I see him there, and I appreciate y'all hosting this. We're gonna be talking to Melanie Bell. Miss Bell, is that you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, we're gonna be talking to you about a revocation here, and the time is 10:43 in the morning. The date is the 18th of November of 2025. And your particular case, the lead investigator interrogator is gonna be Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left, so he'll take over here as soon as we do the preliminaries. Would you introduce yourself again and tell us what your DLC number is, please?
My name is Melanie Bell, DOC number 606934.
Yes, ma'am. And do you have a waiver in front of you, a piece of paper?
I do, sir.
And did you sign that?
I did, sir.
And that's your revocation hearing waiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Tillis, would you take it?
Yes. Good morning. How are you, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you, sir?
You're in violation of rule number 4. On or about. My screen stopped. Okay. On or about 8/26/2025, you were engaged in criminal activity and the commission of a violation of protective order. And this is evident by the affidavit for arrest warrant that was filed in Baton Rouge, at the Baton Rouge Police Department under number 25-01877. You were arrested on 9/5/2025 by the Baton Rouge Police Department. Due to the arrest warrant, on or about 9/8/2025, you are able to bond out of jail with a notice of probation and parole for being in violation of supervision. Thus, at the time, the parole warrant was filed and issued on 9/16/2025. You were subsequently remained in court on a said parole warrant on 9/30/2025. This listed offense is pending in the 19th Judiciary under docket J 25-0006497 on 10/8/2025. The District Attorney's Office bill misspelled under docket DC 25-04726 for violation of protective order classified as misdemeanor. The matter remains pending in the 19th judiciary status. How do you plead to that, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, sir.
With a statement?
Yes, sir. The incident that is reflected in that document, there's no other way to say it simply didn't happen. I did not violate the protective order. The person I have the protective order, well, that has it against me, our children go to the same school. I did see her on that date, but no words were exchanged. Nothing happened. I picked my daughter up from school and I took her home. I believe I have family there that is willing to speak on my behalf. They were with me on the date of this incident. It was an open house at the school, and I went there. I met my daughter's teacher. I left with my family. I was there with my older daughter, my child's father, and my father. I did not have any interaction with that person, and I'm not sure why she would have a police report drawn up for that. But I wasn't even arrested on that date. I was remanded at court when I was being taken off probation. The judge for my probation decided not to even hold me because he didn't think that the validity of the complaint was valid. But that just didn't happen, sir.
Did you take any pictures of her or that?
I did not take any pictures. I had no interaction with her whatsoever.
Okay, you didn't put them on FaceTime or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. We have with us today, speaking in your behalf, is Mr. Clifton Bells, your father, your dad. Mr. Bells, would you like to go before the podium and tell us?
Yes, I was.
Would you stand behind the podium and tell us what you want us to know?
Okay. Yes, I am Clifton Bell, the father of Melanie Bell, and I was president at school meeting. And as a matter of fact, my granddaughter and my other granddaughter's dad was there. And we went to open house at the school. And as we left out of there, I didn't even see her. I didn't see Miss Jones or whatever it is. And we left out there and left out the parking lot. And I think Melanie told me she did see her there, but that was all. I didn't witness nothing. And I told her, I talked to her. Melanie is, presently helping me. Like I said, I'm an elderly gentleman. I'm sick. I lost my wife in April last year, and I'm raising two girls. These two, this one and one that's 9 years old. We were all at the school over there. Nothing transpired. And I know the people over there. I could have probably went over there and talked to them and maybe got something from them and asked them why this happened. Because nothing happened there at the school. And I don't know how this came about. I was shocked too because I brought her up here for the probationary hearing. And when she went upstairs, I was sitting out in the car because it was supposed to walk in and walk out because she's been to every avenue that was designed for when she came out on probation. She went to school. She went to a drug school, and she went to something else trying to get straight, because she had to raise these two girls. I'm sick. And, like I said, I'm learning how to be a housewife by myself with two girls washing and taking care of it. And she's home with me, helping me. And this is, I mean, this is ridiculous what this girl did. Again, like I said, it did not happen. And I did not understand. I know of her.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your statement. Kevin Levy,
Yes, sir.
you want to speak now?
Yeah. It was Kevin Levy, and I was there also at the school open house. We sat there, we met the teacher and everything. I did see Miss Jones pass by the classroom. They did not. I didn't say it. Once we got out the classroom, they were down the way. They looked, we looked, we went the other way, we left. Melanie left with her father and her daughter. My daughter came with me to go play. We both went our separate ways. I've seen no altercation, no words were exchanged, nothing happened of that nature.
Thank you so much.
Wait, I got a question. Did you see the pictures on Facebook? Were there any pictures on Facebook to your knowledge?
Instagram.
Instagram.
Okay, no pictures.
Instagram's the one that goes away. Huh?
Snapchat.
Just mention.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. No, not of him. I do of her.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. One, I was reading the affidavit for the arrest warrant, and the Baton Rouge police officer says that she, after reviewing the details of the investigation, which included the officer's report, the victim's statement, and reviewing the evidence provided, which showed the defendant, that's you, on the school campus, as well as pictures of the victim and her daughters posted on your social media Instagram account. It's believed probable cause exists. The officer saw some pictures, the pictures of the quote victim and her daughters on your Instagram account.
That's not possible. I've been logged out of my Instagram account. These people, I have a history with. When I was incarcerated last year, they had my cell phone. They actually stole a ton of my stuff, and this is where this stemmed from, sir. So I haven't had access to my Instagram or my Facebook since last year. I actually created an entirely new one. So there couldn't have been any post that was made from my Instagram account or my Facebook because I'm locked out of them. I can't get into them. I have a new Facebook account and I haven't even created a new Instagram account. So that couldn't have possibly happened. There's no possible way. And when they issued this warrant, my address is on the protective order. No police officer was dispatched to my house to arrest me. No one came to question me. I was remanded at court. The first time I was remanded at court was when they told me there was an arrest warrant. I sat for 3 hours until they actually got the warrant and put me in jail. I was able to bond out on that. And when I went back to court on the 30th, that's when they arrested me again for violation of my parole. So I had no idea that there was nothing to post on Instagram or Facebook. I had no interaction with these people. I did see her, but when we saw her, we left. We actually left the open house early. I left with my dad, my baby's father, and my daughter. I had zero interaction with this woman, and I have no idea why they continue to try and deflect on my character or try to keep me in jail. But the only thing that I can think of is because they stole my furniture and they want to keep me in jail. I have a civil suit against these people, and we were supposed to go to court on November 17th. They deferred that till January 16th. and I'm supposed to go to this civil suit with them. The protective order, the judge ordered, it ends on December 14th. It was issued in June for 6 months.
Okay. And what was the outcome of violating protective order?
They actually have affidavits from 2 of the secretaries at the school stating that there was no altercation. As far as my lawyer has told me, on December 3rd, when I go to the hearing for this, those charges are going to be dismissed for violating the protective order, but we won't know until we go on December 3rd.
Okay. And tell me about the Grove. That's in our report here, that you were discharged from the Grove Recovery Center. Tell me about.
When I originally got out of jail, I was on a treatment bond. I went to the Grove and did 28 days in their residential treatment program. And then I did 3 months of IOP. I completed that. And 2 days after I completed IOP, I was arrested again. But I completed the entire treatment recovery program at the Grove.
Okay. And are you using any kind of substance now or?
No, and I've been drug tested faithfully. I've been drug tested every week by the Grove up until the week that I went to jail, and I passed all drug tests clean, and I'm clean of any substances right now, sir.
Well, congratulations. I hope you maintain that particular record.
I plan to, sir. I have 2 young children. My dad's 77 years old, and after losing my mom last year, he's been raising my 2 girls. My 9-year-old got on the phone with me yesterday and she told me, she wants me to come home. And, she said, every time I tell her that I'm coming home, it's longer and longer that I don't come home. But I'm explaining to you, sir, I had no interaction with this woman. I did not violate that protective order. I wouldn't do that to my children, and I wouldn't risk my freedom.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
Steve,
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I was trying to look through all the reports. There is no pictures, and I think there should have been some pictures in our file if she posted that. There definitely should have been some pictures in our file if they were posted.
My vote is to do not revoke.
My vote is to do not revoke, but I'm gonna reiterate, as a condition of your parole, you stay away from this lady until you're off supervision.
I will.
And you gotta go to school,
I'm
understand?
gonna pull my daughter out of that school. There's another school like in our neighborhood that she can go to. I'm gonna enroll her in that school so that I don't have any.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, don't have any contact with her. Do what you say. If you see her, turn around and walk away. Just wait till open. Okay, so I also vote do not revoke.
Okay. You got 2 votes to do not revoke, and that's all it takes, so you're not going to be revoked. And mine would be also do not revoke, but if in December you're found guilty of having violated this order, I'd like it to come back up before us.
It can't, we would have to continue it. You'd have to continue it now to wait for that. Because we already got the violations charged.
Sir,
Continue.
I'm pretty sure.
Hold up, please.
Okay, all right. We got 2 votes to do not revoke, and I will concur with their decision, and I would like to be notified. I'll ask probation and parole to notify me about the results of this particular hearing. So as of today at 10:58, you are not revoked. Yeah, and so we'll sign the proper paperwork and all of that. Continue to, I encourage you and will pray that you continue to be off of any kind of substance and stay away from these folks. They're going to try to catch you tripping up. And so stay away from them, but you know that already without me having to tell you. So as of today, your parole has not been revoked at 10:59. Thank you. Thank you, East Baton Rouge. I think that's all we've got with you. And you can see from our name tags who we are. We've been
Turn this shit off.
Okay, good morning. We're continuing our cases. This is the Committee on Parole. And you can see from our name tags who we are. We've been having hearings all morning. The time now is 11:07 in the morning, and it's November the 18th of 2025. We're speaking from headquarters here. We're speaking to the staff and folks at David Wade Correctional Center. And Mr. Herbert Wilson is the one that's going to appear before us. First off, with the folks there, David Wade, would the staff introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, Mr. Prater. Michelle Dozot, Warden. Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden. Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel.
Initial classification. Okay, well, thank you for hosting us. We appreciate that very much. And I see behind you or seated at the table, I assume, is Mr. Herbert Wilson. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is your DOC number?
411879.
Okay, you can just speak to us without having to lean down. We can pick it up there from the microphone. And although all three of us have looked at all of your case documents and all the files, and police reports, and everything else that's been supplied, but the main one that's going to be interviewing this morning to conduct the hearing will be Mr. Chuck Tillis, who is on my left. So, Mr. Tillis, I'll turn it over to you and let you call on folks and do what you need to do.
Good morning, Mr. Herbert. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good. Tell us what happened and what caused you to be incarcerated.
On November 23rd, 2002, I, Felon Herbert Wilson, got committed of an armed robbery. I made a mistake in my life which cost me dearly, and I regret what I done. And I ask the pardon and parole board that you forgive me for what I have done to the victim and my family as well. And I just ask that you take consideration that I'm a rehabilitated prisoner since I've been incarcerated here at David Wade Correctional Center.
Hey, what kind of classes and what have you done since you've been there? What kind of studies?
I have obtained my GED. I have taken anger management, victim awareness, thinking for a change, Kairos religions. I have taken JC's, helpers group, and I'm a member of
You did substance abuse
substance abuse
and you did helpers group.
and
JCs,
JC's and helpers group and culinary arts trade.
You say you've been through Kairos?
Kairos, that's a Christiana program here at David Wade.
What did you learn in there?
Well, they taught me a lot about being a better person towards society expectations due to the help of my incarceration. I learned to be successful in life on the job, to be a better prisoner while I'm inside and deal with my fellow prisoners that I'm around, and it just taught me a lot about being successful in life.
One of the things in Kairos is that the choices we make are the choices we have to live with. You remember that?
Choices we make and choices we deliver.
Remember the people you live with, the choices you make and the choices you live with.
Yes, sir.
You remember that? Not really?
Not really, but I understand where you're coming from, though.
Okay. I wanted to ask another question. We have some people that want to speak on your behalf.
See what the warden has.
I'm sorry, that's right. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, let's see what warden has.
I wanted to see what you.
Okay. That's all right. That's okay. I would have chimed in. Herbert's been here since 2009. He's only had 2 rule violations since he's been here. The last one I think was in 2012. He is no disciplinary issue whatsoever. I do want to note for the record all the programs that he did mention. He also has completed reentry, but there's been a few of the treatment classes that he has completed, knowing that he couldn't earn any good time. He just was interested and wanted to continue, to get as much under his belt as he could, and he was not eligible to earn that good time while he was participating and knew that. He has a good work performance. He's one of our barbers. He's also, like he said, certified in culinary arts. And he has good family support. He has a solid residence plan and employment plan with his skill set. He does plan to gain employment. I also want to, he's very quiet. He's very reserved, very respectful with staff. There's no disciplinary issues whatsoever. In fact, he's currently being screened for minimum custody trustee status.
Thank you so much, Ward. That means
You're
a lot. I think you guys are doing a great job. I had one of those senior moments.
We all do.
Yeah. Now we'd like to hear from the people who want to speak. His cousin, Christopher Hall.
Just stand up.
Tell us what you want us to know about him.
Chris is fine.
Okay.
They want you to talk about,
Okay.
tell us what you want to.
Well, I just wanted to talk about Herbert. He's my cousin. So I've been knowing him since we were kids. He was raised right, was raised in church with family values. He made a mistake. And since he made that mistake and was incarcerated, I've been coming to see him, talking to him on the phone. He's always acknowledged that mistake with regret. He never ran away from it. He owned it. He told me what he was going to do when he made it here. He told me that he was going to make the best out of his time and do all things that he could do to better himself. And when I listen to these classes and things that he's done, and just our personal conversations that we have about life and growth, I'm just happy to see him be here and be able to still grow and better himself. We also talked about what he would do upon release as far as working, being a man, taking care of his family, staying out of trouble, and just changing his mind state and priorities to living as a productive member of society as a man. We've had those conversations. I've seen the growth and maturity in him. And I just wanted to let the board know that I'm his cousin. I'm a year older than him. I'm 45 years old. I've been on a job for 25 years. I've been married for 21 and raised 3 kids. So I'll be a support for him. We have plenty of family that's not here that, it can only hold a certain number of people, but he has a family that supports him, and he has way more members of the family that feels like me that's not able to be here today. But I'll do whatever I can to support him. I believe in him. He's already told me what he was going to do when he made it here, and he's done it. So I believe in him. I believe that he'll carry his word out, what he's going to do when he's released, based on you guys giving him some grace. So I humbly ask you all to consider him for release, because I believe in him and I know him as a person, and I think he's a great person, and I know he can be a productive member of society.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Also, speaking in your behalf is Miss Helen Hall. No, she's not speaking. Correct? So it's Miss Christy Hall, cousin.
Good morning. I am Dr. Christy Hall Young, and Herbert is my older cousin. He's my big cousin. obviously as an educator, I believe in the value of education and the courses, everything he's done. But I'm here to speak on his heart and who he is as a person. He was always the most kind and gentle cousin. He made a mistake, but the accountability has always been there. I have 18-year-old twins who are in college. And when he speaks to us and speaks to them, he talks to them about making good decisions and the choices you make in life. And I just respect and honor that so much. Not only does he have family who supports him and loves him and values him, we're a Christian family. He knows the word of God. We know the word of God, and there is nothing that we won't do as a family to support him. As my brother stated, we have family beyond those who are here today. And part of the reason why we're here to support him is because of the humility within Herbert. If you knew him as a person, you would know that he has the most gentle spirit. He just made a decision that derailed his life, but he's been accountable for that. He's grown in every way possible within these walls. And now we just ask for an opportunity to be there with him. Us and God by his side, we just feel that with his determination, his growth mindset, he definitely has a growth mindset, even within these walls, that we can help him have a successful future. We believe in Herbert. We love Herbert. And there is nothing we won't do for him because of the great person he is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Latasha Hunter Lee, sister.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Herbert's sister, and I'm here speaking on his behalf. I can just piggyback off what everybody else said, what two cousins said about him. He has accepted responsibility for what he has done. And along with that responsibility, it has taught him things that he's going to forever carry with him in his life. He has made all the steps to become a better person, a better man, a better brother, better cousin, better son, a better everything for the family. We as a family, I want y'all to know this, we as a family, we are here to support him and to do whatever is necessary that we have to do to make sure that he stays on the right track. We are going to support him in every way, living financially, getting the job, resources. We will provide everything that he needs to keep him on that straight and narrow. And I will say once again, as y'all have heard before, his mindset is different. We spoke on his heart. His heart is different. Everything about my brother is different. And I just asking you guys to have the grace and bring him what he needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Herbert.
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you committed this crime?
21.
21. I see you're a second class felony. What was the second offense? First.
Well, back in 2001, I was convicted of illegal possession of stolen things. I had bought some stolen property.
Okay. All right. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
I just want to note that we have one victim that is in favor, one victim that left it up to the board, and one that is opposed. Other than that, I have no questions. The report speaks for itself.
I have a question. Tell me about the aggravated battery, that there was no disposition. I assume it's because you were found guilty of these and they probably but Shreveport Police Department had you charged with aggravated battery. What's that about?
Yes, sir. In 2001, I had one of my ex-girlfriends, we were living together. We had a misunderstanding about something, and she called the police, which I did put my hands on, but I just pushed her, and it was a scar like on her face, on the right side of her face. And they took me to Shreveport Police Department, charged me with aggravated battery, but I ended up getting it dropped down to simple battery, but I never got convicted of it.
Okay. All right, cause you had a pretty terrible arrest record for a long time when you was a young man.
Yes,
You was
sir.
an adult, but you were still young. Um, and how long have you served?
20, 23 years, 23 years.
You've served 23 years on an armed robbery.
Yes, sir.
And your good time date's gonna be in 27 anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Getting out in 27, a year and a half anyway, or say year and a half, I said that too quick. Yeah, about a year and a half. You'll be getting out. Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
I'm ready to vote.
Two.
Mr. Herbert,
Yes, sir.
you've done some bad things and that armed robbery is not a good thing to do. You have made some improvements there and a lot of my decisions are based on the warden's comments, and it seems though the warden feels that you've changed. And it's very, very good to have family support, which I see you have. My vote today is going to be grant commutation of sentence to time served.
No,
Just grant parole, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My vote is to grant. I think you're doing excellent. I'm not for the same reasons as Mr. Tiller's been warden's comments. My vote is to grant today. Good luck to you. It's up to Mr. Tiller, Mr. Prater.
Okay, you gotta get all three votes and I think because of your family support, because of the maturity that you've shown now, you served 23 years, you could be getting out in a year and a half anyway. And so, because of, I want to reward you for your conduct that you, and for the warden's comments. So my vote also is to grant parole.
Thank you,
So
sir.
as of 11:23 this morning, on the 18th day of November, your parole has been granted. Please don't disappoint us, because we're putting a lot of faith in you.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So that'll be the end. Do we have any more at,
No, sir, that's it.
that's it? You want to hang around and talk to us, or you ready to
No,
go?
I'm okay. Y'all have work to do.
24 off there. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Make sure your face is in this little box. Maybe
Okay, good morning. We're speaking to Jefferson Parish. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, introduce yourself, please, sir.
All right, Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay, thank you for hosting us this morning. We appreciate that. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. The time is 11:31 in the morning. It's November the 18th of 2025. We are here in Baton Rouge. We're talking to you at Jefferson Parish, and we are looking to interview Mr. Kendrick Cox about a.
Right here.
Okay, Mr. Cox, this is your day.
How you doing? Good morning.
Mr. Cox, is there a chair there where you can sit, you want to sit down or anything, or are you okay? There you go. That's better. We can see you now. Mr. Cox, what is your DOC number?
767879.
Okay. And in order to have a revocation hearing, you have to sign a waiver about attorneys and things like that. And do you have that waiver in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you signed that and you understood all your rights and about the hearing and about that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman. And so, Mr. Freeman, would you,
Okay, all right, Mr. Cox, she is logged in. You already asked him.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna read the violation. There's only two, and then you tell me if you plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement, okay? And we're gonna handle them as we go.
Yes, sir.
So this is a long one, so listen. The subject, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. The subject failed to engage in any criminal activity by being arrested. That was wrong. They wrote that wrong. But you violated the condition by being arrested by the Kenner Police Department on September 21st, 2025 for home invasion, stalking, domestic abuse battery by strangulation, 2 counts domestic abuse, child endangerment, and simple criminal damage to property. As to the violation, you pled not guilty. So tell me what went on.
Honestly, I wasn't around the situation, and the female I was dealing with at the time, like, she basically put the charges on me and said I did all that, but apparently, I guess, out of all the charges, most of them were dropped, and the only ones I was left with was the felony domestic abuse, and the home invasion is dropped, and I think it was unauthorized inhabiting of it and dwelling, something like that. And basically, that's it. But I have evidence proving like I did nothing. When I got in here, she sent a letter to me and said that she was sorry for, she said something like, I love you in this time of need. I'm sorry for what you're going through. She was like, if you need anything, I'm here for you. I love you. And let the people know that you reside there for the fake charges. And she said the fake charges and the home stuff. And basically, she was like, let the people know that I paroled at the house, because that's what my parole was at the address that they saying that I allegedly home invaded. I paroled there, I got mail there, and that's why I was staying there at the time. And after that, she wrote me another letter saying.
Okay. Let's talk about the night of the offense. You saying you wasn't there at all?
No, I went there, but everything she said happened didn't happen. Like what she said happened, that didn't happen.
But what about the marks on her face?
I didn't touch them. Did not touch them.
They got, I mean, her pictures show injuries. Her house shows damage.
I could honestly say if she had marks on her face, that came from whatever she did. But that was something old. But I didn't do it nothing. I did go through the door, but I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing at all.
Let me tell you this, why do you wait and go to court before you came in front of us?
Say it again? No,
why do you wait till all your charges were disposed before you came before us?
I didn't know I had that option. This came before everything. Like when my parole officer came to see me, she was like, this is what's going on, and your parole board hearing is such and such date. And I was like, oh, all right, well, I have evidence that she basically saying like all the charges were fake, the home invasion charge was fake, and that she dropped the charges. She came and dropped the charges, like on it and everything. So I didn't think I had a choice but to go through this like this. This is my first time ever going through anything like this.
The girlfriend is the girl. No.
But I had 3 witnesses, my girl and 2 other witnesses that was supposed to be on the head at the hearing on the Zoom video.
Yeah,
With all
you
the
got,
evidence that I
got
need.
some people here. You got your girlfriend here, Molisha Holmes?
Yes, sir.
That's your new girlfriend or
that's my new girl.
Okay, and Ryan Smart, a friend, and Wesley Adams.
Yes, sir.
Friend. Which, I mean, before I start talking with all of them, I mean, I got, you know, I don't know. I would have liked to seen these kind of charges disposed before they would come in front of the board. So we wouldn't have to try the case right here. Especially this. I got enough information. Okay, all right, so you saying you didn't hit her? You saying that you didn't put the marks on her face? I mean, the report goes into a lot of detail.
Right, that was false details.
Did you kick the door in?
No.
Okay. And we have some police videos too that show a lot too. Okay, let me ask you this. Let's speak to the people that are here on your behalf. Molisha Holmes. Go ahead, Molisha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, tell us what you want us to know about him.
What I want y'all to know is that, you know, the day that the incident happened, he was getting phone calls and was told to come pick his property up and stuff like that. And, you know, she just kept blowing up the phone for him to come get his stuff. So everything I know is that, you know, that he went to go pick up his property and that she called the phone, you know, letting him know that he could come over there and get the property. So he went over there, got his property, and he came back to my house. She ended up calling and texting his phone, harassing him and stuff like that, basically saying that she wasn't gonna stop until he ended up in jail. And she ended up getting on social media, stalking and harassing me. And, you know, basically saying that now that he's in jail, you know, she's sitting back and she's smiling. She was like, I did my damage, so now I'm sitting back chilling. And she just basically just want to keep him in jail and, you know, try to make his life miserable because he with me now. Because now I got to go through this stuff. I have to go through her stalking me and coming to my job and stuff like that. So I believe everything that she did say is not true. And she, like he said, he also, you know, she sent him letters in jail, basically saying everything that she said, accused him of wasn't true.
Okay.
And my parole officer in the preliminary hearing, my parole officer seen the letter. I guess her supervisor that was present saw the letter. And when they read it, they basically just looked at me like, is she serious? And I'm like, yeah, it's right there. It's clear as day. When they asked me for a statement, I let them know like her letter that she just sent me is my statement.
I'll ask you some more questions. Let's finish with the people here to speak on your behalf. Ryan Smart.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So, first I would like to explain to you how we met Kendrick, my husband and I. Kendrick is or was at the time my husband's daughter's stepdad. We are the girl, the girl who's put in the false charges. She's our child's mother. And we became close with Kendrick because he definitely has an affinity for the little girl, and we want to co-parent as best as possible. And for a while, Kendrick was making it a lot better. We thought that she had changed, but this is a part of her character. This is what she does. My husband has been through a lot of really traumatic experiences. She has done the same type of things to him, and I'll let him explain what she's done to him. But to me, she has harassed me. She's been in my medical records because she worked at Ochsner. She posted my personal medical information on the internet. And because we're trying to co-parent and do what's best for the child, a lot of times she gets off scot-free with her actions. And so that's why I feel like she thought that she could do this to Kendrick and get away with it because of the position that he's in. Because my husband works in fugitive recovery, it's a little bit harder for her to do things like call the police and set up lies because he doesn't have the same background that or the same position that Kendrick is in. But she used his parole to her advantage. There were several times that we had gone to pick Kendrick up because we didn't want to see him back in the position that he's in now. And my family has really embraced him. My mother, me, our other children all know and love Kendrick, and he's definitely a really great addition to our family. He's really a kind person, and he's really trying to do the best that he can and turn all of this around and make it a positive situation. But unfortunately, he was in love with somebody who was using the system to her advantage. And this is something that she definitely does a lot. It I really can't even explain to you how much I've been through with this lady. So I really understand where he's coming from. And it really breaks my heart to see him in this position when he doesn't deserve that because he's really trying to do the right thing.
Okay, have you filed charges on her before?
I have never filed charges on her, but I do have a lot of evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to know if you had filed charges for the medical records and stuff.
No, I actually am working with a lawyer on the issue with the medical records. And I do have several other people that my husband has dated previous to dating me that she harassed as well, that we are working on getting together to go to Ochsner and speak to them about what she's been doing.
Okay.
It's out of hand.
All right, and let's hear from Wesley Adams.
Hello, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Yes, like my wife said, me and Kendrick, we wound up getting very close because him and my daughter have a great relationship, and we were co-parenting through him. My daughter's autistic, so we was co-parenting through him. The things that he was going through, I also went through. The difference is that because I work in fugitive recovery, I didn't let it get to this point, but I have video of her trying to get me to hit her and saying that I'm going to call the police on you. I got the police downstairs, all because I didn't answer the phone. She really needs help. And it's sad to see that Kendrick has gone through the situation because of the simple fact that she doesn't get her way. The reason why she's upset is because Kendrick had then moved on, and he is with the young lady that you're seeing on the screen. And we all witnessed her harass him to come get his stuff, harass him saying that she's going to call his probation officer, harass him about old videos that may have happened way before that he's already went and sit down for. And when he does finally like either go do that or try to help her, because she'll cry and say, I don't have bill money, I don't have light bill. And you got to understand that she has isolated Kendrick from all his relatives, right? Because they don't understand what the situation is. But I've been there, I've done that, I understand it.
Going back, I got to know that. Why does he keep going back if she's that bad?
It's the child. He's attached to the child, right? And what she does is she uses the child to say that child needs this and child needs that, right? That's why her being autistic is very important, right? She doesn't speak, she's nonverbal, so she always cries. She doesn't have help, and that the child is suffering. So I went through that situation too, because this is my child. But Kendrick has developed a relationship with the child to where when she does need help with the child, he'll go there and he'll try to help. And she'll play this game like she's changing and she needs help, and she plays a game, and I know it's a game, and I've told Kendrick had to learn it himself that she's playing the game, and we have to stick together to make her understand that she can't do people this, because everybody in this room is willing to be on the team for the baby, right? Me and Kendrick got close for the baby. Like, me and him have no, other than this, we have no contact or no, me and him from two different walks of life. But because of the child, we have decided to come together, and she's so difficult that I couldn't talk to her. So I would co-parent through Kendrick. And that's how me and him got close. When I need something about the baby or something like that, I talk to him, because you can't talk to her, you can't deal with her. She has no understanding. So when situations happen to where she would get upset about something small and put him out in the rain or something like that and say, I'm gonna call the police on you because I can't get this and the third, and make up these stories, we'll just go get him and tell him come by us for a little while. So he has been by my house several times. It's sort of the apartment complex that he was staying here, but he was really staying over there. But when she gets upset like that, we'll go get him.
Okay, I got you, and I think I've got what I need from you. So I appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Cox, why do you keep going back over there? This is not y'all first problem. This is not y'all first rodeo.
Honestly, like he said, the child is autistic. I've been in her life since she was 2 years old, all the way up into 5, and she's nonverbal. And before I came in her life, like, she wouldn't talk, like, she wouldn't say anything. But me being there, dealing with her, working with her, talking to her, helping her with, like, her schoolwork, because she does go to school. I helped the child progress, like, and me and the child built a relationship to where even if she would go by her father's house when he did get her, me and the child, like, she would be looking for me while she there, like, because I'm dealing with her every day.
Talk about what you did with her, not about the child. Understand that. I applaud you for everything you've done with that child. You've done very good. Most people wouldn't go as far as you did. But I need to know what happened that night. I mean, I got pictures of the doors kicked in, damage to property, her face.
The door honestly had been like that, because the house that she was staying in it's an old house. Like, that's not nothing, it's not up to par. But as far as the scratches and stuff on her, I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Did you send her any text messages after this?
No, she texted my phone and blew my phone up. I even got a new phone, so she couldn't do that.
Okay, so you didn't send her no photos or anything of yours?
No, if anything, she sent me photos.
Her?
She sent me photos.
So you didn't send them to her, kind of letting her know that, hey, I got all of this?
No.
Okay, think I have any more questions?
I want to ask a question. The children were saying that she was, the officers from the film we got, that there was 2 little girls, look like.
It was her daughter and I guess her godchild present.
Yeah, they were saying about somebody beat her.
See, I don't see how they could say that if one of them is nonverbal and the other one, I dealt with it. Like, when I was getting my stuff, I spoke to her. Like, she's like a niece to me.
Okay. I have no questions.
No.
Yes, the day we're talking about, that's September the 21st of 2025. Is that correct?
That's the day I was arrested.
That's the day you were arrested?
Yes, sir.
When did it happen?
She alleged it happened probably, I'm gonna say, a week to 2 weeks before that.
Okay. Were you arrested at her house on July the 8th of 2025?
No, sir. No, yes, sir. And that was false. It was false. They released me on it because I did nothing. They said I violated a stay-away order, which wasn't true because I paroled at the house. I was getting my stuff out of the house to leave, and they stopped me, stopped the Uber I was getting in, took me to jail, and that would lead to me having to go back and get my stuff still.
Okay, and that was in July.
Right.
We hadn't talked about that today, have we? Okay, tell me about that. Did you get put in jail and have to bond out?
No, I got put in jail and, all right, they said I had a warrant in NOPD, which wasn't me, it was a different person. They said I violated a stairway order. My parole officer cleared that up because she said I paroled there. And as far as the other charges, they just released me. I didn't have to bond out or anything. They released me.
Did you have to go back to court or anything on them?
No, sir.
And that was in July.
Yes, sir.
Why did the police come over there?
Because I came to get my stuff. And like always, she play games like she want me there, like she don't want me to leave. And once I come there and spend all my money helping her, do whatever she need to do, soon as the money gone, it's time for you to go. So once I was trying to get my stuff together and go, she made a scene, basically. She made a scene. Just so I could leave, like I could hurry up and leave without getting my stuff. Basically threatened to call the police, let my PO know.
Isn't that the same day she tried to hit you with the car?
Yeah.
But then you go back over there and say, you're not my son.
The only reason why I'm going back and forth is because of the child, the love and the affection I have for the child. Like I'm willing to look past everything for the child. That's why I was at with it. But now I'm at the point where this is the second or third time you done this to me, so I can't keep being stupid and going back. I can't keep doing the same thing and you keep putting me in a situation that I'm in now. So honestly, I'm done with that situation. That was my whole purpose for moving on and getting a new girlfriend.
If you're released, do you plan to go back? Have you got?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
This case needs to go to court. This case, we are not judges, we're not jury today. And this case definitely needs to be in court and decided and get back to us from there. When is your court date on this charge?
December.
Yeah, December 8th, I think they said.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion that we continue this hearing until after the court date.
I agree.
Okay, we got a motion.
A second.
I don't know if it needs a motion or just a vote.
Just a vote, probably.
Just a vote. Okay, we have 2 votes and I concur. We feel like we need to get a little more information and see, we want your court date to come and go because this is too complicated.
Yeah, for us to figure out.
Too volatile. This is a volatile situation and we don't want to be responsible for releasing you into a situation that causes someone to get hurt, either you or her. So therefore, as of 11:54 in the morning, your case has been continued. And we want to hear what happens in court on these cases. And that does not mean to say that if you are found innocent, there may be some information, some evidence that comes up. And so a finding of innocent or drop charges does not mean this matter is resolved. Just means we want to get that behind us before we make our determination. So as of around 11:55, your case is continued into the hearing. All right, we're going to continue our hearings. It's 1 minute after noon on the 18th day of November. We're in Baton Rouge. We're continuing a hearing at Jefferson Parish, and the staff there has identified themselves, and thank you for hosting us. And we're talking to Mr. Mark Johnson. Is that you, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us your full name and your DOC number?
Mark Johnson, 126441.
Okay, and do you have, this is a revocation hearing, so you should have signed the form and it should be in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did sign that form and discusses your rights,
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Good, well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Freeman will be, he's on my right, and he's gonna be asking you questions and talking to you about this particular case, and so, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna read through the violations and you can enter a plea of guilty or not guilty and we'll discuss it as we go, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the first one is I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. The subject was arrested by the DEA task force on 3/28/24 and booked into JPC with possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession with intent to distribute heroin, possession with intent to distribute oxycodone, possession of Schedule II, felon carrying an illegal weapon, possession with intent to distribute Schedule V, felon in possession of legend drug without prescription. Okay, so how do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, sir.
Okay, tell me why you're not guilty.
But these officers have clearly lied about this whole investigation. They lied to the commissioner judge to get 2 signed warrants for probable cause. One for my vehicle and one for Jennifer apartments. These officers have lied about my cell phone being activated 9/9/2023 when I came home from prison. When this phone was purchased when this phone was purchased and my name turned on by Boost Mobile the same date I was released, 9/27/2023. These officers have clearly lied about me since being released from prison. Mr. Johnson have not provided the address where he resides. I have not been involved in any criminal activity since being released from prison 9/27/2023. Due to my past criminal history, I feel that I was targeted by these officers. That's the reason why I'm still fighting these spending charge for the past 20 months to prove my innocence. I have complied with all my monthly fees from probation and parole, and I also have 2 house visits from my parole officer, Mr. Tide, since being released from prison 9/27/2023 up until March 28, 2024.
Okay. You wrote that out. So you out 6 months when you were arrested, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you admitted to buying the oxy for your girlfriend, correct?
No, for me.
So you bought it for yourself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All the drugs in your vehicle, you claiming none of them were yours?
No, I didn't have no drugs in my vehicle. No drug.
Claims tons drugs found in his vehicle, which DEA saw him get in. There was drugs in the vehicle you got in.
That's what they say. I got in there. That's what they had when I got in there.
Okay. Claims no weapon, but your ID was with the weapon.
My ID was in my wallet.
Explain that one to me, brother.
No, my ID was in my wallet. My driving license in my wallet, and the rest of my ID was in my black travel bag in Jennifer's house.
And the gun was in the black travel bag?
No.
Where was the gun?
They say the gun was in a safe.
With one of your ID?
No.
Did you have a gun?
Huh?
Do you have a gun?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Did you know how to open that safe?
No, sir. They lied about that, about the key.
All right, let's see. Number 5, I shall not have in my possession or control any firearms or dangerous weapon. Subject was arrested on 3/28/24 and charged with felon carrying an illegal weapon. Johnson pled not guilty. Okay, so it says that you stated the weapon was for your girlfriend's father?
Yes, sir.
Passed away?
Yes, sir.
And they point out, say that Johnson's identification was found with the weapon.
No. My social security
Johnson stated he placed his identification with the weapon.
No. My identification was in my wallet.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna read the rest of it. Agent Wayback read from the offense report under item C 185, whatever, 592-24. While in the bedroom, a small locked safe was located. Johnson gave officers instructions on how to unlock the safe. Inside the safe was located a social security card with your name on it, a Canic 9mm semi-automatic pistol with 2 magazines, 33 Mike 9mm caliber cartridges, 1 North American Arms 22 caliber cartridges, and 422 long cartridges. So you saying you didn't open that safe?
No, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any either. When does he go to court?
I don't care. Well, I'm not sure, but it's
Sometime in
it's been
January.
20 months, yeah.
January 15th.
January 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Yes, sir.
I find you in violation of condition number 4 and number 5. I think all evidence points towards your guilt. And my vote today is to revoke.
Okay.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And likewise, I concur. I think there's a preponderance of the evidence because of the police reports and all the numerous officers that are writing things, saying one thing and you're saying something completely different. So we feel like there's a preponderance of evidence that you have violated your parole.
Condition number 4 and 5.
Condition 4 and 5. So as of today at 12:08, on November the 18th, your parole has been revoked. Good afternoon. The time is 12:10. The date is November the 18th of 2025. We're in Baton Rouge right here. We've been conducting hearings all day long and we'll continue after this. This isn't our last one. The board today, it consists of myself, Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. We're going to be handling the case now and let's see, St. Tammany Parish Jail. And we're talking to Mr. Danny E. Gray, Gray. Is that correct, Mr. Gray?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
is there anybody in the room there from St. Tammany?
Corporal Christopher Ellis.
Okay, thank you, Corporal. Appreciate it. Appreciate you hosting us today. Mr. Gray, do you have, this is a revocation hearing for you, so you would have signed a form that would have said something to do with your rights on this revocation hearing and all of that. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
You got it right there. Good,
Yes,
good
sir.
work. Tell me what your name and your DOC number is.
My name is Danny Gray, 128481.
Okay, and you're there being held because of a violation, a supposed violation, and we want to hear what you got to say about it of what we call violation of condition number 4, which means you'll stay away from any kind of criminal conduct and that sort of thing, and no drugs, no illegal alcohol, nothing like that. Okay, you understand that? Okay, it says on May the 31st of 2024, you were charged with Schedule 2, 2 times. That's cocaine. Schedule 1, marijuana 1 time, and paraphernalia 1 time. And you pled guilty to that. Is that correct? Have I got that right?
Well, not really. I didn't plead guilty to it, sir. No.
Okay, tell me what you pled to that in court.
Well, my lawyer, he came up. My wife had did a affidavit where she was saying that she was the user of that, you know what I'm saying? And my lawyer come up with it was a plea agreement, but they said they changed that to agreement that said, Gray, if you do this here, you'll go home today. You know what I'm saying? I had been there 18 months during that time, sir. And I said, okay, but I was going to trial with it because I had the affidavit and I know I didn't have it. I know I didn't do it. I stay away from trouble. I've been out here in them streets now about 5-6 years. I stayed up in Angola all them years, didn't get in no trouble. I do not get in trouble, and I do not do drugs. I do not drink. I don't drink and none of that, you know what I'm saying? I stay away from people with that kind of trouble, so I don't, and that's why I told my wife, I said, well, we know we're gonna go to trial with it. I said, cause something funny going on here, you know what I'm saying? But she kept telling me, babe, let me take the charge. I said, no, for what? But you're gonna take a charge for something that I didn't do. And when I seen that on that paper, I told that lawyer, my lawyer, I say, that don't make sense. Make that make sense to me. I say, it's 10 on that paper where I'm saying that that's mine, that's mine. I mean, you know it's not. Why should I do that? You know what I'm saying? And he said, well, ain't nobody gonna see that. You know, that was the whole deal. I should have known better though. But I put my trust in the people that I guess I shouldn't have, you know?
Yeah, sure. Evidently, were there drugs found in your house?
They said, yes, sir. They said the officer said he's found a small piece of rock in the room, my room and my boot, and a bag that was cut off with some residue in it too. He said that. But when they told me that, I knew for a fact. I didn't know that until after I got to jail and I found out what the charges was. But when he said that, I say something wrong here. I know better. And if my wife wouldn't have come up and told me, I still wouldn't know no better. But she told me. I told her, I said, because she know I am about my parole. She has from her doctor where she can get marijuana and smoke it for something, I don't know what for, anxiety or something, but I don't let her smoke that around me. I tell her, don't come around me with that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because that stuff get in my system.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. So have you used drugs since you've been out?
No, sir. I use no drug. I don't drink. I don't do
wait. Let me finish. As agents surrounded the home, myself and Agent Erdger approached the front door, and after Agent Brock knocked multiple times, the subject answered the door. Identified myself with probation. Pro explained I was seeing him to assist another agent. Subject immediately allowed agents into the home. and I drug screened him, which resulted in positive results for cocaine. The subject denied cocaine use. He was relocated to the living room where he was seated while P&P searched the rest of the house. And marijuana was observed in plain view on the nightstand next to the bed, and Slidell PD was requesting assist with further searching of the residence. The search resulted in the finding of small pieces of suspected crack cocaine, which was also field tested. In addition, a jar of suspected marijuana was found, $1,100, multiple size plastic bags. So you saying none of that's true?
That's true, sir. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when he tested me for with the piss test, and I went there and peed that, when he said cocaine, I knew instantly right then, sir. I'm not here to tell you no lie. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. None of that. I knew when he said, I said, let me see that. And I looked at the test myself. And I said, where the line at, Mr. Steve? He said, it's right there, the same one, but I don't see it. I said, I don't see it. And he left that test right there at my house. I thought he would have took that with him if it was positive. Because I told my wife said, babe, I see the cup. I seen the cup here. I said, yeah, I know. I do not do drugs, sir. I do not do drugs. I do not hang with. Huh?
Sell them?
No, sir.
So you just,
When I went to jail, I sold drugs.
$1,100 cash in your house?
The money in my drawer, that's the money from my, I told the officer, I said, that's my rent money right there in the drawer. Just like the money right there in the envelope for my light and my gas money. He sees all that right there.
All right. I just
They would have took that money if they knew it was drugs.
That's
I don't give no drugs.
It's drugs. Okay, that's all the questions I had. I'm sorry I interrupted.
That's okay. Does your wife wear size 13 work boot?
No, sir. She don't. That's my boot.
And why was cocaine in a bag of cocaine in that work boot?
That's what the police said. And I asked, I don't know. My lady told him, she said, well, if it is in there, baby, it's because I done put it in there. I would not lie to you. I do not do drugs, period. I do not drink, none of that.
Does your wife do drugs?
Sir?
Does your wife do drugs?
Yes, sir. She said, she admitted that.
Well, what are you doing staying with her when you got a lifetime parole and you know what she's doing?
I knew she had weed. I never knew. I knew about the weed because I knew about she had the doctor thing for the weed. But sir, I never knew my wife did no drugs. She told me, when she told me, she told me, I didn't know until she came up in court and said that and told my lawyer that, babe, she had an affidavit say, I'm taking the charge for that because that's mine. I'm not gonna let that man get throw it away for the rest of his life for something that I did. I never knew she did it. I never knew she did it. I knew she smoked weed and I didn't let her smoke it around me. And she'll tell you the same thing. And I have no reason to lie on her. I've been out there in that world all this time and I ain't get it. Check my record. I don't get in trouble. I don't even hang around guys. I don't hang around guys like I used to that gets into trouble. I don't hang around them kind of people. I stay to myself, sir. I work and I fish and I stay home.
How much time did you do when you were incarcerated? How much time did you do incarcerated?
In Angola, I did like 20 years.
And how long were you out on parole?
I've been out about 5 years.
And you didn't have any problems? You didn't commit any crime?
No, sir. I didn't drink when I was in Angola. I didn't do nothing. Only thing I did out here in this world was smoke cigarettes. And I done had 2 heart attacks and I done quit that. I don't even smoke no more.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions.
Pete, you got any questions?
No.
This is a hard one to vote on because I don't want the state of Louisiana to have to raise you for the rest of your life, which is what you're looking at. But yet I'm convinced there's a preponderance of credible evidence that you use and distribute cocaine.
No, sir, I didn't.
And I'm certain, well, you pled guilty to the charges and it was found in your piss test and it was found in your house. And you're not arguing any of those 3 points except the test. You're saying the test was not accurate. But the other things it's indisputable evidence that you were around the cocaine and it was in your boot and in your house and you pled guilty to it in court.
I didn't.
So
I
how
didn't
do we
plead
get
guilty
around
to it.
that?
I didn't plead guilty to it, sir. That was an agreement that the judge, I mean the lawyer, my lawyer, and the assistant DA came up with. And when I like I said, when I looked at it, I told him, I said, why would I sign that? Make it make sense to me. Because why would I say I did something when I didn't? And I knew I shouldn't have signed that thing, and I knew it, and I know it now. And they came into this jail. That my lawyer, my public defender, and the lawyer that's over him, they came here, sir, and they talked to me about this. They said they had got it straight. They say they redid the agreement where it wasn't where I didn't plead to it, and they said that everything was straight on it. You know what I'm saying? They came here and talked to me right there in the room right there and told me that. That's why I say I never believe them again. Only thing I did is believe that somebody who I was supposed to believe in looked like they just led me astray. I'm not saying that back in the days I didn't do this, but since I've been out, when I was in prison, I worked for the warden. I worked at the front gate where they had the guns on their side, so I didn't get in no trouble, sir. I don't get in no, when I came home, I ain't got in no trouble.
That piece of paper that you signed said that your sentence was deferred. Your 2-year sentence was deferred, correct?
Deferred.
Deferred. In other words, if you don't get in
No
trouble.
problems. Yes, sir. No problems.
But you're guilty of that, but they're gonna put off your sentence to see if you can go 2 years, right?
As if I get it into trouble. See, that's what they told me. See, if you're getting into trouble, if I getting into trouble for 2 years.
All right,
Man, sir, I am. On everything I love and everything, I am innocent of this here. I am did nothing. I was fooled into signing this here. That's what it was. They supposed to have changed the agreement. I've been back to court for this. They supposed to change that. They ain't did nothing. They didn't fool me again. I've been fooled again behind it because they said they was going to change it from a plea agreement to agreement. I went back to court for that on the 6th. I went back to court on that, and they did something, and they said they was going to send it to the parole officer and then everybody, but I don't know what's going on here. I'm getting messed around.
I'm gonna ask for an executive session so we can talk about something in just a minute. I have a motion for that?
I vote for an executive session.
I second.
Got a motion and a second, no objections to an executive session. It's 12:24. We're gonna go off air for about 2 minutes. We'll be right back and we're gonna take a vote and make our decision known. We're gonna be talking about some procedural matters right now. So it's 12:24, we're in executive session.
Man, them people done screwed me around, bro.
Second to come, okay, can we have a motion to come back into regular session?
I move to get back
Got
into
a motion and a second, and since there's no objections, we're back into regular session. The time is 12:27 in the afternoon, still 11:18 of 2025. Okay, we're still handling the case of Mr. Danny Gray, and I think it's time to vote, and this is mine. And Mr. Gray, there's too many, I know it don't sound right, but there's too many unanswered questions here. And because of the things that I've said, my vote is that your parole be revoked. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
I concur. There's just too much smoke here. And, if you know,
Can I ask y'all one more thing, sir?
Most of the time is 12:28. I'm sorry to say, but your parole has been revoked and we asked
for
you
violating condition number 4 and number 4.
violate condition number 4. And we hope that you do well.
Oh, I will, sir. I will, sir.
Yep. And vote, oh God, damn. Worksheet on.
Good afternoon. I assume that you are Mr. Michael Red, is that correct? Okay, as soon as you get your turn on, Mr. Michael Red?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're at Calcasieu Correctional Center, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Would the staff there please introduce yourselves?
Billy Johnson.
Are y'all hearing?
I can't hear him.
I can hear you. I can hear you, but it's garbled really bad.
Oh, yeah, there's a big echo here, Deputy Christopher Johnson.
I go what? It's just gonna be the room?
Move to another room.
You're gonna have to move to another room or something. We can't. Can you talk to us just a minute, Mr. Red? Just say, where were you born?
I was born in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Can you hear it okay? Can you hear okay?
I understood him.
Okay, Mr. Red, we may stop this thing in the middle and move you somewhere because it's hard to hear. But if we understand what you're saying, then we will continue with the hearing. Your name is Michael Red. What is your DLC number?
759622.
Okay, and do you have a form in front of you that says certain things about this revocation hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign that form?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, all right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, and he's going to take it from here and talk about the revocation, the violations or conditions that you're accused of violating. So, Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Red, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
You have some conditions that I think it's 5 conditions that you violated. We're gonna go over them and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty or not guilty with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Rule number 2, it is alleged that the parolee has failed to report to his supervising officer since 4/2/2025. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I had lost my job. I had my phone stolen, and I didn't have no way to report to the Leesville office. I was all the way in Suffolk, Louisiana.
So you plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, rule number 3, it is alleged that the parolee failed to reside at the residence of 234 Young Road, Quincy, Louisiana, 70663, and failed to report any new address or whereabouts until his arrest on 9/15/2025 by the Sulphur Police Department. You plead guilty or not guilty?
No, sir. I had called Miss Nicole Burns, and I had told her that I was moving to Motel 6 with an incident requiring my grandfather shooting at me. He had shot into the yard. Boulevard Sheriff's Department was called to the scene. They helped me move all of my stuff. And when I got into that altercation with my grandfather, I had called Miss Nicole Burns that day and told her that I was moving to Motel 6 and told her that BPSO had been called. And
Do y'all understand him?
I don't understand enough to where.
He said his grandfather shot at him.
Yeah, his grandfather shot at him, and then that's why he moved to Motel 6.
Okay.
But we can move, y'all can understand him, it's not.
I mean, I'm hearing it and,
If the next one's gonna be in the same room, that's,
I got 2 different ones. We'll try the next one.
yeah, let's, is that okay with y'all board?
Yeah, let's try another one.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do for the staff there. This is not acceptable. We can't understand. There's too much echo going on in there. Would y'all try another room?
oh, yes.
We'll continue this. The time is 12:40. We're gonna continue your hearing because we're not doing you justice if we can't hear your explanations good, Mr. Red. And we want to hear that. So we'll work with the staff because we have 2 hearings there. So as of 12:40 right now, we're gonna go off the air. We'll be right back when we get a good room to listen to. So let's try this now. We'll continue the hearing. The time is 12:44. It's been 4 minutes and nothing has transpired as far as your hearing goes. So talk to us. Tell me your name again.
Michael Chase Red.
Ain't the room.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can jump it out.
Okay, let's see if we can hear. Now, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, Mr. Red, you pled not guilty to violation number 3. Violation number 8, it is alleged that the parolee has failed to report supervising office making drug screens impossible. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
No, sir. Before I had lost my way of travel, my vehicle and stuff, I had went, and every time that I had went and reported, I had took up drug screening. So after I had lost my way of travel to get to the office, that is when I was no longer able to report to give drug screenings.
Okay, are you still using drugs?
No, sir.
Why did your grandfather shoot at you?
We had an altercation the night before over the phone. I was living at the residence and I was with my wife. She's from Oklahoma, and we have a newborn baby. He was just born September 22nd. And some things had transpired, and the next day I went over there to speak with my grandmother, which is my blood relative. He is my step grandpa. And when he came off the steps in an aggressive manner. So when I had stepped back and I told him just stay right there, no, don't come any closer, he pulled out the gun, he racked one in the head and he aimed the gun. When he aimed the gun, my baby mother stepped in front of the gun. And then my grandmother pulled his arm and said, no, she's pregnant, don't do that. And so he kept cussing and screaming and hollering, telling me how I'm just a dope head and all that. And at that time, sir, I wasn't doing no drugs. I had been reporting, I had been doing everything that I was supposed to do.
Okay. It is alleged that the parolee moved from the listed resident, which is 234 Youngs Road, DeQuincy, making home visits impossible. So you moved from that's your grandfather's residence?
Yes, sir. And I had moved to Motel 6 from there. BPSO had helped me get all of my stuff. And they had helped me load it into my car and stuff.
Okay.
And then I had left and advised Mr. co-parents about me moving.
Rule number 10, it is alleged that the parolee owes $315 in the arrear. How do you plead to that?
Yes, sir. After I had lost my job and like I said, lost my place to live and everything, living in Motel 6, I was no longer able to pay.
Okay. So you're not working? You don't have any work?
No, sir, I didn't have no work at the time. I had became homeless again. I had lost the room at Motel 6. I had lost my car. Somebody had stole my phone. And then when I became homeless again, I did fall back into around the wrong crowds. But that was only because I didn't have nowhere to go or have nowhere to sleep. And I didn't have nobody to provide for me at that time. So I was trying to do everything I could just to survive.
And you don't have a place to stay?
No, sir. I was going to go to 3020 Legion Street in Lake Charles to the Salvation Army. They said that they give me 30 days to stay there. And if I get a job, then they put an extension for another 30 days to 2 months. But my wife with my newborn baby lives in Oklahoma. And she does have a residence in Oklahoma.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I do. Okay, who's your ex-girlfriend?
That was Olivia at the time. That was when I was
Why?
homeless and had lost which is my baby mother.
I just want to ask
And
you this, why would she say that you at Motel 6 waiting on some drugs?
I don't know, that's just what she thought I was doing at the time. She thought when I was still working at Motel 6, she thought that I was trying to do drugs or use drugs, but at that time I wasn't using any drugs. She just was going off her own understanding of my past. And she even told me that when she got mad that she had told my parole officer a bunch of stuff that she didn't really mean and stuff like that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we have a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm gonna go on and vote first instead of, Mr. Tillis, my vote's gonna be that I am gonna, in lieu of revocation, I'm gonna send you to work release. You go earn some money.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Don't spend it on commissary when they get you in a job, put your money in the bank. All
Yes,
right?
sir.
So that is gonna be my vote today, in lieu of revocation, that you do 6 months in work release.
Yes, sir.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And I concur also and strongly suggest that a lot of places with work release have AA and NA possibilities. You gotta get some help with your substance abuse problem. Okay, in addition to making some money, because I believe that's the root of your problem. So we wish you well. You're not gonna be revoked. In lieu of revocation, you're going to work release for 6 months. So we'll see how that works out. All right, the time is 12:51. That's the end of this hearing. And we're gonna see if we can do something better for the next hearing.
Yes, sir.
Staff, would y'all see about, I'd like to talk to the staff for just a minute. Would y'all see about doing something about a room that or a system, we can't hear you, we have one more hearing there, and we don't want to conduct the next hearing because they're very serious, as you know. Conduct the next hearing without us being able to understand. It's all garbled and echoey.
Yes, sir. I can get with our records department and see about having it scheduled to use one of our interview rooms. I know they have a television that uses the Zoom port as well. So we can definitely get on that and having it done on something other than this laptop in a separate room. Our interview rooms are a little bit solitary, but yes, sir, we can get it done. Yeah.
Okay, what did she say?
Yeah, that's good. The acoustic there is bad, so let's try something else.
Okay, and this is the last hearing that we have is the next one. So please expedite whatever you can, and I understand it takes a little while, but let's see what we can do and we'll wait on you, okay?
Right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh,
Huh?